Welcome back to Good Morning Al Mazra's special coverage of the stage finals. Coming up, we'll meet a chef from El Sharon Pass. Cooks up everything with a flamethrower. And watch out for that sun. We give you the best ways to beat the heat this summer.
About to win it. Welcome to the World Series of Warzone, where the blood runs hot and the action even hotter. Buckle up, because we have 6 rounds of sweaty, humid action coming your way. Taking a look at today's 6-map forecast, you'll see a high-pressure system of savage shootouts, talking, and shrapnel blowing on through the map. With it will come the thrills and chills of expectations. 50 cold-blooded trios engaging in frigid fisticuffs. Brr, I can feel the ice in their veins from here. As the day progresses, you can ditch those jackets because the competition will only be heating up. It'll be sunny skies above Al Mazra as the world's best slay in the sizzling sand under the computer-generated sun. Do buy stations sell sunscreen? Or... So stock those loadouts with your finest Kevlar, your shiniest snipers, and hold on to those butts. Because the World Series of Warzone starts now. Now!
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 NA Finals, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy and Dandro. Today, NA will compete to try and earn those 15 spots to the Global Finals. A lot at risk here, plus a lot of money to be earned. Dream, I couldn't be more excited to be with you once again. We had EU yesterday. Today is NA. How's everything going?
Everything's fantastic for me, but oh my gosh, are these teams getting ready? Because yesterday was definitely very spicy. Today is only going to be worse. Of course, we know that these teams have just, oh my god, the roster mania, can I just say, like, blew my mind away. Some teams are even trolling. I was like, I'm just so excited, man.
It's going to be a great day. They blew me away, too, for what it's worth, Dream. Those lobbies were quick. And Dandro, you were watching EU. You're back for NA today. What can we expect?
I think we can expect an absolute slaughterhouse, Taylor. I mean, EU was just absolutely insane. We got some new changes to the game that we'll be talking about all day long. And I think really quickens the pace of play, right? And I think teams are just going to be flying at each other. And they got a thirst for blood because guess what? We're trying to find the 15 squads, making it to London, man. And everybody wants that spot.
That's right. Juki's ended up taking the EU side of things, and I told him during the interview, hey, NA's coming for you. Be ready. Let's see what NA can look like today. But, hey, we're in stage 2, right? We've had a lot of qualifiers to get up to this point, and we're nearly getting to the end. But let's give you a refresher on how we got to stage 2 regional finals and how it looked like from stage 1. So stage 1, we had a 3-part process. We ended up going and broadcasting the regional finals, where we had 25 invited trios join top 25 trios. And the regional finals, from there we went from the top 25 down to the regional finals today, where we also are going to be seeing the second stage qualifiers join into the top 25. So that's 50 total teams. So the point is 15 teams today will earn their spot to the global finals. The bottom 35 are going to have to compete in the last chance qualifier. So the big storyline today, top 15. But this last chance qualifier is an interesting one, Dandro, for a lot of reasons. And why is that?
I can't wait for this, Taylor. Next week, in both Europe and North America, we're going to have those 35 bottom teams meet up with 15 invited trios and compete over these 6 maps. Now, here's kind of the twist, right? After those first 5 maps, we're going to take the top 4 teams, and those players are grabbing the first 4 spots. Now, that leaves 1 spot remaining. What's happening with that? Well, that 6th and final map, it's going to be winner takes all, baby. The winner of that map grabs that last final spot to the global LAN in London. So it is truly the last chance qualifier for some of these teams, because when it comes to that 6 map, man, it's going to be just all out. Everybody wants to be able to grab that final spot.
That's wild, right? It comes down to 1 game for the wild card spot. That's going to be intense. We'll reach that point next week. For today, we've got North America, 50 trios dropping in 6 private lobbies. So if you're a supporter of NA, you like some of the teams, make sure you get loud because they're fighting for the top 15. As far as scoring goes, it stays consistent, but let's give you a refresher nonetheless. Dream, how does scoring work?
Yeah, well, with those 50 squads and the 6 private lobbies, those eliminations matter. So you get 1 point per per elimination. And of course, you're able to double those points if you do take first with that 2 times multiplier. So followed by that 2nd through 5th, you do get a 1.8 and so forth moving down. But if you see 36th through 50th, you don't get anything. So you need to get top 35 at least to benefit from those points.
Got to get top 35 if you can get to that point. The 2x multiplier is big, and it has saved some squads into breaking in to the threshold they need to reach. $150,000 guaranteed, $30,000 for first. Aiden and Co. trying to repeat that process, much like Jukies and his squad did just yesterday for EU. So 2 storylines, right? Top 25 get paid. However, top 15, not only do they get paid, they also earn their spot to the London finals, the global finals, right? So that's the biggest storyline today, and we're going to see who those 15 teams are going to be. But let's take a little bit of a blast from the past, right? Let's talk about the stage 1 regional finals where we saw, again, 50 trios battle it out, and we had our top 25 move on. But I want to hone in on Team Aiden first, right? The number 1 team from those finals, Dandro. These guys were on fire. Aiden even saying on his stream, and I believe he tweeted out as well, this was the most impactful win he has ever had in his career.
I mean, and it's for good reason, right? I mean, this is probably some of the most competitive Warzone that we saw in stage 1, only to be rivaled by, quite frankly, today. And for Aiden and Raiden to be able to team up and bring in the young gun Adrian and be able to make a statement like this, I think means a lot to him, right? I mean, he's been competing for a very long time across multiple Battle Royale titles. You got Raiden, who's a Call of Duty veteran, moving over from multiplayer and has now made a statement here in Warzone. And then you got Adrian, right? Who is this player that was kind of just on the outside looking in, gets picked up by these 2 veterans. And it's just this young coachable talent that is able to come in and make his statement. 27 elims, the most on the squad. They are going to be looking to make a banger here today.
That's right, Dream. A banger today indeed. Adrian, being the new addition to the squad, joins the duo of Raiden and Aiden. A big step for him, but he manages to overcome it. In fact, having the most elims. So this trio today, I'm looking for fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, my gosh, just the fact that, being so young too and just being able to form in such a role, like, sometimes for some people that might create some type of pressure, but no, he's able to drop 27 limbs and just do his thing. And of course, with that support in his back, it's amazing to see. And I mean, it definitely creates like comfortability for sure.
That's right. Comfortability for sure. He's going to be feeling great today, and I love the fact that he's coachable. Dandro, you were alluding to that a little bit earlier. Second place team, though, a trio that we are so used to seeing time in and time again, right? I'm talking about Omen and Co. These boys tore it up. They got second place, and Dream, they did so not necessarily by their placements, but by their eliminations. They had the most elims with 79 throughout the stage 1 NA finals.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about. I mean, both Omen and Noobs dropping 28, Tommy 23. But the one thing I love, of course, we know TBE has been in the scene for such a long time. And of course, Tommy, who used to be a Call of Duty pro on multiplayer. And then coming here and just this squad just being so consistent for how long? It just feels like forever. But one thing I want to say with, of course, Tommy being and it's been stated so many times he's a great IGL, but one thing I love about the squad is that all 3 of them interchangeably can do and pick up anything at any given moment. It's just one of those things that we always preach. They have to be in the perfect positions, the right spots at the right time, and then those eliminations will flow to them. So, I mean, if you really think about it, these guys, just the fact that it's just placement, it's just that one placement, one game could separate a ton of points.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up placement because I think that's going to be the big talking point for this trio today. Their highest placing was 5th during the stage 1 NA finals. If they do a little bit better in placing with the elims they're already getting, the multiplier could set them over the edge. I don't even know what their limits could be when in terms of points. But let's move to our 3rd place team, Dandro. We had Huskers and Rational Scum, and they had a lot of adversity they had to face. They had a big pop-off game in map number 4 with 32 elims. I'm glad they made it through. I can't wait to see them today.
Yeah, right. I mean, this team was a little bit rife of controversy before stage 1, but guess what? It doesn't matter. This is an OG squad. They've been together since those Verdansk days, and they know how to work it out, right? They had obviously a little bit of a slow start in stage 1. Map 1 and map 2 were a little bit shaky, but by the time they get to map number 4, it's unrational. Making this huge play, taking down the Boston Breach squad, is able to hit a buyback, get Scummin and Huskers back in, and they are able to move towards the end of the game, and like you said, take home that W. It was everything they needed to shoot up the leaderboard and give them the momentum to keep on placing well. So when it comes here today, I don't expect anything different. I was talking to Irrational kind of before yesterday, and he said, you know, there's only a couple squads that move in from the qualifiers that we think maybe could cause us some trouble, but we think we're one of the best squads in the lobby. We're going to respect everybody, but we're taking nothing for granted.
Hey, dream to be the best, you got to think you're the best, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and the fact that game number 4, half of Irrational's 30 kills were from that game. He dropped 15. So realistically, if they only had that one bad first game, I mean, yeah, it's Scumming, especially the man on your screen, how many times he's pulled them out of scenarios too as well, and just picking up those elims. I mean, he'll have 3 teams on him, and he's at least picking up 2-3 kills along the way, all the while rotating too and getting buybacks. Like, these guys can do it all. And I mean, of course, credits to just the squad and how beastly they are. Scumming, who's just been playing for such a long time. I mean, I definitely avoided him when I saw him in search tournaments, that's for sure.
Hey, yeah, I think you have to. These are your 25 winners coming from the Stage 1 finals. There's a ton of names, Dandro. A lot of them stand out to me, but who stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, kind of one squad I'm looking at is number 8. It's Foreign Jace, Prospect, and Autorize, right? We're going to talk a little bit about the roster mania that happened, but Myapo leaves that squad, and they pick up Prospect. So while they became an 8th in the Stage 1 finals, I'm kind of curious how they're going to do here today. Another squad that's on my radar is that Squad 5, IQ, Ryda, and Erase. They had a fantastic game where they played it just absolutely beautifully towards the end, and let's see, can they repeat some of that same performance here in Stage 2?
That's right. Well, hey, NA, we know we're quick, right? And the game 1 is coming even quicker. Let's bring in our casters. We've got Spider Tiff. We've got Ghost. Game 1 ready to go already. Let's see who's going to end up on top. So without further ado, Spider Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections. As always, you guys are immensely talented, but I'm pumped up. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. The culmination of hard work, talent, sheer determination, $150,000 on the line, and 15 teams with their passports ready to get stamped. This is going to be one epic showdown, Gosh.
Look, Tiff, yesterday I said it was the greatest Warzone tournament we've ever seen to date. I think today will rival that, if not beat that. I mean, we're talking about some of the best competitors across the world, in North America in particular, trying to prove that they're the best in the world once they get to global land.
The best competitors, and we've got a story of legacy versus ambition, experience versus hunger, and it's all playing out right here. And we're about to jump into map number 1. You know, Goes, you always say it, the old guard, battle tested, have paved the way for our competitive scene here, and they're determined to show if they still have what it takes to reign supreme. But we always have those young guns coming in up and fresh. Who we got?
That's a great shout. I mean, we've got some young guns like Hate Adrian that is playing with Aiden and Raiden. Talk about old guard. Aiden and Raiden have been playing together, the Cheddar brothers, for so long. And Adrian, this like perfect third wheel that works perfectly with their systems. And you got Huskers, Unrational, and Scumming, like the Death said, Omen, Not Noobs, and Tommy. All 3 of those squads have been together for so long, since like Rising Stars of Warzone, like way back in the Verdansk days, winning tournaments, finding their Kim, TBE, one of the winningest squads, winningest trios of all time. But then you've got like your Hisoka, Skullface, and Myapo. Yes, they won last World Series of Warzone. Yes, they're talented, but can they do it again? I mean, that's the big question in my mind, is do they have enough Kim to make it happen? A lot of roster changes, a lot we can talk about. We'll be breaking it down all throughout this game. But Tim, as we get into it, already some early fights.
Oh, we love to see it. Mr. Daft on your screen, going large with the pistol. Not a bad location to drop. You can get plenty of cash from this style of buildings with 1 elimination, forced to reassess the situation. But when you go into those early game contests, specifically for looking for large amounts of cash to get your loadout quickly, you run the gauntlet risk of making sure that, hey, they probably picked up an AR, maybe got some of those plates that were on the shelving, but taking to the roof is not a bad call.
I love to see these early encounters. What we saw all day yesterday is that the speed of play was enhanced, Tiff. I mean, we talked about Birdseye a little bit yesterday. We're going to talk more about it today, and I'm sure the desk is going to break that down in more detail. But when Birdseye is active, when you have your perks, teams are going to be flying across the map. We saw that specifically in the last map, of course, yesterday, but even in the first, this is the litmus test. This is the deciding factor on how fast we'll be playing today, and it looks like some early encounters, they're trying to set that pace pretty fast.
Hey, you said early encounters, but I saw some big names going down in the kill feed. Unrational, Huskers, the old guard starting to fall early on as we get a good look of where that zone is pulling, and hey, everything's in play.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams here we could talk about. Some of our teams are going to be favoring the center of zone, but, well, everything's near center of zone at this point, Tiff. This is probably the most central circle that we've had between all 6 maps yesterday and today. This will be a fun one to try to predict where it's actually going to end up. Some of these players have played an insane amount of Call of Duty. We were looking at some of the ranked numbers for some of the teams and some of the players, and we're talking rank number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 in this lobby. Just raw playtime. But speaking of raw playtime, there's Shifty, one of the roster changes that we were talking about a little bit before we got started. Swapped over to this highly aggressive team with Biffle and Sage, a team that everyone is thinking is going to be top 3, but Delsky, Ty, Excel coming from the qualifiers would love to put a wrinkle in their plans early.
I mean, that's what we want to see, right? All the teams coming in from the qualifiers, giving it their all to seal their tickets to London. And I believe with the EU rosters just yesterday, those finals went down. If you didn't catch them, please go back and watch the VOD because they were absolutely wild. But only one team from the qualifiers stamped their tickets in the top 15 yesterday.
That's exactly right. I think the qualifier teams have a lot to prove, and they need to do it pretty early. Sometimes the bleeding can't really be stopped by the time you get to map number 5 and 6. There's Joe-O, Breadman, Limax on the right-hand side, Hollywood, Vanucci, and Rayskis after being relegated from the... No, actually just barely qualifying in Stage 1, Team 22. They're trying to hold on to that micro win and hopefully improve upon it, because we're looking for top 15 today, Tiff. And when you start thinking about how many points you need, yesterday we saw the cutoff was 66.6 points. That's 11.1 points per game you have to score. So you can't play too slow. You have to find points along the way. In Stage 1 for North America, though, 15 was like 76.8. So you even need a little bit more than that. We're talking like 12.8 points per game. So watch out for some of those numbers as we go throughout today. Double digits is the key. Super Evan in trouble.
Oh, Super Evan. I saw the post coming out from Xset wishing him luck. Well, he went straight to the gulag to join up with Swag, and now Z Colors, known to clutch up, is going to have a rather tough time here. But jumping out, the issue with all the water is, yes, you could reposition yourself, you can hide, you can plate, but the audio cues that you'll get from being in there are going to be a little tough.
Color, Super Evan, Swag, a fun trio to talk about because, well, they have a solid amount of chemistry. They've played together a sizable amount. Colors will easily grab that 1v1 victory, but a word on the street is they were having some tiffs between, not your name, but tiffs in chemistry before some of the broadcasts. They've had some arguments on comms. As long as they're on the same page, though, that team is certainly one to watch out for. They have the slaying power needed to win.
I feel as if chemistry will just outweigh any kind of talent. I mean, you obviously have to be talented, but working with a team that has such a fluid amount of chemistry, knowing you can trust in your teammates to be there when you need them, get your trades, and just have your back, you will find so much more success, especially here in these hyper-aggressive lobbies where it will make or break the decisions. We saw just yesterday, and Waldo on your screen had a lot of good success so far in the World Series of Warzone, but these buildings are immensely difficult to hold.
Looking down the sights towards Reader's team, did decent during the qualifiers. Team Omen and Team Reader were 37th and 38th respectively. So 37th Reader, Authorized Lovey. Some of these names you might recognize just from Call of Duty in general, but hadn't made too much of a waves in the Warzone scene. We'll hop back to them shortly as Adrian, Rated, and Aiden, your winners of Stage 1, and a little bit of a gunfight here in Observatory. Now, if we learned anything from the EU Stage 1, Tiff, it was that Observatory remained hot. Yes, it's hot in pubs. Yes, it's hot in ranked. It was hot in customs in the best lobbies in the world. We had some of our top teams vying for those positions.
Look, we see Waldo here still trying to hold this building. Meanwhile, Rated Adrian and Co. Adrian was trying to get out of dodge, maybe jump down, but Waldo's going to be in a 1v2 situation. Make that 1v3. They're looking at him, trying to snuff him out, and able to grab a knock onto one. Looked like he got the full, and unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, but here comes the third party. We got Squad 50 moving in, looking to clean house on this, but the issue is Lovey and Co. did not take that much damage in the engagement with Waldo, so it's a fresh fight.
Well, it looks like it might be a 3v2 as 37 is going to dive out of here. 35 might be trying to catch a freebie out in the open. I think Team 50 is going to push the encounter here. Talk about something to prove. You get the last specific place you need to qualify for main stage, and you get it on a tiebreaker, by the way. This team tied with 26 in the qualifiers and was able to move on because they won the tiebreakers. They have something to prove. Team 50, watch out for them. I think they've got a chance to do something big here and shock the world.
Brax, Empathy, Finessin on your screen. trying to take on Huskers, able to grab a knock onto him. A little dolphin dive into the water below to close the distance. Meanwhile, Finesse and Drill charging out. Something we always talk about. It's always been the story of Drill charges of choice. That's why perks like Bomb Squad would be really nice to have on as opposed to Ghost, which, Dandra, we'll leave that to you. You little analysis demon on the desk.
Yeah, exactly. Finessing's a fun add to that team. We'll continue to check in for that squad. You got JC here. Azim trying to push from down below. Finds it. Easy win. And Tiff, I know yesterday one of the big notes that we had was body stack, body stack, body stack. It looks like a free 1v1. Just wait a second and take the 2v1 or 3v1. When you have the player advantage, you have to use it. There is no reason to throw away useless lives. Azim is doing a fantastic job of doing that right now. Won the 1v1 on the outside, looked like free, was able to execute on it, and then when it looked like they had a disadvantage, push his way out of the fight and is going to group back up at Traverse.
Clutch Belt, Destroy, having some pop-off moments, taking a full elim on a team. Scripta, though, we talk about how long we've been around the scene, seeing teams since Verdansk, but Scripta really played in a lot of those co-ed tournaments back in the day and is looking to seal themselves a ticket here.
Yeah, talk about a team that's definitely kind of an underdog or underrated. This squad got second in the qualifiers, right behind Ria, Solidify, and Xenon, and a team that probably most people aren't really looking at as a major threat. Scripta's been playing in the Warzone scene for a really long time, like you mentioned, and kind of is always tweeting out, like, looking for a third, looking to play in this one, looking to find a group, like, hasn't found the Kim to really succeed at a high level. Maybe this is the team, though, because they had an opportunity to get second in the quals, which is a feat that doesn't go unnoticed.
Definitely does not. Let's take a look at the map. I'll share him pass over there, relatively empty. I'd imagine the teams that are rotating out of H5, Team 5 and 12, maybe looking to grab some high ground over there. You do have Team Aiden just south of that. Last we saw them in was Observatory, rotating down towards the village to try and regain, but Aiden has found himself down, but Raid is already on 4.
That's a great start for this squad. Aiden is down, but a free res. They're doing a fantastic job of playing together and playing as a unit. Had a chance to interview a little bit with Rated beforehand, and essentially what he said, paraphrase, was anyone can win any fight. You just got to put yourself in an opportunity to do so, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Azim is trying to do the same, getting pushed by Almighty TJ. Tough fight to win will go down, especially when Exify, it looks like, was a little bit off kilter, not able to help out.
Trevor's already able to grab the knock, still repositioning themselves. Good use of the lethals to try and grab that initial knock so he can kind of capitalize on that and buy him some time to go ahead and replate up. But Almighty TJ here playing the fence line to the best of their abilities. You can see to the left is going to be the second teammate trying to get connected with them. Traverse, though, trying to find that angle. Dude, sometimes all you can see is their head, but sometimes it's enough.
Yeah, now that Exify is here to help out, this actually is a fun 2v2 fight. The question is, do they think they can win it? They didn't know where Exify was until those shots go out. So now this might be a tougher fight to win with Almighty TJ able to play a little bit more defensive. Oak is going to take high ground and get ripped off of it quickly. This could be the opportunity for Exify to push. He will push forward. This is a nice team fight. This duo is working together well. Their third is flying back. Almighty TJ's third is able to give them aerial comms likely on where these players are at. So at a slight disadvantage, this might be a tougher fight to win now. 2v2 with a pistoler up top. JC comes in, is going to start ripping from above. And that's exactly the momentum push they needed to win this gunfight. Traverse in trouble.
Exify did grab the knock, immediately gets traded out, and now Traverse has no plates left. Not going to win the engagement, gets fooled. Now Azim last alive. JC baby bleeding out, will need to hit the res, but not before the work here is done. 3 eliminations, though, with 44 teams still up, is that start that you need. But granted, we saw what happened in EU yesterday. Our teams that ended up taking the win, Team Juki, started out with 4 points after map number 1. So every point matters, Goj, and you said it best yesterday, and you might have cursed some people too.
Yeah, we'll talk about that more later. I can't bring that up yet. I'm still mortified by the fact that we had a team lose by 1. Huskers wide out in the open. Not sure where he thought he was going. I guess to the water to swim to a new realm here, and might be able to sneak out. It is so difficult to see these players in water. Team 12 is going to try to push the equation and clean up Huskers, especially if they saw who it was, but not sure they're going to be able to do that. Uh-oh, base got Xenon in trouble. Last alive on his team on the edge of zone with the full team. Team 37 on the right just barely ekes through to the next spot. Enough cover to where he might actually get here free. 35 is laying in wait. This is the thing we saw all day yesterday. We always see it in customs. Anytime you're running edge of zone, it is a high risk play style. There are always holding teams as you rotate in. However, with Bird's Eye, you might be able to root out some of these squads and know where they are to help with some of these clearer rotations. It's less Giga Brain and more of resource management these days when you're rotating. But speaking of Giga Brain, TBE, a fantastic squad with a high value target on their backs. One of the squads that everyone's expecting to do well today, Tiff.
I know you were talking about, you're like, I'm reaching out to all of my players looking for predictions, but it was TBE, TBE, TBE.
Yep.
And well, let's see if they can keep up that momentum moving forward. I saw some action early on the game. Noobs had gone down early. Tommy was finding precision airstrike knocks. So they've been in a lot of heated engagements thus far, picking up just a couple eliminations, but not a bad start. We're not into the points multiplier, and we're already hitting that rotation, which is very similar to the hyper aggressive. You talk about Bird's Eye perks. Teams like this are really going to be able to utilize it to basically chow everyone.
Yeah, this will be a fun chow against 4 and Jace. I believe second overall or rather third overall, I believe, in individual kills, or maybe tied for it. 4 and Jace had a fantastic tournament in stage 1, securing his team 8th overall. But Otterize kind of played a little bit of backup to Jace's slaying power, and then Prospect's been moved on to this roster. Now, TBE is doing the classic triangle formation. This is what we're talking about with this team every single time, and it's non-verbal at this point. It is automatic. They've been doing this for years together. Tommy taking a little bit of high ground, Noobs taking Overwatch position. Jace gets cut out in the open. It gets cleaned up. That gives them player advantage. Noobs might play entry man from top here. See ya.
And he does, able to grab that knock almost immediately, and the full now finishing laying siege to this building in a 3v2 situation. Just gonna be able to work their way through the staircases. Otterize has already said, see ya, I'm out. I want no part of this aggressive nature.
If TBE's like Lego, you know what I mean? They hit every single, you're talking Lego, Star Wars, Harry Potter. I mean, we're all over the place. You can do everything if you're TBE, and every single person will fill every single role in the world. Whatever they need to do, they can execute on it, whether you're Tommy, Omen, or Noobs. And speaking of another team that likely can do the same, Aiden, Rated, Adrian, your winners of stage 1, continuing to push the fight. This is the speed of play we were expecting. This is ridiculous.
The trials and tribulations that they had to have in that stage 1 to get them that win, even Aiden himself said that was one of the most valuable wins for me, and would love to see them run it back, especially with the young gun Adrian. You know, after that, they went on Repulse's podcast, and it was so interesting because Adrian, didn't really have too many words to say. It was like a man of few words, but when he spoke, it was just locked in.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a team like Aiden and Rated that you're joining as a third, like, you really can almost turn your brain off. Like, just go fry. Like, listen to their comms. They know what they're doing. They've been here 1,000 times. Adrian could hold his own by himself, and when he has his brain on, he's a fantastic player. But he doesn't have to, right? He can just play the third that just drops crazy amount of kills and slays out for the team and plays smart. I mean, you listen to their comms, you're going to win games, and that's exactly what happened last time around. But TBE continuing to force the fights, looking for an early pick here from above. Noobs continuing to play this kind of crow from above that swoops down and grabs kills when they otherwise wouldn't have been possible. Tommy, Noobs, Almond continuing to root out every single rat inside of every single building. They just can't quite grab the team wipe. That final third always sneaks out at a moment's notice.
I was gonna say, I think I've seen this all before. As soon as Noobs immediately just perched up on top of that building and just dropped down. Now colors down as well. Super Evident Swag going to have to put on for the team. But you can see on the rooftop is Biffle, and this rotation, which a member of Biffle's team has already rotated out into the water and will be able to provide cover. We saw what the rotation was going to be looking like as that zone continuously pulls very much central to Observatory. Rotating uphill, one of the worst things you can do in Warzone, especially if teams are in Observatory looking to hold you out. But this rotation right here is going to be disgusting.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. 2v1. Shifty was getting aerial comms there for Biffle to be able to try to win that. I'd love to check back in on that later as we have a massive fight going down at Observatory. Look how many teams are here, Tiff. Now, looks like Nate Dogg got the better of that one. Fades and Tapa there, but all of a sudden Sage and Shifty are flying around still, continuing to give aerial cows. Biffle's trying to make a play and does somehow find Super Evan completely unaware what's going on. Shifty continuing likely to rain calm Supreme from distance. This should be an easy 1v2, make it a 2v1 on the other side as Sage is back into it. Sage in trouble and knocked by Doozy, but Doozy's inside the storm. Gonna probably go for the thirst and yep, cleaned up. See ya.
Just like that, gonna hit the res on Sage. This is where you start to think of, did you have that medic plate carrier? Do you get that quicker res? Hop in the water and start the rotation. Back on board with FaZe, just inside the zone here at Observatory with a little bit of high ground. Not bad considering we have 5+ teams here, including the reigning champs of Stage 1. Team Aiden, you can see they're just near that main building, and little Mario doing work on Clutch, Belk, and Z-Laner. This is really sad, especially with the compilation of the precision airstrike and a mortar to boot.
Yeah, I think DBZ is going to have a good day today. They just need a better start. Looks like Squad 14 was wiped as 31st, so not a great way to start. We've seen people pick it up from there, but Observatory is where the majority of the action is going down. You've got Team 29 trying to push up late. This is not a rotation you want to take late into the Observatory fight. Aiden Squad wiped out the winners of the qualifiers. I saw Riaz's team get wiped already as well. They might have some gulags still, who knows, but this is chaos here in Observatory. Every single building has been filled. Where will Wag, Picnic, and Nick Cool go? They are on the revenge tour. The desk shouted them out, Tiff. 26 from Stage 1, and guess who's hanging out? Stellar Moves, Russ have the high ground position. Can they win the gunfight? 2v3, almost.
What a cheesy position. Get them the Rat World Series of Warzone skin because they need it. That would have only made that positioning so much better here in the dome. Willie T looking to find the rest of them. We have Team 34 just on the outskirts looking to make an impression here. And how they haven't been thirded yet just goes to show you the fact that teams are holding high grounds of the buildings and Observatory not willing to get it up.
Uh-oh, precision airstrike. That hurts. 2 go down. Willie T by themselves. This is a team certainly to watch out for. Stellar Moves split from his other 2 teammates after a dispute and put together this squad, a squad that has some experience in customs and likely could do well should they maintain their positions early. They were in a good spot, and now they're not. Look how many teams are gonna have to rotate out of Observatory. Everyone continuing to move north. Breadman looked like he's in a little bit of trouble here on the edge of zone, especially when you can't be the Billy Goat you want to be. Jowo, climb the rocks! Climb the rocks, brother! In trouble!
I thought he was the movement god, Ghost. I thought he was the movement. I thought it was Flowo, but it's gonna be DJ Moss, E-Bates, and Z-Smith at the hands of the downfall for Jowo and co. But you know, we were lurking, Dandro and I were lurking, and we learned that DJ Moss had like 10 waters since last night. He's feeling hydrated and he's feeling teed, and really is paying off. So drink your water, kids.
Hey, hydration is key for life. Simple facts. Your body's in like 77% water. Anyways, Reader authorized. Last 2 life for their squad. Again, edge of zone. Everybody being pushed out of Observatory. Luckily for most, there's not a lot of cover here. It's all rolling hills and mountains. So whoever went early should be totally fine to hang out there and look up to the skies as everyone comes parachuting off or running down the mountain like a horse in Skyrim. And Reader is going to swing up around the corner here and have an opportunity to take a glance at the eBay squad that we were just talking about, who might be in a bit of trouble and down to 1. But here's our reigning champs. Champs Aiden, Rated, and Adrian frying. Rated on 7 already. Aiden's on 3. That's double digits. So they're in the point margins they want to be in. But they're in trouble on edge of zone because there's 3 teams below them and at least 2 off to the left-hand side. If one team looks up at them, they're dead.
Yeah, this is not going to be the easiest rotation. Now Aiden last standing, 20 teams still up, so we're just into that 1.4x multiplier. So even if this is the throwaway game for them, which if it is, that's great, but it's not that bad, right? We do have gas masks, but just playing it slow out of the line of sight, because you can see flanked, attract. That's going to be Smixie squad still up and at it. You know, I was tuning in with them earlier. They were talking about all kinds of things of what they wanted to see. Do we make a signal 50 class? Will people be sniping? So far, no snipers here in A, and minimal yesterday. Aiden on the rotation, though. You can see getting peppered from afar, smoke and run, trying to use as much of the rocks for cover as possible. You are the mountain goat, Aiden. Make it work.
If anybody can 1v3 and 1v2, it's going to be Aiden. Nice play from side of the rocks. You've got one team still holding ultimate high here on the left-hand side of our screen. Now to dead center. Russ, Willie T, Stellar moves somehow all three alive. They've regained, and here's an opportunity for FaZe just to look over at Aiden and find a free kill, but he's got to root out the rat. Aiden down below, and now FaZe is so focused on Mutex down below, who gets knocked in full wipe. FaZe getting snapped by Otterize and 4 and Jace. We didn't see Aiden.
No way!
I don't think Aiden shoots here until the final moment. There it is.
He did it!
Finds one, can't grab the second. That's a free kill, though, and a solid game for Aiden's team. Look at our total team tally. We're at 12 teams. That's a great multiplier for the reigning champs, but who's going to win this map?
Yo, Tappa just grabbed the med plate from Aiden, hit the res on his team to get him back up as quickly as possible. Now we're in the Mountain Goat Central of the final zone. 4 and Jace on your screen as well, along with Otterize. Just a duo, but TBE up and Adam just got to find the nearest bush and lay in it.
Big question that always comes with this 9th zone is going to be, or 8th zone rather, is going to be where does it move to from here? Does it pull towards TBE? Does it pull towards Tappa and Nate Dogg with the high ground? We got to continue to root out the Bush Wookiees or the Tree Charlies, whatever you want to call them. People are hiding, waiting for the top 10. We are in the top 10 tips, so we're into the 1.6 multiplier. Top 5 is where you see the 1.8 multiplier, and TBE is set up flawlessly on the edge of this mountain to hold this rotation, praying for the zone pull.
What a rotation and good zone call from them, because we knew getting out of Observatory was going to be one of the toughest things. You can see Omen has the inkling that someone is just in front of him, but not
Nice wrap.
Get back up there, but Tommy can make it happen. Nate Dogg in the sights, dealing all the damage to get the plates, but no manifesting of the shield. Crack full, but hey, Pika Almond, he's going for the low ground, trying to hold the pressure off on absolutely everyone. Now waiting for the teammates. The peek comes in and the swing, and just like that, a battle for low ground is ensuing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic fight too, because they know they got to win this for the zone. They do lose noobs in the process, so there goes major player advantage. However, there's 8 players and there's only one duo left on your screen. Tommy and Almond looking to grab this victory. Zepti will finally fall. So Tommy and Almond, you've got Tappa and Nate Dogg, and then you've got Otterize 2v1 for the final fight. And right now TBE's in the best position, kind of. Not a lot of cover down low, albeit they do have the first access to zone.
The question is, how many smokes do they have to be able to close their line of sight as Tappa goes down to Otterize? Almond, though, pushing up, running the issue. They're split, trying to put as much pressure on. Now we're down to the final 2. That 1.8x multiplier, all trying to take down Nate Dogg and Tappa. Nate Dogg drops down. He's going to go down. This should be it. TBE, the old guard, map 1 victors.
Look, when we talked about predictions, I asked everybody under the sun. They said, who's winning it today? They said TBE, and I said, you bet your butt they are. I'm dropping 5 digits that they're winning today, and they won map 1. When Birdseye is active, they can play hyper aggressive and take the right rotations. It is handed to them on a silver platter, and they executed. TBE at the top of the world for a reason, at the top of map 1 as well.
That was just textbook, right? You think back to the very beginning when we started witnessing TBE playing together. I mean, you, me, Dandro, we've seen their entire journey. Let's run back the celebrating moment of that map 1.
I'm making a play, Tom.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
More.
It's two.
I'm hiding up here. I've got angles on like the push.
Yeah, push it up on you. One pushing up.
Okay.
You have a guy there.
Fine. We come in.
One jumped.
Crack, knock.
Let's go, Ben. Come on, man.
Fucking go.
Good fucking shit, boys.
Fucking go.
20?
Holy
Did
fuck.
I see 20 eliminations goes? Was that a 40-point game? You mean we're tying our highest game from yesterday just in map 1?
Yeah, that is the best game from yesterday, dropped by Juki's squad for a total of 40 points to start the day off. Not the biggest game we've seen in World Series of Warzone, but the biggest game we've seen tied in Stage 2. What a way to finish Map 1. TBE, their comms are always clean because they know what they're going to do non-verbally. They use live pings. They've played together for years, and it is paying off here on the biggest stage.
It's just honestly impressive, especially with how gnarly that zone was. I'm just going to use the word gnarly because it was, right? You have everyone trying to come out of Observatory, and the quickest people that set up shop early at the lower edge of that, and we're just able to navigate between the rocks, between the trees, even using loadouts as cover. That was the way to do it.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Well, Tiff, what a way to start off the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 North American Finals. We are not even close to done yet. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hear a really cool interview with Smixie, who's competing today. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Hello everyone, Dream Crazy here, and today I'm joined by an amazing individual. She's been here since the beginning. It is Smixie, and you today are about to play for that Stage 2 qualifiers. I'm so excited to be joined with you. Welcome in, and hey, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So yeah, pretty much I started like my content creator journey just like 6 years ago, but I was pretty much just playing like the passion pit and just streaming scrims kind of thing. Then Warzone came out and I fell in love and then became full-time content creator, and here I am now competing in World Series.
Yeah, and like, well, with being the only female that qualified for Stage 2 from Stage 1, like what does this accolade mean to you? How does it feel?
It feels pretty great. I'm really proud of myself. You know, I always told myself that I could do it, and I did, so I'm very happy with that. Obviously, I wish there was more girls, but you know what? I'm still really proud of myself, so gotta pat myself on the back.
Heck yeah. I mean, not to mention you got the first ever Warzone 2 win, and now you're here. So, like, with that, does that create, like, a certain type of pressure for you?
I'm pretty used to, you know, people having a lot to say about me and being really underrated. So I'm not going in with any extra pressure other than the pressure that I always put on myself to succeed anyway.
Yeah, hey, listen, I can totally relate there, girl. It's like one of those things. How do you stay so locked, though? Like, so composed?
I'm surrounded with so many wonderful people. Like, my community keeps me, you know, like, composed, and then I have wonderful teammates who, you know, bring out the best in me and, you know, really give me confidence in game to know, like, that I can do this as well. So I really am surrounded by lovely people.
And that's the thing, is like having those teammates too, like hype you up and build up that chemistry. It's super, super important, and that's something that, you know, you've been doing with Attract and Flank for quite some time now. And with your team placing 20th, did your team make any adjustments or adaptive strategies heading into Stage 2, or you guys kind of just playing your game, playing comfortable, doing your thing?
I think we're gonna stick to what we know. We already know like who we're gonna fight off the rip pretty much almost every single game. But I do think that we're gonna pay more attention to like our communication in game, because we do tend to deviate a little bit from each other like when we are fighting. So I think just staying like tighter together and just better communication is gonna lead to a better outcome, hopefully.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree there. Communication is key. Chemistry is key. But you guys seem to have been able to do that, though. Stay alive, I feel like, late game. Pick up those eliminations. Just a couple of bad drops, but no doubt that is super important. I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball your way, though, Smixie. If you could have the ultimate female trios dream team to join you, who would it be?
Obviously, I gotta pick my duo Peachy. She's wonderful, and I would probably pick like a Nat or a Chrissy. I've been playing a lot of ranked with Nat, and I've been vibing with her a lot, so yeah.
Love the squad. Hey, you never know. WXC Warzone, we'll see, maybe.
Yeah,
but hey, before I have to let you go here, are there any shout outs or anywhere, you know, where we can find you?
Shout out to my wonderful community, and shout out to my mods, because they do so much work for me and I appreciate them so much. And yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Smixie and Smixie on all socials.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from Smixie here first, and well, good luck into Stage 2 today. I know it's gonna be some tough competition out there, but hey, no doubt in my mind, girl, you got this. Thank you so much again, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Be sure to link your Twitch account if you're tuned in to twitch.tv/Call of Duty to earn a calling card, emblem, and XP tokens on both days of Stage 2 Regional Finals. That's right, fans. The Call of Duty World Series of Warzone is heading to London on September 16th. Be sure to tune in to see who is crowned the best trio in the game. Plus, don't forget about a little surprise, Solo YOLO, where the last player standing brings home some extra winnings. It will all be going down right here, September 16th, so mark your calendars. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 in a regional qualifiers, or should be regional finals, my bad, presented by Prime Gaming. Game 1's done, an exciting game we ended up seeing. And by the way, if you missed any of it, COD_esports going to keep you up to date, not only with the standings, but also maybe some great clips. I know Aiden had a fantastic one hiding down inside of some shrubbery. I call it shrubbery because it wasn't exactly a bush because it's in the desert. Getting way too technical here, all right? I wasn't good at geology. But either way, though, he gets an elimination. I hope that one's up there because that was fun for me. Game 1, that was great treatment, Dandro. Very exciting. Anytime I see an in-game in observatory or around observatory, I'm always a big fan. This was the area, whenever this map was introduced, Warzone 2.0 came out, that I just was maining. So, big fan. But I want to sober it up a little bit, Dream, because even though it was a great Game 1 from a spectator perspective, it wasn't a great Game 1 for some of the teams.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, instantly, of course, I'm thinking of Hisoka's team because they did die to a streak, I believe. It was like one of those moments where they were trying to recover on the map, and it's really hard to do so in these lobbies. It's not ranked play. It's not easy. You have to choose carefully, but they did get third party, got pushed by a streak, and that is unfortunate that they did go down early, but still, they usually end strong.
And you know, Jukies, even though they won yesterday, they didn't have the greatest Game 1. So the point is, it's only Game 1. There's 5 more to go, and I think we can all respect the fact that, hey, there's always going to be a potential for Hisoka and Co. to perform well as the games continue. Now, let's talk about Observatory. I brought it up in the beginning, Dandro. We saw Observatory pretty early on, and it wasn't a surprise that it ended up ending there.
No, not at all. We had this zone that was really kind of right in the center of the map. When you have a zone that's like this, teams want to prioritize Observatory as a power position, right? They want to be able to get up there because no matter where the zone goes, you want to be pushing down from verticality. You don't want to be pushing up. Like we see in some of these highlights, some of these squads that got caught out on the edge, right? They got caught out when they're trying to move up by some of the teams that are pushing it down. And so when it kind of pulls off of you, that's why you can kind of see Tommy and Omen, they tried to wait as long as they could, to kind of stay up here, hold height for as long as they possibly can until eventually they swoop on down and they hold that edge of zone. So Observatory, it's always this kind of like, we call it the peak of Al Mazrah, right? Because it's the spot that you can kind of hold and rotate out of super easy.
I mean, big game. I mean, come on, Dream. 40 total points, 20 eliminations, matching that, tying that of our EU players of Juki's yesterday.
Yeah, and you know what's great about the way that they played that last part of the zone is the fact that they all were alive, right? Like they were the only trio. So like that essentially set them up for success because you had Tommy who was anchoring behind that loadout, and then you had an opportunity for TBE to split up to get the remaining teams. So I believe it was Omen who flanked up top. He took down, I believe that was what, Otter Eyes up there, and then they were able to just collapse on the final team too. So that's the name of the game, right? Try to stay alive as long as possible. But when you're in moments like that, it's definitely beneficial to have all 3 members of the squad up.
That's right. Remember, Savvy Ultra yesterday for EU, they had a huge pop-off Game 1, and that kind of carried them all the way towards the end. Did they get first? No, but they definitely broke into top 15. And with the points being what they are, I don't know what the cutoff's going to be today. I want to say around 60 points for top 15. A 40-point game already. Pretty much kind of seals the deal, at least in my book, for TB, unless something just catastrophic goes wrong with that roster. And also shout out to Rated, Aiden, and Adrian. They were playing very well. Rated off the rip. Had 5 eliminations, like very early on. I think they finished with at least 10 or plus elimination for them. Magnificent had 10 early going. So a high scoring, a high kills for quite a few teams, quite a few trios out there. Dandro, Game 1 is done, but I want to touch on a little bit of something that I found very interesting, and that's our ranked play. And the reason why I like this, because NA's dominating ranked. Like if you look at first, second, third, fourth, fifth, the only number that's missing is 6.
Yeah, I don't know. Where's the 6th place person at? That's what I don't know. Why are they not here? Someone give us a stat check on who that is. But hey, this is just kind of a cool thing to showcase because I think, obviously ranked is very different than the customs that we have here today. But the one thing to note is that the reason you're going to see a lot of these top ranked players, the reason why they perform so well in these customs, because to be here, to be at, the 1 through 10 of the top 250, you have to play an absurd amount of Warzone. Let's just make that very clear, okay? You have to play an insane amount of Warzone. And so these players know the map like the back of their hand. They know when the black sites are spawning. They know how all of the interactions and how all of the changes work, because our World Series of Warzone custom lobby matches the exact same thing as ranked play rule set. So it's no surprise here that when we look at some of the top ranked players, we are seeing some of the top same names on the scoreboard.
It's wild to me. I cannot believe that they are doing that well. And I know it doesn't translate well, but I mean, they're here for a reason, and they're some of the best players that we consistently talk about. So clearly putting in those reps, even if it doesn't necessarily correlate to actual private lobbies, it's paying off, at least in my book. Dream, let's cut the suspense, though. Let's go into our standings, see who's going to be in first. Well, we know who's going to be in first, right? It's going to be Omen, Noobs, and Tommy. But let's go down the list and talk about some other rosters.
Yeah, I mean, followed with that second place, Nate Dogg Fades. I mean, that's Fades. I'm thinking that's who we saw Jay slide into Aiden, right?
That's right.
But those eliminations, right? 20. Nate Dogg alone picked up 11 kills on that game. So that's definitely setting the tone pretty high. And then, of course, yes, I was going to say Smixie's 7th place. We had talked about this. I mean, Smixie going into this was like, she's locked, she's focused. And look at that, 7th place. You just got to keep up the consistency, girl.
Hey, keep it up. Redman was also up there, too. I love that Smixie's representing. We'll see how far she can go with it. We take a look 11 through 20, Dandro. A lot of big names to see swag. Super Evan actually got into a bit of a tussle early on. Destroyed Clutch Bell. Who else?
I mean, yeah, when I'm looking down here, we got one of our qualifier teams, Vombot, Nofo, and Dongi from stage 1, who a little bit of a slow start, but we know what they're possible of, right? We got Team Ebates, who's down there pulling up 7 eliminations. They get that little bit of a multiplier, 9.8. So the key thing to look for some of these squads, right? We look at this average is around like 11 to 12 points per game that you want, right? So even though they didn't have this banger insane game number 1, still getting this amount of points on the board, it still feels pretty good when we move on. It's some of these teams down at the bottom, though, that I think really got to maybe pick it up, that we got to look, say, okay, you didn't have a good game 1. Mainly Team Biffle, Sage, and Shifty down there at the bottom. Not something we expected.
And Magnificent also down there. So we're going to be focusing more and more as the games continue on that top 15 position, right? Because that's where you stamp your ticket to the Global Finals. But it's only game 1. Game 2 is locked and loaded. Let's bring in our casters once again. We got Spider, Tiff, and Goj. Game 2. I hope it's just as exciting. Goj, I know you're a big fan of the water fights. Maybe we'll get some chaos water fights going, but maybe I just cursed and who knows. But without further ado, Tiff, Goj, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. It goes, yeah, water fights, please do not bring those into existence for us. We got enough of it yesterday with a little bit of Marshlands action, and we saw the loadout spewing. No one had pistols, and that rotation looked a little bit chaotic. But here's the deal. We just went through a lot of the leaderboard, Goj, and there was one name in particular that was missing, and that was Team Hisoka. 2 points in 42nd place. This is very similar to what we saw with Juki's yesterday.
Yeah, you can never count that team out. As we get into map number 2 and take a look at our map here, these are the big question marks in my mind. Is the POIs. Where are we dropping, Tiff? Because when Hisoka drops somewhere, they always get in early encounters. They want to take those gunfights early and get some points on their leaderboard. Maybe it didn't pay off last time, you know? Like maybe that hyper-aggressive playstyle that we expect them to play doesn't work and they need to pivot. But you're right. Juki's did it yesterday. Still won the whole tourney. Never count this team out. We just getting started.
You definitely can't count them out. And honestly, those precision airstrikes, you can't count them out either, as we get this beautiful overview of the city, some of the highest points of the map. I know I've sat on top of that building holding people out on rotations before, and you know our teams are going to be doing it here today. But if I'm Hisoka, I'm Skullface, and I'm Mayapo, I am throwing down no small mistakes. I'm taking every precaution for any precision airstrikes that are looking my way, and I am going to show out from the rising stars of Warzone to the World Series of Warzone here at Al Mazrah. We got game 2, baby.
Starting off yet again, taking some early shots. Nico Infinite, Browlick, this squad, one of our qualifier teams, back at it again with a new 3rd instead of Frozone. Browlick is a great pickup, moving over from Mutex's roster. And speaking of a roster too, I think they're playing in person at Optic Arena. I don't know what that rotation was, Daft. That one hurts though. Running out in the open, full team of 3 on a building. These early gunfights are going to come back to bite you because you're going to be working on stabilizing for the first 5-10 minutes of the game.
Well, at least they're staying consistent to the drop spot locations that you were talking about, right? You have to know exactly where all that cash is coming from, and these have been the priority areas on drop. You want to hit the cash registers, grab the cash off the shelves, and from then work on prioritizing grabbing your loadout, because, you know, if you're not going to be landing near strongholds, which are likely going to be a little more contest heavy, that is a safer way to get moving. Sure, you might have to contest one team with some pistols, but we jump on over. Brolic, Desmond, well, you said water. It's not a water zone, but we're going to hold some people out with it.
Yeah, I would love to take a look at that circle when we get a chance to. It looks like Tricky Rick, Studley, Dr. Drummer landing over here by Caves with exact in time. Where is Doug is Raw? That's the big question. This is a fun trio that kind of came out of the woodwork, came out of nowhere. Doug is Raw played with Karma last time around, and well, let's just say they didn't do great. I think 48th overall, but joining up with the likes of Exact, who also didn't have the tournament of his life or anything. Iceman, Isaac, and Lucky trying to reverse some of that luck.
Every time I see Exact, I just think of the time that I went into the most insane gulag of my entire life and he won. Dr. Drummer able to grab the knock onto time with the full. Now Exact gonna have to clutch up in a big time way, and I know he's got the gunny because I felt it firsthand.
Yeah, this will be tough. Studley and Dr. Drummer, though, lacking plates from what I could tell. Might let Studley go down. I don't know. Here's the circle. Yeah, not so much centrally located there, Tiff. The circle pops back up. It'll be bottom right of your screen is what we're airing towards. So likely you're going to see some teams kind of hang out in airport. You already see Team 6 hanging out there, which of course is Team Locksteel. That's a squad that's already in theoretical right position for near in game, but anything can happen. It's Warzone.
That is true. Anything can happen in a battle royale. We got a little bit of RNG. We saw Locksteel going down early because it's going to be DBZ that is at airport with them as we keep watching this engagement here. Team Exact still trying to make something happen. Doug is Raw is back. Able to grab a knock and a full onto Dr. Drummer. Meanwhile, Huskers on Rational and Scummin still facing some definite issues for that early game. And speaking of issues, Studley trying so hard, able to full one member of that team, put them down to a team of 2 before going out. Not a bad way to do it. Bonk, Future, Yeet over on the right-hand side of your screen. Looks like they're pressuring out another team, making their rotation as someone flies in overhead.
Yeah, Bonk Squad is a fun one to talk about as well. Everybody always says, well, they can't get enough kills to make it. They always have placement, and they're here to prove us wrong. They got 17th in the qualifiers for stage 2. They replaced Stellar with Yeet, who came over from playing with OP Marked and Devious. So it will be fun. Sorry, Shaded Step. Devious jumped into that third. OP Marked's team did not make it through stage 2 qual, so their right changed. But IQ Arrays, right, a team that maybe surprised those that don't know them well. Some young guns, well, some young guns, some old guns on this team. IQ, a young gun that's making waves in the content scene, is in a tough fight here in the middle of this building. All 3 of these players are storied Warzone players. Got good Kim as well, and finding one. IQ in trouble, races there to play follow-up. Does get the trade. The boys, they've been playing together since Verdansk, one of Twitch rivals way back in the day. And nice trade, albeit we've lost a life.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's what we're talking about, that chemistry, knowing how your teammates are going to play, knowing when you need to come in, grab that trade so you can mitigate the loss of life, and then knowing, hey, do we have the cash immediately to go ahead and hit that buyback? But Classic Pain Zepti, you know, on your screen, trying to make something happen over here. Smixie, though, got knocked by Sitrep and just got her vengeance back onto him elsewhere.
This is a fun fight if we stick with it. Solidify Riaz, the winners of the qualifiers. Yet watch Waldo saying, I think we can third party, gentlemen. Let's creep on the bridge. I love it.
Counter UAV. Now Waldo's here to play. Riaz, that young gun, just turned 18, finally able to compete here in the stage 2. But you've got to watch for Waldo.
Yeah, it's a great third party. It looks like Solidify and Riaz are a little bit pinched here. Zepti, Classic Pain. They've got a decent high ground position, at least Pain does, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much. Now, here's my big question, Tiff. Is this the curse of the top seed from qualifiers? Like,
it might be.
This is a talking point. Riaz's team didn't have a great start last map. They're doing okay. They're in like 20-something, and now they're getting pushed by a full team of 3. Not going to be able to win this one. Hopefully, the third can get out of dodge, but the top team from Qual solidifies here. Oh, Xenon's here as well. Just flew back in. Wait a minute. They've got a chance. Track goes down. It's a 1v1. Talk about a curse. Maybe it's a reverse curse. Swing it back. Prove me wrong here.
Daddy in an F-Tac siege. Can it be enough for Watch Waldo? It's not. Xenon absolutely annihilates them. And that was what you needed. The perfect timing of coming back in from the gulag. And, you know, I've had the chance to randomly queue in with Xenon, and dude dropped like 30 plus kills in the resurgence. And I was like, all right, legend.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is that guy, right? And then my chat was like, oh my God, he's like TikTok famous. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Great. Love that for him.
He's like one of the ultimate thirds. There's a handful of people out there that can play with anybody. Xenon can play with anybody and fry out and play a fantastic role. Has won some things on small lands over at Comic-Con or otherwise, and excited to see him continue to compete here today. That'll be a fun team to watch, of course. But you called out Riaz's age, obviously a very young player. And, you know, I was talking about the curse of the top seed as we continue to see some more encounters here in the graveyard. I think the top seed from quals, aside from EU Stage 1, none of them have qualified. So we need to break that curse like now. And even the Stage 1 top seed didn't qualify for Global Land yet. So we need somebody to step up and make some moves. Hopefully Riaz's team can do that. Devo finds one, making this fight a little bit easier. Hopefully grab the res.
Should be able to make it happen. Let's see. XL there, still over towards where that buy station typically is. Smoke and run here. Devo gonna hit the reload. Does have his loadout, which makes things different. I still love that the Cronin Squall is in the meta for this. Now it's just fully auto, which makes it a little bit more unique for me. I can't hit my single shots, bro.
Jeff, believe in yourself. You can do anything with confidence. That's what the kids are saying these days. Let's swing over. Here's our top seed from Stage 1. Currently still inside the top 5. A solid game 1, even despite getting 3rd, 4th, 5th partied on the edge of mountains. A little bit of unlucky zone pull. They're still going to make waves, though. Looking to find a fight here. Rated not around currently. So it's going to be Aiden and Adrian fighting Rayskis in Hollywood. Rayskis stepping in for, I believe it was Nadia, who originally had the spot.
Big fight then. 2 eliminations thus far for Aiden. Not really pushing the issue here for this engagement. They're safe. They don't have to go out just yet, but we've seen a lot of teams looking for the perfect setup to take a fight, especially with Rayskis having ultimate high ground on the other building.
Dongi, Nofo, Von Bot, Dan called him out. They had a great Stage 1 performance, made it to 9th overall, looking to better that or at least maintain it. Top 15 going to Global Land Finals in London. That's what you got to get. Looking for about 12.8 points per game on average. Nofo and Co looking pretty strong today. But interesting spot here on the rooftops. This is one of those spots, Tiff. This could be a fight that goes on for 5-6 minutes at least, with 3 teams all around, but all on rooftops. Just a look at that map, though. Some of our teams favoring Albagra Fortress, looking at Airport, going to south. There's still a sizable amount of teams, though, on the northern side of this map that are likely going to have to rotate down. But again, it's Warzone. Anything can happen. It can start pulling back up to Shireen Pass.
Yeah, you've got Team Z-Laner, aka DBZ, that is just on the outside of the airport, kind of running that shoreline. They won that engagement in airport early on and kind of remained supreme of that team that had it. But we have to start looking of what are they assuming that this is going to go towards, right? You've won your fights, you've got your loadout, you have obviously mortar strikes that are going to be boot. You just want to keep people off that ultimate high ground, and if you, okay, you're taking ultimate high ground. That's what we love to see. Tap and Nate Dogg, they were within the top 3 based off their performance in map number 1. That 2 right there, the duo that went up against TBE in that end game. But Destroy is ready to shoot fish out of the water.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in this early. Like, we're already hiding in the water. There's still 41 teams left, but swing back over to Nofo, funding in the counter. Does trade out 1. Does be able to get a follow-up here from Bonbot, and pushing the equation on the Elo. Elo's gonna back up. Nice self-revive to stay with an advantage. Should be a 2v1 here if their third can't get here in time. Looks like trying to rush over, at the very least fly over and give some aerial comms.
Keeping out. This isn't a bad area of the map to be in. It just gets relatively open when you're going to be thinking about the rotation you're going to have to make towards airport, and that's going to be the hard part of it. But Destroy,
oh, yeah.
Let's get it. They are making moves over here.
Well, Tiff, here's the thing. DBZ, 14th overall, so just barely theoretically qualifying if Stage 1 was going to Global Lands, right? Like, they did okay. They did fine. This is exactly the place FIFA Kill was at yesterday, right? They qualified 14th in Stage 1 in EU. They pushed all the way up to 5th. Will DBZ kind of like compound upon that success? Will it be the boon of spot 14 rather than the curse of first in quals? I think it's possible. I think this team is similar to FIFA Kill's team. They've got a lot of Kim, albeit they might even actually have more Kim. DBZ's been playing together for a long time, specifically Destroy and Clutch Belk, of course, been playing together for a very long time, convinced Z to pick up Belk, and they had a great run, especially late Verdansk, early Caldera, until things changed for a while where it was just Destroy and Z laner. Now, back together again. They would love to compound upon some success, finally find that tournament win they've been waiting for a while. As we take a look at a different team, for Jace, one of your top slayers from Stage 1, looking decent today. They had a solid map one, nothing to shake a nose at, as they say. And Prospects found an angle here, Tiff. I'm not sure what he's able to do with it, though.
Yeah, we have Team Twitty on high ground to the right, just gets fully eliminated now. When you've got the major squad coming in, that one map number 1 holding you out just a little bit, you have to start getting a little nervous. Tommy and Almond over on the right-hand side of your screen, trying to make some things happen, rack up maybe even more than 20 eliminations. But back to your DBZ conversation, they have rotated out, because last we saw them, Destroy was on top of the tower with the helicopter, and then I was immediately like, all right, well, they're doing work over here. That's a massive rotation. Do they think the zone is going to pull more that way where it makes sense for them, or are they just going to look for some more eliminations before getting set up for that end game? Because you can see on your right hand side of the screen the overall standings. Team Almond 45 points thus far, 40 points alone of that coming from map number 1. But once again, we have to beg the question of, where is Team Hisoka?
Yeah, it's a great question, and if we've got some people behind the scenes that can let us know if they're alive at all, that would be good to know. The winners of World Series of Warzone in 2022, back with the same squad they had before to win that tournament, struggling early in this tournament, but plenty of Warzone to be played. Omega's going to push the equation here and make sure Van Nucci is not going to be able to play plenty of Warzone in this map. 3v1, sorry bud, you honked at a gas station and said come get me. I don't know what you want from me.
Hey, anyone here? Just want to make sure this is a little bit cleared up. I'm going to get some gas here. No, you're getting annihilated, kind sir. You do not hit that horn here in Al Mazrah. It's not allowed, especially with Licks here. Tapify and Omega holding that high ground. This is not a bad spot to set yourself up on, especially if you're playing for rotations out of Observatory or any of that nature. But Eno, check out Almond in the whip, pretty much encircling in on the prey as Tommy falls in, and just like that, should be done and dusted for that player.
It's sad. TBE's pushing a building. You're all alone. Like, it's just, you just lay down, like grenade yourself. I don't know.
Lay down. No, I'd be like, I would call my mom, be like, Mom, come get me. I'm scared. TBE's here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're driving a truck around, you're kind of avoiding some audio cues so that you can push in from multiple angles, grab the kill. Very well done, TBE, continuing to find kills. We'll check in with him later. You'll likely see them top 15 this map. Licks continue to play aggressive. I think this is something you're going to be seeing all day today. We've mentioned it multiple times. Birdseye is forcing teams, and allowing teams rather, to play super aggressive. Tapify trying to find Oak Boy and not able to do so. But a team like Licks, a team that has a lot to prove. We've talked to Juju in Stage 1 who said the same. We talked to Rated today who said the same. We talked to Lennon yesterday who said the same. Confidence is key, Tiff. You've got to take every single fight with any advantage you can take, but take that fight knowing you can win it no matter who's on the other side. So as much as we joke about laying down for TBE, take that fight against TBE knowing you can win, because anybody can win a team fight in Warzone if done correctly.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. There's that med plate carry that you're seeing. So in the hands of Blast. So keep that in mind. Quicker heals for Blast and better reses as well as they begin this rotation. We thought this was going to be a really difficult area, that buy station back near the tower. TBE, we just witnessed them driving on the outskirts of the ring, cleaning some people up, and now beginning to rotate in as well. But just on the inside, they're relatively safe. Blast, Intex playing for the building in front of them, but it's going to be Invader and Co. just on the inside. So when you're rotating in for a bit of a sandwich, but Z-Laner, they're going big here as well, looking for some space here on the outside of Edge zone, trying to clean up as much as they can, but Destroy gonna get pressured.
Yeah, I would love to keep an eye on DBZ. They had an amazing spot inside a zone earlier, Tiff, like you called out. Then they went on the hunt. They started pushing the equation, and apparently it paid off for him. I think that was Destroy or whoever was showing first. I think they had like 8 kills already with 37 teams up. I mean, that's a lot. We're talking, you're looking for a total amount of point average of 12.8 per game. That's a fantastic start to this map. We're just now in 3rd circle. Like we're moving into the 4th. Like plenty of game to be played still.
Yeah, 18 minutes in, we had 30 teams remaining. We're on par for that. 16 minutes into map number 2, 36 up, 93 players. Clumsy on your screen. 2 eliminations, just about 1,000 damage. Not a bad play here, but navigating through some of these buildings, when the edge of ring happens around these styles, you'll see people kind of camping down in there, but you can't get away from blast index.
Yeah.
They just deathballed them.
Yeah.
The entire team just got wiped. Thanos snapped, gone.
Yeah, body stack, body stack, body stack. It wins every single fight for the most part. There's edge cases, of course, but a great play there from Blast's team, a team that everybody's looking at to say, hey, maybe this is your tourney. Haven't had a lot of success at the very top of the leaderboard, but always in the equation. Speaking of in the equation, there they are. Hisoka, Meapo, Skullface. Hey, they're playing, and they're having a great game. Skullface on 4, staring down the barrel at their fish inside of the house. Braxton's squad actually in a pretty decent position to hold this building. I think it's a very tough fight to take unless they get lucky with a precision airstrike through the window.
Don't even say precision airstrikes around this squad. We're not going to bring that up here, but go ahead and talk about how Jukies in yesterday's EU lobby was able to start outside the 30th place mark and then completely took top 10 after, then went to 5th place. That's what I'm looking at. And if any other team can essentially do that here in North America, it's going to be the one on your screen right now. The come up has been real. We talk about Rising Stars of Warzone back in the early days of Verdansk. It has been Hisoka, Skullface, and even Meapo since the beginning of time. Sure, they've played around with their 3rd. Meanwhile, Skullface going to go down. Vanessa and Co need to stand up for that team, but here comes the push. 2 are going to swing, able to fully eliminate, but 1 member of that team able to get out of dodge, but pushes straight into another team. That should be a wipe for them.
Ideally, you win that gunfight without losing a teammate. If you lose one, it's not the end of the world, but those free lives come back to bite you. Think about having to stabilize again as a teammate, especially trying to buy their 3rd back with how many teams were around them. It's an unfortunate loss, but a good team fight win against a hard fight.
All right, E-Bates, DJ Moss, the hydrated menace of the squad, paired up with Z Smith, who has popped off in a lot of co-ed tournaments prior. Little 2v2 action, but I guess hydration isn't going to help you when you're going to get flanked from the rear. Got to watch out. Hey, Chocolate and Strixie are moving in. Now E-Bates fully turned around. He is an absolute IGL to its core. E-Bates has all the strats that I will not drop on main because I'm not allowed to. I'll leave that to Dandro.
Yeah, it's a tough fight though for Smith. Getting pinched, you get Shifty down below. You've got Chocolate behind flanking, some teammate on teammate violence. Chocolate and Z-Smith actually won a LAN in New York only a couple days ago, I think it was, for $5,000. So he's going to be writing home about that one and saying, hey, maybe you give me a little bit more of that price pool than you originally did. But Shifty is able to kind of sneak out. He's going underground. So Z-Smith should be fine for now, but not in a great spot for in-game. Remember how important player advantage is for these final fights. 27 teams left. We're starting to get into those multipliers, and they are key to your success. We saw how close this tournament will get from the top to 15th spot. It might come down to less than 1 point.
Little bit of recon drone action here at the hands of Believe. They still have to rotate out, and it's not TBE this time. They've already rotated a little bit of head, but now it's Team Aiden. If you're going to be surrounded by some top tier teams, you're making your journey a little bit more challenging. But if you get out of this scenario and take down a heavy hitter, that's got to exude confidence. Collect, though, running into some issues here on this rotation. The drop off after this building here, they're going to have to go straight to low ground. You can see Adrian from this beautiful free cam shot trying to find damage onto Intex, Blast, and Believe, but the redeploy balloon, there we go, hitting the drone, go.
I like it. I like this wrap from Adrian. I think this is going to be incredibly tough to rotate on the ground. Look how many teams here on this edge of zone trying to push in. So instead, Adrian's going to try to fly over and hopefully not get shot out of the air. Everybody's focused on the ground right now. No one's shooting at the air with how many teams are in this area. 27, 23. Blast is having a hell of a game. He's got to keep up the pace. They need to make it into the top 10 to really secure a high value amount of points.
Bradman and Co, Joe down on the left-hand side of the zone, kind of in a little bit of a valley. But with the issue of being in a valley, the moment someone peeks over the side, you will basically be shooting fish in a barrel. So they're going to have to find a way to rotate out of that rather quickly, because that zone is going to pull ever so more into the open. A little bit of a mobile buy station coming in for the end game. Collect. Sebas, Mr. Daft, and J-Devise just ahead of them. One drill charge to boot would be beneficial to utilize that here.
Yeah, Team 30 is a fun one. They had to make a last second, literally second before game one substitution for Valid Hands, who's not playing today. Sir Taylor is going to step in and take charge of that team, so we'll see how they're able to do given the shakeup in Kim. Smixie sitting on 5. An incredible interview with Dream. We'll see if that bodes well for her. Blast is out of here. Squad 23, a fantastic start. Did make it to top 15 or so, not to the top 10 that I shouted out, but still a solid game for Blast Squad. Watch out for that team on the leaderboard. You're likely going to see them inside of top 5, but look at Smixie, flanked, attract, all alive, albeit edge of zone, rocking that sniper to try to grab some early entry flags. They have to win this gunfight here and free up this rotation, or they are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but even if they get this rotation just out of this building, they need to find some kind of cover to play for just a little bit, because they're going to have that uphill rotation, and that is going to be so challenging. I don't care if Attract has the Signal 50 in his hand. You have to play the best rotation I've ever seen. Restock, smoke grenades, hit your shots with that Signal 50. And just before this entire Stage 2 tournament, they were talking about, what is the Signal 50 loadout? What is the best one? They're like, I don't know. Bredman's got his loadout, so I wonder if they went with Bredman's loadout for the Signal 50 here.
Big game. Attract on 6, flanked on 3. That's at least 9. Smix was on 5. I think that's 14. Count them.
That's a big game.
Hey, look, it's Russ in the ground grabbing a free kill on flank. You hate to see that when you had a 3-person player advantage. Now you're down to 2. Still a solid spot to work with. You're going to have to creep in with a lot of solos there in the woods. After losing 1 and hopefully grabbing this res, they've got to be checking corners. Look who's ratting out. Soka, Bush, Wookie, McGee looking for a free pick, and will get it. See you, Smixie. Or sorry, Track. Smixie last alive for her squad and now in trouble. Both get knocked. See ya.
Attract was able to get that self-res off, but Smixie didn't have one. Now Hisoka going in, but it's going to be Vincent who's able to take him down. Keep an eye out. The duo that is still alive. E-Bates, and then I jinx it because Z-Smith goes down, but where is E-Bates? Because that was not a full elim. He's all the way on that western side of the zone, but Squad 38 here, Omen, Rob Easy, they are a duo. So the question is, can Vincent rotate in, take minimal damage, and E-Bates, will you be able to just hide behind the loadout? No, you get cracked. You cannot hide from Omen. This is going to be a big game for them as they turn their sights towards Vincent.
2v1, V1 turns into a 2v1. Vincent on the low ground has a little bit of a hill to work with, but Rob Easy pushing the equation. We're winning this. We've got stuns. See you later. Rob Easy grabs the victory for his team. That's 4 from Rob and a massive map 2 victory for the team on screen. Very well done, taking the high ground position, winning the gunfight. I will say that looked a lot more free and clear because Soka was able to full wipe Smixie's team. Smixie's squad was in a great position. Soka said not today.
Yeah, that was a really tough rotation coming out of that last building in the marshlands, knowing that everything is uphill and you only have like one kind of spot to get up there. But let's run that victory moment back.
Let's fucking go.
Fuck yes!
I'm on.
That's what I'm fucking talking about, bro! Tell me the fuck up! Holy shit!
Fucking shit, Rob. Let's go, baby.
Team Omen, they are juiced and jacked up. They are ready to go. Very well done. It's a 20-point game. That's real solid. Nothing insane, but they played the zone perfectly and they grabbed the map victory. They're going to be in the equation for London. There's no question about it. Will they be able to have the consistency, though, Tiff? That's the question.
Hey, we said that yesterday in the EU finals. Could Team Echo have that consistency? They won one game. It wasn't the biggest of points, but they were able to double down and grab 2. Can Team Omen do the same thing? They were 13th place in the stage 2 qualifiers, coming in looking to stamp their passports and go to the global LAN finals, and they've already won map number 2.
Tiff, here's the crazy part. Mortality's a part of that team, got 26th in the stage 2 quals, and then gets picked up by this team. So, I mean, this is a fun squad to watch out for. Let's pay attention to this team. If they can keep up that momentum, they could shock the world. You might not have heard of them, but you might have heard of them after today. What a fun map too, Tiff. I'm excited to see where TBE fell. I'm excited to see where Aiden's team fell. I'm excited to see where Smixie's team will be on the leaderboard after a banger of a map. Don't go anywhere, folks. Map number 2 done and dusted. We still have 4 more maps to go and an amazing death to break it all down.
On me too if you need. Grab the heli, I've got a durable.
Okay. I'm just gonna land in the tower, I think, for real. Maybe, I don't know.
Alright, listen, hop in. We gotta fly high and take a building. Yep.
I'm just gonna land there.
Okay, take the Zervin. Let's go try and take one of these blue ones. They're great.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What'd you say?
Underground. Well, it could be a play like grab and go underground and just drop it to the best.
Yeah, I'm about to have to fucking get out. Hold up. I'm gonna try to chop this kid. Hold on.
There's shit all over, and I'm just gonna land in the tower.
Oh, never mind.
Jesus, bro.
Did we even hear that?
No, I had no clue, bro. Literally about made me drop my controller.
I'm just trying to like.
games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow @COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. That's right, fans. The Call of Duty World Series of Warzone is heading to London on September 16th. Be sure to tune in to see who is crowned the best trio in the game. Plus, don't forget about a little surprise, Solo YOLO, where the last player standing brings home some extra winnings. It will all be going down right here September 16th, so mark your calendars. And welcome back, everybody, to World Series of Warzone Stage 2 in a regional finals presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dream Crazy Dantro. We're going to break down Game 2. 2 games down, 4 more to go. But Game 2 gets us a new winner, which I always love to see. Yesterday, we had a back-to-back winner. This time around, Dream, it's going to be a fresh team. What do we know about Omen & Co. and how impactful is that win?
Well, I mean, listen, that was an impactful game, but I need to see the scores, of course. But these guys, of course, they had played through the Stage 1 quals, and to be able to take a map here right now is absolutely insane. But the highlights on the screen really quickly before we get too deep into that, there was just a couple of points that I wanted to make about this game, how crazy it was, especially this squad right here, DBZ, on your screen. How crazy was it? It looked like they were just frying the lobby. The rotations, how it didn't benefit them. And I think it was SpiderTiff later on that said, hey, they literally looked like they were holding kills over by the waterfront. They got the high ground. They rotated out. But this lobby right here felt like it just was like so many more teams were super aggressive and caught in these crazy scenarios.
I love that you brought up the zones, you brought up the marshlands. D'Angelo, let's take a bit of a deeper dive into that concept, right? Because marshlands tends to trip a lot of teams up. What were some of the teams that saw the marshlands, avoided them, and found themselves in a good position?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know if it was about what team specifically, but it was just, let's go to Vegas, because you basically have to put all in on black or red and win the 50-50 here, because so many teams came into marshland and they had it set up early, right? Because they want to catch the teams. It's all openings around marshland, right? And then you're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna catch all these people trying to come in. The zone then pulls completely to the opposite side, and all of those teams are just left out in the open, and we see our winners, Omen, Rabizi, and Mortality. They were just kind of holding that high ground when that zone pulled over, and that's where they found a lot of their kills at the end, which kind of just let them be able to take that map win. So, obviously sometimes you make a risk, you make a gamble for it. If that zone had pulled away from them, they're kind of out of luck. Hopefully they have durable gas masks to make some sort of gas play. But I mean, obviously it worked out for them, and for some of our squads, well, better luck next time.
Better luck next time for Smixie. Hey, she killed it too. One team to keep note of. I can't wait to see the standings, see where she's going to be at. She was number 7. Did that good game, put her up in the top 5? We'll find out. But let's take a little bit of a break on that and bring in our game winner. We got Omen, who takes game number 2. Congratulations, man. That's a big win on one of the biggest stages for World Series of Warzone. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling great, man. I mean, we got caught in a blender off rip. We had Tommy's team pushing us out over at City, and then we just kept dying. We finally got to regain Zaya, and we just got lucky with the zone pull, like you guys were saying. Job's not done yet.
Stories about that. I love hearing regain stories, right? Because I think a competitor, it's easy to be a competitor and everything's going right, and then it's hard to be a great competitor and win a game when everything is really tough. Getting into the blender, being pushed, having to regain. So good on you for doing that, and I think that raises the stock, at least in my mind. Talk to me about, kind of forming your team for this stage. I know you guys went with Mortality. What was that route like?
So I had a couple different teams. Some people got dropped, just stuff besides the point. But ultimately, we ended up just playing ranked, and we had some really good games, and we just saw the chem was there, and we just decided to ride it out.
There you go, ride it out, baby.
Chemistry is definitely key. You had mentioned that you did have that crazy encounter with TBE. When you see teams like that, because obviously these level of players, it's very tough. In those moments, do you guys get a little bit scrambly, or do you just you know what, we're just going to take the confidence and we're going to push them?
So 2 days ago during those customs, we were getting scrambly. We decided yesterday that I was going to be the IGL, so we were just working off one brain. So it definitely helps keep everything centered, so we don't get too chaotic, crazy things like that. So that's really what helps with regaining and stuff like that.
I absolutely love that. You mentioned you're kind of the IGL of the squad. You figured that out just a couple days ago. Talk to me about your teammates, though, right? I think you guys are kind of one of the underrated squads. Maybe not everyone knows you that well. So talk to me kind of like, what are the strengths that each of your teammates brings that really kind of obviously lets you be able to have the prowess to win map 2?
I mean, to be honest, we're all shooters. I mean, these are people that I'm playing with that everybody has been kind of just pushing it aside, not really looking at us as if we're just like the underdogs right now. And I take pride in that, you know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that my teammates are always set up in the best possible spot so we can always be successful.
All right, Omen, the underdogs, right? Winning game number 2 and going from underdogs to top dogs. We'll see where you finish, and maybe we'll be interviewing you again for the winner's interview.
Sure.
Anything you want to say to your fans before you go to game number 3?
I mean, I don't really have fans. I got supporters, man. I love everybody that's been helping me on this journey. And, yeah, I can't wait to be at the top dogs. Hoping to get top 15. Let's get it.
That's right, baby. Hey, Omen, this is where you gain the fans, okay? And that's why I like the format for World Series of Warzone as it is, because it gives you guys a chance to get a bigger platform. So congratulations and best of luck for the remaining games.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, brother. Hey, good stuff coming out from Omen. Great to see new faces popping up. Like you said, he really doesn't have fans, but I'm one of them now because that Game 2 victory was awesome. Dream, let's pull up our standings, see who's still in first, who is breaking into top 15, and how the lay of the land is kind of looking. Still got Omen Tommy Noobs up there in first, but who else joins into the mix?
Oh, well, I'm instantly looking at my girl, Team Smixie, representing, oh my goodness, second place. So that nice jump up from 7th to 2nd. And, you know, one of the squads she took out too was that 4th place team, Team Aiden. They were able to wipe out, I saw there on the screen, I think it was like the 4th or 5th zone there. So yeah, the fact that these guys still 7th place is Warriors. It seems like Team Joho, they like to sit right there, just slowly working their way up. But the points though, the point difference that is just so close across the board.
Yeah, pretty tight, right? Going from 2nd even down to 10th. Danger would take a look 11th through 20. A lot of familiar names once again. Hisoka, though, the big one, had a rough game 1. Game 2 puts him up to 15.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we saw with Juki's yesterday, right? You maybe have a lackluster game 1, game 2, you finally start feeling the fingers are warm, you're feeling a little bit better on the map, and by game 3, you're full force, and I got to imagine that's kind of what Soka and them are feeling. We also got a shout out, of course, our Stage 2 qualifier team who are in a similar boat, right? Game number 1 wasn't so hot for them. Game number 2, they're now sitting in 16th, just a couple of points behind Soka and them, and they're looking to kind of continue making their way on up. And, well, yet again, Team Biffle, they were kind of a little bit more down, you know, after map number 1, slowly making their way up. So it seems like some teams are kind of becoming a little bit more comfortable on the map. Maybe are going to start frying, especially as we get ready to head into our 3rd map of the day.
I saw down there in 30th, Mutex, right? Another heavy hitter with the heavy hitter squad. We'll see if they can get up that leaderboard. We're now moving into game number 3. So getting towards that halfway point now is where you really want to start stepping it up, figuring things out if you haven't already. Hopefully everybody's got the jitters out of the way, right? Shaky hand syndrome. It's no longer existent. Game 3 is where you start locking it in. So let's hop into it, right? Let's get things started. Bring in our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. Excited for this next one. It should be a lot of fun, and let's see if Smixie can maybe even overtake it first place. That would be a big come up.
A big come up for sure. She has been an absolute grinder, and I'm so excited to see her sitting at 2nd place in the leaderboard. But something that was said, Goj, I know you wrote it down. I know I wrote it down too. It's we're the underdogs, and we take pride in that. It's the World Series of Warzone. This is where teams will rise, and yes, teams will fall. And Team Omen looked so good in map number 2. Makes me so much more excited for map number 3.
Playing under pressure, especially at this stage, is very difficult, especially if you don't have a lot of experience. And as we get into map number 3 and take a look at it, I think that Team Omen falls in that category. If they can take that pressure and channel it into their gameplay, continue to rack up wins, or at the very least a sizable amount of eliminations, you're likely going to see them in London with something more to prove on a global stage. So excited to watch the storyline unfold, and there are several other storylines unfolding around us. Tiff, we said Team Smixie all the way up to 2nd place. Team Intex, we watched a sizable amount of. They were playing for slaying out. They were playing for eliminations, and it paid off. They're now in 8th place as well.
I mean, that's massive, right? Think about the qualifiers, the teams that had to put it all on the line. EU only had 1 in the top 15. We've got Team Classic Pain, Team Omen, Team Nate Dog Beast, all within the top 10. Our qualifier teams are coming in and we're getting ready to drop in. So buckle up, guys. Get yourself in the drop spot and let's get it underway.
Hey, I will shout out a track 2 running that Signal 50 and in second place right now. Maybe he's got a little bit of that cheese we were talking about yesterday. Maybe something working out for him when they're rocking that sniper. If you can enter, man, that would be fantastic. But, oh my goodness, Tiff.
Yeah, the plane line. This plane line is atrocious. We are flying. All right, now one ticket here to Al Mazrah City. As we jump on board, you look down south, you will see the airport, and just ahead will be the bay. But we're coming on with 10X. They're heading on over one to contest early.
Well, we haven't not seen Raise and IQ fighting early, so at least that's consistent. This is going to change up everything, folks. When you start thinking about a plane line like this that rotates through, not even rotates, just straight down the south edge of the map, it totally changes the game, Tiff, because a lot of these teams have favorite drop spots. They might have 1 to 2 to 3. Some of them might have 4. And you have to think about these edge cases, but you don't plan for them necessarily. This isn't like, hey, what if this plane line happens? What do we do? So now people are scrambling. Huskers on Rational Scummin in a little bit of trouble trying to answer back with the pistol and able to do that. But there's even a third team here as Asum comes in, I think wipes everybody.
Oh my gosh, goodbye, Co. Z-Smith also down and out. Huskers and Irrationals team looking a little sus and going straight to the gulag. And this is challenging, right? Because you think about all the teams that are going to be landing Fortress. They're going Bay, Cemetery, Sawab Village. No Tarak Village, no Oasis. Rohan Oil is going to be a massive stretch.
Right.
So, oh, Lord. May the odds be ever in your favor. May the gunny be on point.
Well, at least Traverse's team won out on Fortress here. I would love to take a look at the map and see where we're at with the overall circle. This is gonna be an interesting one. Whoa. Okay, so
I'm not laughing, I swear. Oh my gosh, look at that. Gosh, this is atrocious. Team Z-Laner, though, airport once again. This is good for them.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. Like, obviously the line was weird. The circle is weird. Half the circle's not even in the zone. But a lot of teams stretched. I mean, look how far some of these teams are.
Impressive.
Team 42 is in Village. What are we doing up there? I guess it's a free loot spot. You can get fully locked and loaded up, but you're not going to find an elimination for like 10 minutes.
Nah, it's all right. Bonk, Yeet, Future is game. They just want to vibe. Let them be. They're going to go up north, get their loadie, and then they'll show up 20 minutes into the game.
Hey, you know what? Whatever works. I won't question it until it doesn't work later. Then I'll reference it back and call you out. So we'll keep an eye on that. But speaking of calling people out, this is the squad everyone has had their eyes on. Top slayers in the game, period. In general, some of the top earners in the game have yet to perform on main stage. Snuck by on 10th, moves Shifty into the rotation, was one of the top slayers during stage 1, 31 total eliminations just by himself. This team, it's a team that may play too aggro sometimes, and maybe that's what's hurt them in the first 2 maps. They're sitting at about 20th place right now.
Hey, gotta do what you gotta do. And honestly, I'm very impressed with a lot of the teams being able to navigate this Al Mazrah, like everything throughout, even with that play line. But here's a squad on your screen that is trying to break into the top 10, currently sitting in 10th place prior to this, but you want to move up further in, and they've got to take out Team Nate Dogg Beast if they want to make significant moves, because that's the 3rd place team.
Yeah, and this is a big fun talking point too, is like Nate Dogg Beast is another one of those teams like Omen that a lot of people probably don't know. They're saying, who are these people? Like, coming up through qualifiers, like earning their way into these top spots. Like, just because you haven't heard their name doesn't mean they're not demons on the map. So keep an eye out for some of those qualifier teams and continue to shout them out. Oak Boy goes down, JC goes down. Unfortunately, every time we've swapped to Almighty TJ squad, it looks like they've been in a blender.
All right, let's check in. Hollywood, Vanucci, Ray Skis, Sebas, Mr. Daft, and J-Device on the other side. You can see J-Device rotating back to the anchoring position, probably trying to get on top of another building to get a good angle. Loadouts have been picked up, but this is why Bomb Squad is so important, with all of the lethals, all of the drill charges coming their way, rotating out, trying to prioritize a little bit of a reset. Might not be bad. Ray Skis out on his own. Big 1v1 there. Vanucci there. Able to meet back up, but an RPG.
Sure.
Don't do it to him. Don't. actually do it, I'd love it.
I mean, a couple people were rocking the RPG yesterday, but it wasn't like a mainstay. I don't think this is necessarily a mainstay for Venucci, but I'd love to see a Nog with it just to add some salt to the timeline. Everybody was saying these are overpowered or what have you. It's an RPG. I mean, what do you expect? Venucci pushing the equation on Sabas, playing by himself. Sabas, no chance. Look, this squad with Sabas team, I think they're playing in person, like I had mentioned, at the Optic place. And Tiff, you know, that squad qualified and they did fantastic in stage 1, pretty much entirely on the back of Mr. Daft. Running that KV broadside, he held down the fortress and walked away with a ton of kills.
That was pretty wild to see, and let me just thank everything that we are not seeing a tournament with just a massive amount of KV broadsides. It's mostly just been prioritizing the Cronin, whether you want to run the ISO 45 or the MP5, that's pure choice on your play style, and you know, a couple Signal 50s dabbled in.
Well, Picnic, Nick Cool, Shadow Wag. I love the changing of names constantly with shadow bans occasionally, but that squad is on the revenge tour, Tiff, and they have yet to really, I don't think they're out of the bus yet. I mean, we got to get a move on. Let's hop out of the bus. Let's start the tour, start singing, start playing an instrument or something, because it's time to make some waves, and you haven't made them yet. Squad at the top, squad 1, rated Adrian, Aiden. They'd love to replicate some of their slaying success early, but this weird circle might be hindering their advances in the early part of this map.
Team 10X and Team Valid Hands, which is now Team Sir Taylor, are located behind them as well. DBZ finding some massive moves there in the kill feed, but as well as Jowo and Co. Limax last trying to clean up. Jowo and Brevin now find themselves in the gulag. It's Index. They are making a move, and just like that, you've gotta watch the flank. You've gotta watch the windows. How many times have we seen this happen over the course of the 6 maps yesterday and the prior 2 that we've witnessed today? You just get leveled.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're like sneaking around on the 2nd floor. You got 2 people pushing you from down below. You're like, okay, I think I can win this. I can hold this. The sight line, all of a sudden, your shoulder clips a window. See you later. Adios. Believe. Nice flank there. That squad doing well today. And again, it's a squad that really has something to prove. They've been inside like the top 15 for a ton of Warzone tournaments, but never really found their groove into the medals, if you will, top 3. I would love to see them earn some money today and see them in London performing on LAN. Some of them have LAN experience, so likely can replicate some of that success on LAN. Squad down below, Ebate's playing huge anchor from distance. Team 11, one that our desk loves to shout out because they have some fantastic strategies. They just got to match it with the gunny. We know they have.
Hey, hey, those are fighting words.
What?
Came back with a, we know they have it. It's true. They do. I mean, you think about where they're at right now. 7 eliminations for Evade, 7 for Z-Smith. I can't even say it. Z-Smith, my God. DJ Moss, 5 eliminations. And they're on your screen right now trying to solidify furthermore in that top 10, like I said earlier, sitting in that 10th spot, which is so far a ticket to land. But you've got to get through Shifty, and that is not someone you want holding you out, especially now coupled with Biffle and Sage. Smokes for cover. DJ Moss, we're looking at you. You're hydrated. You're teed up. You're ready.
Yeah, this is a very tough fight to take. However, this is when I want to fight Sage, Shifty, and Biffle. When they're frustrated, when they're not doing the things they want to be doing, when they're not playing fantastic, they're top 20. This is when I want to fight them because that's when their comms can get a bit crazy. However, they've answered back. They've lost DJ. Z-Smith says, let's think better of this and maybe take this fight from a different angle, or maybe not take this fight at all. Oh, goodness gracious.
Hit the water. Jowo, pistol in hand. Jerky down and out. Linez cracked, looking for another one.
This is foul.
Jowo looking like a shark out there.
This is foul. Oh no. Joe, Bradman, Limax swimming around. We called him Florida Man earlier. I feel like Joe might be a Florida man in his heart. Hunting down lanes and Val. Yeah, this is tough to watch. This is what you always have to have: a water loadout. You have to have a pistol loadout that you can shoot underwater so you can grab a couple eliminations, especially when you're in circumstances like this. We'll check back on them later. We'll swing over to some more of the action. Biffle, Sage, Shifty, pretty solid, rotating in, seemingly unhindered because Nate Dogg's worried about E-baits.
I'm worried about E-baits. Aren't we all worried about E-baits? You never know what they're going to do, and that makes things a little scary. Fades on your screen, looking for a good angle, but Nate Dogg on the roof, able to grab a good chunk of damage onto E-baits, coupling down with some lethals. Not going to do it, though. Man, what are you going to do, Nate Dogg? We're going to push the issue? Are we pushing? Oh, yeah. Gosh, we're going in.
Well, at least taking the high ground. I think he may have saw E-baits back up, so he's going to push forward and take the next available high ground to have a better position to take shots at. I assume the comms between these three are really clean. They look like they're playing really strong today, and they're kind of affording Nate Dogg that opportunity to push up while the other two hang back. They're kind of playing the reverse anchor, just trying to get a pick as they know the other team is running away. Speaking of running away, TBE getting caught from behind, getting sandwiched. You got Sabos on one side with Jade of Eyes taking these long angles. TBE was going to hunt them down and probably exterminate them, but from behind, a sizable team, a formidable team, Brolic, Desmond, Nico also having something to prove after a lackluster stage 1 playing with Frozen. And they brought Brolic in after Brolic was originally playing with Mutex, made a couple roster changes, and I was talking to them beforehand, Tiff. They said the chemistry was flowing. They didn't have any trash talk. They wanted to stay humble, but they felt good. And hopefully they'll feel good in the second half of the tourney.
Feel good, play good. That's how you got to have it going. We did see some members of Team Hisoka going down a little bit early on, trying to keep tabs on them. Omen, your map 2 winners, finding some success in the Elim feed as well. Want to keep that momentum up. They said they were underdogs and they're here to prove their worth. And that's one thing we love about the World Series of Warzone. You at home, the fans watching, supporting these players as they look to stamp their passports, get that ticket to the Global Finals in London. You might find someone that you're like, hey, they're cracked. I want to support them, and that is the coolest part of that. Speaking of cracked, Aiden, able to decimate Russ.
Have you heard of Aiden? Anybody ever heard of Aiden before? He's pretty cracked. Yeah, pushing a fight there.
No, fries out, gets peppered. Movement on lock. I don't know. Looked like the Matrix there for a hot second, dodging those bullets.
Yeah, you want to conserve some of those resources. Don't want to burn any of your extra 16 plates that you have in your bag currently. But Raiden and Adrian kind of playing by the seat of their pants at this point. All strategy, or at least the original strategy, goes out the window when you have a circle and a plane line like this. But seemingly adapting well. Colony Trek a little bit in trouble here. Getting a push from Juju. Juju was the top slayer from stage 1. Might I remind you all at home, 37 total eliminations. Hasn't done too much on main stage yet, but keep an eye out for that team. They definitely have the slaying power to do well today. They just need to execute like they did in stage 1.
Team Jowo still in the water out there towards the right. Very far kind of removed from Colony. Peppered now gets that information. Great use of the tactical, but you almost blow yourself up in the meantime. But you are going to go fall down. Completely eliminated there by Dongy.
Yeah, that's what happens when you root yourself out of the one room you could try to hold down, unfortunately. So squad 30, again, a last minute substitution. ST coming in for Valid Hands. Nice little gunfight there. And now they're gonna have to walk through our 8th place team. Intex on the other building. And a couple other squads around. You can get shot from 1,000 different angles currently. You can also shoot from several angles, so hopefully you can grab some free picks. All of those kills will add up. Every kill matters, and we'll find Intex. Question is, can you clean it up?
All right, this was that Team Valid Hands. Last minute sub coming in from the hands of Sir Taylor, hitting the mobile buy station, bringing in possibly a UAV blast and believe. Left standing from squad 23 as we just witnessed Intex go down, and the death ball in form of Vincent, Sir Taylor, and Collect are moving in, trying to close the distance, but check out the triangle formation that is of nature to TBE. Oh. Looking through the windows, trying to find a shoulder to tap.
A couple teams here for Otter, Prospect, Jace, maybe Devise on the other side. We've got another fight. We've pushed on their 8th place team. ST not scared of anybody. I don't care if they're top 10. I don't care if they've been playing Call of Duty for 10 years. We're pushing the fight and we're winning the fight. Rooted out all of them aside from one. And it looks like the last player is fighting back a little bit. Team 23, that's Believe last alive for that squad. They need to carry the momentum. They need to keep the wind in their sails. And right now, the storm is brewing for that ship to get capsized. As TBE's on 8. Wait, Tommy by himself is on 8. Tiff, 38 teams left. We're still in the third circle. Tommy's on 8, Omen's on 2. We've already got our double digits. The middle game is TBE's. They own it. They control it. This is theirs.
This is what they needed to do, right? They had a 20 elimination game in map number 1, tying the best game that we witnessed in the EU Stage 2 finals yesterday. Can it be improved on? This is exactly what we're about to witness, but we're looking also for the rise of Team Hisoka. They started off outside the top 30 in map number 1 with just 2 points and have already thrust themselves inside the top 15, and they need to carry the momentum here. And it's going to start with the mid game in Marshlands, just inside the zone, but you have squad number 27. Team Shero, your second place team coming in from the qualifiers, are at the hands. It's pretty much of a stalemate. You can see Soka and Co backing off. They don't have Skullface in the game. May need to retrieve him, but check out the ultimate high ground.
Yeah, I was gonna say, anybody wanting some high ground? Lovey's got a ton of it. Find some picks, smokes, trying to afford whatever bit of visible cover you can try to grab, and not enough. Lovey will find one, knock the second, clean it up likely here, no problem. Team 38, we'll see you later in the lobby. I believe that is Omen. That was your map 2 winners. They might be able to sneak to Gulag here if they can't get the self-revive off. They haven't been there yet. Lovey is using a ton of... We're jumping off the high to make sure we get that kill. Okay, I respect it. Let's just go ahead and clean this up. Make sure Omen can't get out of this one. Are we gonna shoot through the wall?
Do it. Do it to Omen. A little bit of dance. The shield crack comes in, and just like that, Lovey cleans up your map 2 winners team, Omen. They're gonna have to double down and go hard in map number 4, but for now, map number 3, 36 squad still up, nearing that mark. It's kind of keeping the same trajectory here, 35 to 30 within that 18-minute map mark, 89 players up, and Almighty TJ ready to do some damage.
They need to do some damage. This team has been in a blender all day today, at least on main stage. Almighty's trying to snipe the Signal 50. Not a bad play. I've seen it work for some. Destroy grabbing a couple off screen. DBC still trying to fire back and increase their odds. This is going to be a stalemate for a while in this location. The outside of the bridge, several teams in the area, but not a lot of fighting is going to happen for a while unless Almighty can get a pick from distance. And with the Signal, you're going to have to get pretty lucky to hit at least 2, if not 3 shots. And Breadman might shoot back. Bread likely sniping.
50 in his hand too. You think about it, we were both checking in with his stream earlier today, and he was talking a lot about the utilization of the Signal 50, and if we would see them, and it would be really hard to see Breadman go down to the Signal 50. No, not Breadman going down at the hands of a Signal 50.
Well, here's the thing. When you got 3 people staring down the barrel of their guns at you and you can't really shoot back and there's no one else to even third party and try to give you some covering fire, I think that might have been a sacrificial lamb. That was a bad rotation already for Jowo squad, that they kind of just let Breadman out to try and said, good luck, brother. Hold off the fight while we run to cover. And it worked. They lost one, but it looks like Jowo was able to get into the next circle. TBE back on main stage, Tiff. Edge of zone yet again. Edge of the map, rather. Decent position, at least 11 between Almond and Tommy, and they're going to try to fight Lovey here, who dropped off ultimate high, now trying to play zone. And as they're trying to play zone, it looks like somebody got here first, and it might be your tournament leader.
Mortar strike coming in, Skullface out in the distance. The issue is I only see one of them. The other 2 probably rotating out of Marshlands. They haven't reunited yet, but Team Reader is going to rotate straight towards Skullface. And you mentioned it, you called it the third party. It's technically a fourth party, but ain't no party like a fourth party when Aiden, Rated, and Adrian are going to show up. But check on out over here. Another fight with at least 6 teams.
I do not want to be at that party. A fourth party and Aiden's the fourth party. I'm out. I'm not going. It's not a good party. Devera, a kind of Warzone staple, been around the scene for a very long time, dabbled in and out of competitive, came through the qualifiers and said, yeah, let's make a run for it. And they're actually doing pretty decent today. Would love to see some continued success for them in this map. About halfway through this tournament, or almost to it. Found an angle, found traverse. That gives them an opportunity. Not quite free rotation, as Vombot from the distance has an angle, especially when there's a precision airstrike on your head. Devera thought they had a good opportunity for a push, and it gets swung back against them. That is so unfortunate. Last line there, Ripper and Sin just kind of creeping along. Doesn't look like they may have a self-res. Ripper gonna have to win the 1v1. Tiff, he's in trouble.
He is definitely in trouble. A little bit of a smoke and cover, plating up on the move. Need to rotate towards that zone, but when you have Team Vonbot on the other side kind of gatekeeping, it's going to be a really tough push. Meanwhile, Almond becoming one with the shrubbery. Moving forward, talk about the positioning that they have and the ability to take in the zones. This is similar to how we saw them position themselves in map number 1 for that victory, right? That early game towards the end of all the massive rotations, they set themselves up with trees, good lines of sights with rocks for cover. You can see Sitrep as well down on the low ground in the bush. We talk about Be the Shrubbery and Sitrep and Lawnard. That's exactly what they're going to do. But Lawnard doesn't have any eliminations. Does Sitrep, does Twitty, because you doesn't matter if you win 2x times 0 is still 0. That's how math works.
Yeah, I'll let the devs break down why TBE's rotation there was so perfect, but they kind of like swung through the middle. They didn't have to put it all on red or black, like Dandro said. They pulled the perfect in between. If it pulled to the edge of the map, they're in position. If it pulls inland, they've got that giant rock structure to work with and take high ground and look over their opponents. Perfect wrap. We'll see if it pays off for them. 22 teams left. Shifty, Biffle, Sage. They must get something going now. A nice trade from Biffle, but there's players on the outside of the wall, and I'm not sure they know it. Keep him alive. Biff is able to keep at least Sage on the ground. Invader's trying to swing in and play spoiler. And I'm not sure whether or not it went their direction. Grab 2. Unless Invader can do something huge there. I think Shifty is going to still be in this one. TBE is still holding edge of zone. They've pushed 1 forward to play center and hold down this position. And guess who it is? Top Slayer Tommy finding his 9th, by the way, by himself with 18. Make it 17 teams left. High ground position, overlooking the bridge, overlooking everything. This is brutal for every other team.
This is once again another masterclass from TBE, and at this point, Tommy and Almond are just playing a game of hide and seek where they're the seekers. They have full control of this because who is going to be able to challenge them on that high ground? You can still see Sitrep and Lawnard just down below in the trees. Foreign Jace from squad number 8, last alive, hiding as well. We do have 2 members up on Team Hisoka and Aiden. This is going to be challenging. You have to be able to play your left, but avoid everyone in front of you because you are not hiding in plain sight here. Someone immediately will suss you out.
Yeah, this thing about Aiden is kind of like who's Tommy gonna look at next kind of thing. And all of a sudden, there's Silka on the right-hand side gonna take down Aiden. Adios, we'll see you later, and we'll see where we can go from here. Tommy in the best position, but who can get second, who can get third? Hey, we're already down to 6 total teams. That was brutal there at the end. Donkey Nofo still in it as well, repping our Stage 1 qualifier teams. Got up to 9th in Stage 1 finals, continuing to improve on their performances. They're trying to make land, and Tommy's into double digits.
I mean, this is their game to lose, in a sense. If they play this to perfection, they should be able to outlast, outplay, and take down their map 1 score. This should be more, and you can see Tommy, he knows, he's checking the low ground, they're shooting back, and all that matters as long as he can keep up with enough ammo. But he gets decimated, he gets fooled. It's all on the backs of Omen now.
Yeah, that's what the one thing I was gonna say right as I passed you is like, if Tommy gets too aggro here and shows too much of a shoulder, there is an angle from Donkey and Nofo and whoever was fighting over there. It does look like Donkey and Nofo won against Skullface, wiped the squad. We're down to 4 final teams. We've got Sitrep, we've got Jace, we've got Donkey Nofo, and we have Almond, the final 5. This is going to be a fun one. I think Almond can win this as a solo, but it depends on the zone pull. And with the one that's shown, Donkey and Nofo can have a tough rotation.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Almond does have 2 smokes available. He has 4 eliminations, plenty of ammo in the ground. He's running the 50-round mag. Now, once Sitrep and Lawnard move out. But unfortunately, Donkey and Nofo rotate early, take to the high ground. It's going to be a 2v2 here shortly for the
Donkey's on 10. Donkey matches Tommy 10 for 10 and says, thank you very much. How about I win as well? 2 up on high ground. Sitrep and Foreign Jace laying low. There's nowhere else to hide, gentlemen. I guess you could wait for the next zone and wait it out in the gas and see if you're gonna get zone pull, and they might jump over you. But this is a game of chicken. Sitrep goes first. Pushes for Jace, misses the wrong push. Jace pushes out with just a pistol. Sitrep finds him, but they're getting shot from above. Signal flare above. Hey, take second place, and that's all she wrote. Donkey finds his 11th. Donkey goes up big in map number 3. Donkey and Nofo, that's gotta be at least like a 36-point game.
That was massive. That was everything that they needed to do. And just before you said it, you passed it to me. I'm like, this is Tommy and Omen's game to lose. They were trying to pick up as many eliminations, but granted, they still did make that top 5, that 1.8x multiplier where eliminations will go hard. But Donkey and Nofo, that rotation at the end, insane. Let's run that victory moment back because I want to see the celebration.
What's the right? I'm hearing you.
The one could be up here playing alone, right? It could be playing gas.
Hold on me right here. I'm with you. I'm stroking you, bro. I'm looking under. Watch our fucking left. Watch our flank.
Yeah.
Lower. They're fighting.
They're fighting.
Moving here.
One left. Yes, sir. Got a pistol left.
Last one, baby.
I'm the fucking greatest. Get the fuck off me. You're the greatest in the fucking game. Get the fuck off of me.
Hey, look, claim it, own it. You won map 3. Very well done. Not quite as many points as I thought. Still a 30-point game tip. They were already in the running inside the top 15. This is certainly going to push them higher. Very well done at the end. Donkey certainly led from the slaying department with 11 overall. A fantastic map for the trio. They claimed that right to win map number 3, and they're going to continue to own it with confidence.
Led from the slang, led from the comms. It was absolutely a masterclass there, getting that high ground from Tommy and Omen, taking the victory. And honestly, if they're the best to ever do it, run it back. Let's see it again. Because that was a good rotation. And if you can do that, you can do anything at this point.
Yeah, here's the thing. When it comes down to zone pulls at the end, you just have to play the rotation smart. They played it well. They got lucky a little bit with Tommy checking that back corner. But at the same time, Tom kind of had to check that back corner. If he allowed those 2 players or 1 player to wrap around on the flank, they're getting killed regardless. So Tom goes for the check, tries to grab a free 1.8 points with an elimination. Unfortunately, shoulder checks a little bit too much. Donkey grabs the kill from distance. So very well done. 11 total kills for the team at the top. 15 as a team. Total of 30 points. They're going to move up the leaderboard dramatically. Where will TBE be? Likely at the top. Don't go anywhere. We're halfway through this tournament. We still got a lot of Warzone to be played.
Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 NA Finals, presented by Prime Gaming. What a chaotic game that was, and it got me excited. And also getting me excited is Prime Gaming. Without them, this broadcast would not be possible. For you out there in the chat, if you would like to get free games and in-game content by using Prime Gaming, go ahead and use !, Prime Gaming in chat now to get all the information you need. They got the hookup for you, !, Prime Gaming in the chat. So let's get it started, right? Game number 3 is done. The halfway point officially has been reached, and we got one of the most wonky zones we have seen to date. The plane path literally pulled all the way over towards the south edge. The zone itself actually went all the way to the east.
I mean, listen, this is, we were kind of in the talent chat. We were like, oh, can we see the map? Because, like, this plane is weird. And then the map pulled up, and we were like, oh my God, it's so much worse than we expected. It pulls all the way to the east. And the big thing to note here is it really, like, you have this river on the eastern side, right? That players had to pick which side do they want to try and hold. And, well, it turned out that everybody that decided when they wanted to play over towards that H5 location, they were the ones who made the right play at the end of the day. It pulls on over, and that's a zone a lot of these players are very familiar with how to play. TBE notably, right? We saw them there towards the end. They kind of made this god rotation that Goj and Tiff called out, where they were kind of able to play the middle of it. They kind of straddled, so if it pulled back to the other side, they could be okay. If it pulled where it did, they were going to be sitting pretty. And obviously that worked out for them, as well as our winners, Vombot, Nofo, and Doggy.
Dream, when it comes, though, to Warzone and BR specifically, third parties, it's just a reality you kind of have to deal with. And I felt eBay was dealing with that more than anybody else.
Oh my gosh, yes. It's just like the regain game. And it was just crazy because I believe he was fighting Nate Dogg and Biffle's team there too as well. And it's like all three of them somehow found ways to regain after like getting picks off of each other. And I mean, you even saw Nate Dogg's team, like they repositioned, they took those redeploys, but it's like this whole entire game just felt like it was like the battle, like Goj said, a game of chicken, the battle of the third parties. Like it legit just felt like chicken all around for all squads having to regain. And then Ebates ran into Soka's team too after that, after regaining from Biffle and Nate's team. Like it's like, come on, man, it was crazy.
Sometimes you just get put into the blender, like we heard a little bit earlier, right? It happens. Warzone, it's a competitive game, and it's chaotic. But let's bring in our Game 3 winners, or at least one winner. We got Doggy. Welcome, brother. Hey, excited that you won game number 3. It's got to feel good. Should be boosting up those leaderboards. What did that win mean to you?
I mean, it felt really good for us. We needed something like that. Our first 2 games weren't horrible, but we were just getting bad, unfortunate situations on our rotations. So what we really try to lock in is our early rotations and trying to play early game very quickly. But other than that, I mean, we were literally just sitting on top of that roof and just nobody could touch us, to be honest. Like anybody that tried to rotate in on us, we locked them out. But other than that, like I sat top gas and then just killed everybody that was rotating in. I got a lot of freebies. We were in a good position, soloed everybody out, and we did good.
Talk to me about that, the last, I believe last 2 team fights. You had Omen, who was solo. He's above. He's got that high ground. I think Omen's in a great spot there. Potential to potentially win that game, although being solo would be very difficult. You guys push him very aggressively. What was going through that process?
We knew that we needed that high ground to win that game. I got the pick on Tommy over there on top of that loadout, and I really knew that we absolutely had to get that high ground. It was a 2v1. I think Omen was like shooting. He was trying to hit me, but I think he was hitting like some type of invisible barrier. So it's unfortunate for him, but I had to get him out of there. And then we took that high ground, and it was just an easy win at that point.
Right on.
Dongi, you're a slayer. Like you had 27, I believe it was stage 1. And I mean, going into this, you guys have this dynamic, like where Vombot and Nofo aggressive pair, and like, you guys just pick up your kills along the way. Has your strategies because I know there was a little bit of a drop off, but like, have your strategies like severely changed, or like, are you kind of just like, how much did you get prepared? Like, what did you change like specifically from that drop off like till now? Because I mean, you're still slaying.
Really the only thing that we've tried to change is we've tried to slow down our gameplay a little bit. We're still getting adjusted to the lobbies. The lobbies are playing a little bit different than the past couple times we've played. But other than that, we're trying to rotate a little bit quicker. Everybody is really nervous to take gunfights right now, and that's the thing. Whenever you catch them off guard, they are absolutely just not ready for it. But other than that, we really haven't changed that much. We've just been, we've been playing, we've keeping our gunnies warm, and we're ready to go to London, to be honest with you. That's all I know.
Love that.
Ooh. Talking about, I love how you mentioned that you're making rotations a little bit quicker. Talk to me through that kind of final rotation, right? Obviously, this zone is stupid with alongside the plane, right? Like, I'm sure you guys had the same reaction we did when you pulled up the map and looked at that. But obviously, you made the right call, right? You kind of are able to take that bridge, you cross, you then go back up into H5 and kind of work your way slowly through that. I mean, how early on in the game do you make a decision like that? Or is that kind of real spur of the moment and you're just hoping for the best and relying on your gunny?
In that situation, we were trying to play for high ground there, and we had height on pretty much everyone. Everybody had to rotate into us. Me making that gas play there allowed us to get out of the flank, and I killed everybody that was trying to flank us. I killed everybody that was in front of us. And then all we had to worry about was one solo on our right. And other than that, I mean, we were fine. It's just high ground in this really means a lot, especially with the thermals and smoke meta. Like, you can't get out of situations, to be honest. So it's really hard.
For sure.
All right, Doggy. Well, big fan of you. Big fan of the comms, too. You guys are keeping it clear and concise and unique. So when it comes down to you, you're going into Game 4. What do you want to say to your fans before you get out of here?
Hey, I appreciate everybody coming through. Last World Series did a lot for me, and it means a lot to me personally. It's helped me grow. It's helped me turn this into something that I could actually do. I really appreciate it. My name has been going through a lot of things, but recently it has been on an upward trend, and I really seriously appreciate everybody. It means a lot to me. It means the world to me, to be honest. So thank you, everybody.
Doggy, it means the world to us that we can watch you compete game in and game out. Congratulations on Game 3 and good luck in Game 4.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
I love interviews like that because you can really tell how much it means to a competitor to compete in something like this. And for Doggy, he's super appreciative and passionate, not only about Warzone, but being a competitor. So shout out to him, and seriously, the best of luck to him and all the rest of the competitors who are striving to get a dream. And speaking of getting a dream, let's get our Dream Team update and really the first talk of the Dream Team today. How we looking?
Yeah, well, in terms of that, we were talking about Hisoka's team, right? That was the original Dream Team pick. And yeah, they didn't have necessarily the best first map, but they did make the roster change, in fact. So we do have Shifty out, of course, and Mayapo in. So with Mayapo reunited, this was again the squad that won last year's World Series of Warzone. And it seems like, the first couple of drops, just a weird little dynamic, just to kind of getting adjusted again, but it still looks the same. They still look just as comfortable. Mayapo just being able to go out and slay and do his thing. There was a couple of scenarios where we did see that, in fact, but I mean, nonetheless, this team is still pretty strong. It's just the more so of the role swap. I mean, before it was Hisoka playing with his boy Shifty, and I mean, Shifty now on a different team with Biffle, in fact, and Sage. Now it's just kind of like, which team will benefit the most from that swap? Because it just seems like, in terms of the IGL shot call player, like play leadership type of thing, sometimes there's certain players that just like to focus on getting those kills. They don't necessarily want to focus on anything else. But for Hisoka, this is obviously more of a comfortable pick. I saw him at Call of Duty Championships, and he's shaking his head like, hey, we back. But sometimes it doesn't always work out that way with friends. But nonetheless, you see the comparison between the two. Team Biffle's in 16th place, and Team Hisoka is in 6th. So we still got quite a ways here. We still have the halfway mark, but this could change either way. Team chat, which team do you guys think made the better roster move? I'm kind of curious to see what everybody's feeling, what everybody's thinking, but both teams are demons.
Demons indeed. Let's take a look at our standings because we're about to hop into game number 4, and it's going to be Tommy Noob still in first place and Pi a large margin. Really quick though, let's get your thoughts on it, Dandro.
I mean, insert surprised face, but not actually surprised here that TBE's on top, man. I mean, this is the multiplier. This sort of format, this is where they thrive. They've been firing on all cylinders for the first 3 maps. I got to imagine they're going to keep doing it for these next 3. I'm going to be looking at some of those teams, though, that are on the outside looking in, right? When you've gone through 3 maps, you got to make sure that you're locking it in for the next 3, especially if you're one of those teams in sort of like that 20th mark.
And Aiden's also moved up into second, something to keep your eyes out for. We're hopping into game 4. Bring our casters in, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. I hope the zones as well as the plane path is a little bit more friendly this time around.
I completely agree, guys. That's going to be wild. But our team still showed out, and it was exciting to see. But now we're moving on to the back half of this series. Only 3 more maps to go. I was doing a little bit of quick math because it's a little dangerous, right? But that 12-point per game average is what is that 15th place cutoff, Goj.
Speaking of yesterday, Tiff, I was taking a look at all the stats there for a moment, and I apologize, I missed the pass. I was looking at Team 14, DBZ. They mimicked FIFA Kill, right? They both got 14th. They're also in 5th, which is what FIFA Kill was at the end of Stage 2 finals for EU. A crazy circumstance to see that repeated. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on to that position, but to see DBZ top 5, it's a good day in the office.
Definitely a good day in the office. I thought you were just doing some quick math, and I had quick math, you had slow math. It's totally fine. We're in the dropship. We're gearing up. We're ready to go. You guys can see Al Sharim Pass just below in the marshlands as our teams look. Little Azaya Observatory. I'm sure we'll have some hotbed of activity there. Mr. Daft just exiting. I saw swag going out, but let's check in with Boom Kid. What a name.
Yeah, Boom Kid, Squad 49. This is one of those teams that's got something to prove. Got 24th overall in the custom quals there in Stage 2, and made it here to the finals, and they got to get top 15. So a tall order against some of the best competition the world has to offer when it comes to Stage 2. We were talking about how yesterday was the best Warzone competition we've ever seen, history to date. Today will at the very least match that, if not exceed that, and I believe we both probably would agree that that's been the case in the first half.
All right, let's go. Team Aiden, they mentioned it, 52.6 points. Team host Tisuka has made their way up to 6th place. That's really big considering they were outside the top 40, which, you know, there's 50 teams with 2 points. But Tenix looking to fry out here. This has been a consistent battle here with Team Sir Taylor and Vincent on the other hand of this. Not a bad weapon to start off with. IQ down and scooting across.
I'm telling you, IQ arrays, right? They're always fighting somebody off the rip, and I swear it's a different team every single time. IQ in trouble, right? And arrays have a decent angle to be able to help out. Boomkid trying to play spoiler, but not playing aggressive. And I think that's something that Donkey called out. A lot of teams are afraid to gunfight. And what happens when you play complacent? What happens when you play a little bit too patient? Well, you're going to get shots fired into your face. You're going to be headed to the gulag quickly. Confidence is key. You've got to go into every single gunfight with that confidence. Let's take a look at the map, Tiff. What do you see? A lot of teams down onto that kind of mid-south area. Only a couple teams outside of circle.
It's really not too bad. It's going to be a relatively free rotation. Look at Squad 12, Squad 30. They've got that entire right side of the map to themselves as they were in that early game contest. And Nick Pool, Picnic, Shadow Wag just did a nice helicopter rotation. Now looking down the barrels of Squad 16. Super Evan, Swag. Little bit of a stronghold action going in. Huskers, though, haven't seen too much of them on main.
Can I please see Huskers with a minigun, though? Thoughts? All I want is that minigun in his hand.
I mean, I'm here for the action. Let's send it, right? But we have to think about like where they are currently at on the leaderboard, because that's what I want to see. We know Team Almond has really solidified themselves up at 87.8 points, about 30 points higher than everyone.
Yeah, Tiff, Huskers team is like almost last. I mean, we're like 43rd. Like, we got to figure something out. This is a team that dominated in Stage 1, had a massive game that catapulted them near to the top of the leaderboard. Of course, they were, 3rd overall after Stage 1. Something has to go right in the second half, or we're going to be seeing them in LCQs.
What That's why I couldn't find them on the leaderboard? That doesn't seem... This is abnormal, Gauche.
Yeah, I think it's unlucky. I think whether they're being contested off drop on purpose by some of the teams that have VOD reviewed, they've lost some of those early gunfights. Like, maybe you're taking 50-50s at the beginning of the map and you've lost all of them. I mean, it's a flip of a coin. If it is a 50-50 gunfight, anybody can win those gunfights. If you don't give yourself an advantage and you lose the coin flip 3 times in a row, that's not that high of odds that would happen. Like, that's a problem. But it's certainly within probable chance. So I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and VOD review from their perspective, but given the fact that they're that low, like, we haven't really seen them on a main broadcast much.
That would make sense. Team Jowo on your screen, currently 9th overall inside that top 15, looking to make a push, but PA just going to be barely missed. Could have been theirs to make the push, but still, Jowo going up the stairs, Limax bouncing around. This is what you need to do. Double stack the stairway so you can at least grab the trades. One going to go down. Nice moves, and that player is in and out. Jowo, a little bit of a movement god there, in and out of the doorways, the windows, cleans that house.
That's a great play, great fight. Overall, that's the way you got to take those fights. Jowo could have just pushed through the door and tried to play the 1v1. If he loses his life there and trades a useless life away, you're going to regret it later. Well done from that team. They're playing very consistent, but not fantastic, right? They're sitting inside the top 10, currently situated in 9th, like you mentioned. They haven't had a breakout game yet, but they're inside the top 15. So if you could play consistent like that, hang out in top 10, and then just have one bigger map in the next 3, you're going to be feeling good.
Sir Taylor down. Vincent collect. Just looking for 10x. Once they get him cleared, they can prioritize the res. This is the hard part, right? Like, you want to get your teammate back up, but taking a 1v1, especially, he peeks the staircase. 10x was already prepped and ready for the fight, has repositioned himself. Now collect, jumping down. Not a bad read on that engagement. Just like that, done and dusted. Sir Taylor back up on his feet. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure ST Squad, I was trying to look at them on the leaderboard. They're actually doing pretty decent overall, have some fairly consistent games. They're currently situated on the bubble, folks. They're 15th overall exactly. So they're the team to beat, and they're the team that wants to make sure they continue some semblance of success to stay in it. Z-Smith's found one from distance. Here's Aiden, Rated, and Adrian in a little bit of trouble. And Ebates is able to clean up Rated. So this is a fun fight. These are 2 teams inside the top 10, or they were. Fighting for position, jockeying for the top. Aiden Squad inside of 2nd currently, but in trouble. Double stack through, triple stack, making a 3v1 to finish this thing off. Aiden has little to no chance of survival and doesn't make it out. Aiden Squad is wiped into the gulag early. They're going to be able to revive Blender and try to get back into the map quickly, stabilize, and battle back. It can happen. We saw Team Omen do it, but it's going to be difficult.
That one hit hard, right? Z-Smith grabbing that final elimination onto Aiden. Z-Smith, guys, if you're familiar with anything Warzone, used to play with Aiden in a lot of tournaments, but jumping back on board, Braxton, Empathy, they have made waves historically in World Series of Warzone, and right now they've got their work cut out for them if they want to seal themselves a ticket to London. Not sure exactly where they fall on that leaderboard, but just outside the top 15th and 19th place, 31.6 points. Now, in the latter half of this series is the time to make those moves. If you're a bubble team, that is not the position you want to be in. We saw just how many change-ups alone went down in map 6. So if you're going to be here in map number 4, now's the time.
That's a great shout. I think 4 and 5 are really where you want to make a move. Game 6 is chaos. Teams at the bottom doing crazy things, contesting teams at the top. Anything could happen. It's Warzone, but Game 6 of World Series of Warzone, Stage 2, opportunity to go to land. Yeah, completely unpredictable. Find your rhythm now in map number 4. Smith playing anchor on top of the building. Great position while Ebates and DJ Moss are on the ground, albeit a little separated from each other. Try to regroup back up and play these fights together. Just saw Aiden pop up in the kill feed, by the way, so likely won their gulag. Aiden's team not out of it yet, but again, gonna have to stabilize for a while.
Team Ebates, Z-Smith, DJ Moss breaking out the recon drone, looking down at Team Twitty. Leonard, you saw at that end game in map number 3. One of the top 3 teams trying to find themselves a ticket to London. But if Z-Smith, DJ Moss have anything to say about it, with Ebates giving those comms, this is about to be a wild push.
Down below, DJ goes big for a knock, does lose his life. Z-Smith will trade out 1. Trying to read from down below. Fantastic read. Audio buff goes wild. Still wasn't able to grab it though.
Ebates still with the comms. Zitrep gonna find him out when you're in a recon drone and you just get completely annihilated like that. Now if I'm Z-Smith, I'm playing my life, my valuability, because we're already burning some gulags. We have to focus on the reset. So if you can get out and keep yours, at least prolong it, especially with being so close inside the top 15, anything can happen. If you go out early, you might fall out of the top 15.
Triumphant, Lil Mario, Clay, another team with something to prove. 25th in stage 2 quals, the last team to eke their way here onto main stage. Winning it, by the way, over 26 with a tiebreaker, the exact same amount of points in that quals. It's fun to hear those stories and see if they maybe can capitalize on the opportunity. Here we go. Let's take a look at the map here, Tiff. As we zoom in a little bit, we'll be able to see where the circle's located. Southwestern-ish. Still a lot of opportunities on where this final circle could end up. Of course, if you look down towards Cemetery, I don't think we're going to be hanging out in Fortress for too long, so likely want to get out of there pretty quickly. You heard Dongi rotate a bit earlier than you think. That was the key to their success.
Yeah, we saw Team Classic Pain down in the water heading towards Fortress. Saw a couple members of Team TBE just on the south side checking in with Observatory, Mayapo, Soka, Skullface, all up, and Adam and Dome, Epithy, Braxton, and Finessin looking down on Village. I mean, not necessarily bad positions. You also do have Squad 15. That's going to be Team Brolic out to the left.
Okay, well, we've got T and B, Tom and Ben, Tom and Omen still alive. But they're barely breathing, quite literally holding their breath, swimming around the map at this point. I think they had a really tough start from what I can tell. Noobs in the midst of some IRL storms maybe didn't make it into this one, or power dropped or something along those lines. But Tommy and Almond, they've played plenty of 2v2 tournaments. They could fight as a duo, but they've got to stabilize. And speaking of a team that's bringing down their necks figuratively on the leaderboard, Adrian and Rated have somewhat stabilized, but they're fighting TBC top 5, and Rated finds Z-Laner first, grabs the elimination. Huge pick to even the tides here, 2v2.
Aiden was fully dropped earlier, prior to coming to this fight. Good shots from Rated. Adrian grabbing the high ground. You can already see that Team Z-Laners rotating out, saying, nah, this is not a good engagement. And we're talking about, especially when we heard from Dongi after map number 3, being nervous to fight. That team's not necessarily nervous to fight. You have to also be smart with your engagements, especially when they're unfavorable, right? When a team's got ultimate high ground on you and you have nowhere to go, sometimes it's best to just disengage.
Well, hey, this might be the first encounter we've seen Yeet and Vonk and try to grab the better of their opponents. A little bit of I'll call this an early fight. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They'll find it. Prospect was on 4, by the way, already with 39 up. Fantastic map thus far. Unfortunately, sent to the gulag or otherwise. Bonk, Future, and Yeet. They need a big one here. They need to start creeping up this leaderboard, and they need eliminations to do that. Nice 2-piece here from Yeet thus far, but there's nobody else in sight besides that squad.
Intex, though, Blast and Believe have been looking rather consistent here, right? You have Team Locksteel. Looks like a duo of them still up and at them just on the outside of this, but rotating out. It's like a mobile buy station coming in. Regain. Get some UAVs. PAs. Stock up for that mid game.
That Team Intex was inside the top 10, but game 3 didn't go their direction, and now they've pushed out outside of the top 10. They're clipping away somewhere around 15th or so they're going to be vying on that bubble position and for the global spots to land. As a reminder, if you haven't heard it, the 3 or 4 times we've said it, $150,000 on the line, which is a huge event, but also 15 tickets to the global LAN finals in London several weeks from now. All of these players would love to get a spot now rather than having to go through the all too difficult, I'm sure, LCQs. Strixie on 3 here with Squad 17. Chocolate, Strixie, Johnny Bro representing OTF. Gaming Org in the space. And doing it pretty well.
Super Evan, Z-Color, Swag on the move. Rexity able to hit a self-res, was knocked early on by that squad, so now they're making the move. A little bit of a 3v1 action. Swag, though, trying to make it happen. And Rexity hits to the water. Super Evan, though, catches the rotation. Trying to eliminate this guy out of the water. Do you know how hard it is? Once someone hits the water, we talk about it, but should be able to clean that up. No big deal. Aiden back in the lobby to join up with Rated and Adrian and taking on another powerhouse of TBE, right? This is the last time we saw them. They were out in the water. Now I just see Almond.
Yeah, if Aiden's team's not slayers and not winners and not all the other adjectives you can give them, they are certainly resilient. Been down to 1 or 2 most of this map and continue to battle back, continue to grab cash, continue to buy back. Now all together with a decent amount of eliminations to boot. So a nice restabilization point for them. They've grabbed the outer edges of zone, and I believe Almond and I think that is Tommy still alive as well, floating around in the water. Not going to have a great game. TBE is going to try to salvage it to a good game, though, if they can, towards the late end of the circle. All they got to do is get to the land, grab some weapons, and get back into the mix.
Depending on where this pulls, I would really like to position myself inside of Village, right? Because you have the road that kind of goes through it. But if you can maintain the high ground in Village, you can watch people out on rotation. It just really depends on which side. Is it going to go more northern? Is it going to go more southern? And if you're Almond and Tommy, be one with the water. You are now otters in the ocean. Do otters go in the ocean, or are they freshwater?
Sure. I don't know. That's not my job. That is not my job. Let's swing over to DP, looking over top. Nice high ground position, but unfortunately, there's a lot of other high ground. And whether it's a precision airstrike, grenades, or just bullets from distance, I believe that might have been WAG Squad taking shots from distance that find Sin, send Sin to the gulag quickly. That's the nature of this POI here, Tiff. There's so many buildings you can get shot from. You've got to check your corners. You've got to check all your angles, and you have to communicate aggressively. Mention this team needs a big game. This team's got to be calming aggressively. They've got to find some semblance of a hair of chemistry they have left to pull through here in stage 2. They are frustratingly, I'm sure, down near the bottom of the leaderboard. They need a big one, and so far so good in this map, but push the equation, kill this team, move into the next zone, and reset from there.
Huskers is going to fall. Does get rezzed. Back up on his feet. Huskers and Unrational, though, as a duo, pushing the issue. Good with the nades to go out first. Not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Huskers able to grab a knock on 1, make it a 2. Easy dubs there with a nice squad wipe. You were talking about the chemistry, but that push looked pretty seamless from our POV as Nickel and Shadowwag maintaining high ground just here on the north side of Bay. Ebates and Co. out in the distance. You can see a lone Adrian pretty far out there. Circle's beginning to close, and I love the positioning here because you can see the ring at their backs of Picnic. Oh, he is a lone Adrian.
Yeah, kind of sandwiched between several teams, but no one's likely too comfortable with their situation. Looks like Team 24 is either driving or flying off there to the left. 44 might be the only team that can really threaten you from a distance, but it's Doug's Raw squad. They've got the Gunny, but a team that really has hardly played together. Hasn't done much on the leaderboard otherwise, but you've got to peek at them so you know they're there. You can communicate to your team and let them know if you're able to get them back. Question is, where do you go from here, though? If I'm Adrian, like, I don't know where we get a buy off, and we don't even have enough cash for it yet. So here we go. Tommy and Almond, they've been swimming around for a while. Almond does have 6, by the way. It's so funny because it looks like they're not doing anything for a long time. Then you pop up and they're like breathing on double digits. Probably likely just got there already. 7, just hunting the edge of zone. I think it's Shark Week soon, and I don't know if they're going to feature Tommy and Almond, but they should.
I mean, they really should. These two could be
in
place of Megalodon at this point.
Sure.
Just trying to hold steady here on the little kind of rogue peninsula by Bay. They've got that warehouse in front of them, but the building in front of the warehouse wouldn't be a bad place to kind of set up shop. But at least they know that building will likely be free, which is kind of wild that it even is. JC Baby, though, still over here on the outskirts of Observatory, punished for even trying to peek.
I'm telling you, the Observer curse, the Cancer curse, whatever you want to call it, every time we swap to Team 19, they are in a blender. They're fighting for it. They're always scrappy, and they're always able to stay alive for a while, but man, we have not caught them on a good light yet. Hopefully we can change that in the final couple maps. But they push into the edge of observatory here, continuing to battle for this high ground position. Zone will pull out of this POI. So where you go from here, talk about high ground being king, it is. However, sometimes when the zone pushes you off that high ground, you get punished for being up top, get caught in the action. Almighty does find one on main. Congratulations. We'll quickly get the buyback for Oak and see where we can go from here as JC's scoping it out from the skies.
We've also got Team Biffle and Team Hisoka still up in observatory. Yeah, they get the buyback, and JC Baby is kind of like that budget UAV for the squad. Still able to grab some cash there. Biffle, the Mountain Goats here, still working their way up. You also have Emrius in the mix. They really haven't been able to find the success so far that they would like to, but holding out this team right here will be a good start.
Yeah, if that was a budget UAV, I don't know what Shifty and Sage's setup there was. Maybe Hertz? I don't know. I don't need to shout out specific brands, but it's a good rental car company, so maybe that's it. I don't know. They're holding down a fantastic position on the edge of this mountain. Every team's going to cycle straight to them. They can hold them with a quick heady on the edge of the mountain. Soka's going to do some cleanup and come out weak likely for it. Finds a 1. Able to stay alive. Team 19 hunting him down, but maybe playing a little bit too timid. Mayapo now in trouble, so it's just Soka left alive, but he's gonna have to go through not only Team 19 on the edge, but also Shifty, Sage, and Biffle holding the other edge of this hole. And well, just kidding, Shifty wiped the entirety of Squad 19, so now the Soka's off to the races. Run away. Don't even take this fight. Let's get out of here. Maybe try to fly off the mountain, but likely there's gonna be somebody down below, and it looks like that's Doozy that'll probably pick you up if you go flying too far.
We do have a gas mask. You can see that Soka is playing this rotation with thought at hand, keeping an eye out on where the players are going to be. Swag right there, able to grab the knock, though. Unfortunately, they are going to fall. Such an unlucky rotation. Now we turn to the former teammate, Shifty and Biffle and Sage. As a team that is kind of at their ultimate demise. Time goes nuclear in the kill feed, taking down not only DJ Moss and Z Smith, eBay's last alive in a 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, down and out.
Exact gets the res. They're going to be back into it, but there are a lot of bullets raining Hellfire from distance. This is the problem with Warzone. If you're playing edge of zone, you don't rotate early enough, there's going to be a ton of people looking at you that got there first. But a portable buy station is his saving grace. Exact able to hang out inside this smoke for a little bit, grab a couple more smokes, hopefully stay alive. We'll see if they're able to make it inside the top 15. 16 teams left, Tiff. We're almost there. And this is a brand new zone, a brand new circle. And this one's going to be interesting. A lot of buildings inside the zone.
It's almost like I called the village rotation early.
Yeah, you did.
Couldn't be me. Bredman on a little bit of high ground here. Not ultimate, but it's not a bad position to put yourself in. Jowo with the signal 50 in the hand, connecting. 5 eliminations.
Tiff.
This is going to be wild.
This team's on 15 just between Jowo and Bredman. How many is Limax got? This could be a banger. The boys, we were calling them out. They're playing consistent. They're top 9, top 10. Playing pretty patient, playing consistent, nothing crazy. Here's their breakout game. They've got to capitalize on the kill multipliers. Top 13 currently. We're looking for top 10 and then top 5. Maybe they can win it all. Drop the biggest game of the tourney, biggest game of the World Series of Warzone Stage 2. Time will tell, but right now there's another team that needs it as well, and they're on your screen. Huskers on Rational Scummin near the bottom of the leaderboard. They need a breakout game after a breakout game after a breakout game. They still have a chance.
Hey, but they're in village. They've got high ground. They have some good cover to work with. You just got to stay out of that LOS from Bredman and Jowo, your neighbors directly across from you, and a couple people in between. But look how spread out Huskers on Rational and Scummin are. Scummin is just a little bit further on the buildings ahead. On 5, able to get some good shots onto Bredman. He has to be at least 1 HP, immediately dropping down. Jowo now very aware of where Scummin has positioned himself, so will need to be precarious, because you know once you hear those signal 50 shots, you'll be like, hey, I gotta watch out. 1, 2 taps, you're gone.
Be clear, this is Scummin on your screen right now with the username. Super Heaven's being taken up by Finessing off screen. There's a lot of teams here, and they're all holding down their own buildings. They're like, this is mine. I've bought this real estate. Don't come into my house. I'm going to take care of you. But if you have the high ground like Scummin, you can rain Hellfire down. You can hopefully deplete some resources, deplete some plates. Douglas Raw and Exact get a god tier zone for them, but there's a couple teams that'll likely try to rotate earlier. This team has to be one of them. They need to wrap around and get to the zone early. If they've got the durables, if they got the gas mask, which it doesn't look like they have any gas masks, they're going to be in trouble on this rotation. If you don't have a gas mask in this circle, you are going to be hurting, because there's some squads holding you, waiting for you to come in. Unfortunately for Douglas Raw and Exact, I don't know that they can do much here as a duo, sitting inside, playing close range. I think they're going to be swarmed by 2 or 3 teams trying to make it to zone.
Coming down and out, but Huskers and Unrational both coming back to the aid as the zone is starting to pull. Who's going to have the first rotation? Doug is raw on the low ground. Destroy not too far away as Clutch Belt gets annihilated. Now Shadow Wag. Doug is raw, picks up.
Here we go.
Destroy, Fulls. And here we go. A little bit of endgame action. We've hit the top 5. Look who's got the ultimate high ground, but they are going to have to move.
Yeah, Joe's out of here. Looks like Joe's team was wiped on the way in. Still a good game for them. We'll watch them creep up the leaderboard some more. Huskers on Rational Scum, they need it. They need it bad, and they're in trouble. One down and another one in trouble. Attract and flanked inside the top 10 with Smixie. They went quiet for a little while, but they're here with a vengeance, and they go big. They take down 2. It's just Unrational left alive. They left him up top, and Attract's left alive for that squad down below, while Flank's holding high ground. This is a great pinch. If Flanked and Attract don't get killed by Unrational here, they can win it with height, albeit they are hanging out in this zone for a while. Unrational finally runs out of the gas mask. Who goes first?
I was gonna say that's about to be the biggest 1v1, but he turns it back too early. Flanked, able to pick up the full Attract, already in that next zone, but it's Picnic able to get some early shots on, going to fall. Now Nickel has to keep the dream alive for the team, but it's gonna be Flanked and Attract both alive. He misses the throwing knife. Flanked gonna drop it down. Picnic able to self-res. Now Flanked from the high ground goes down, has a self-res, but will the gas mask withstand? I think it will be enough. Goj, what a freaking game for map number 4.
Was that Flanked and Attract winning that?
I think so. I'll wait unofficially, but it looked like he was able to get back up and put enough damage on. It's either Picnic, it's either Flanked. The self, man. The self.
I think there was a self-revive at the very end. Flanked and Attract go massive for their game, massive for their chances to London, and massive for a large amount of the prize pool. I'm excited to see that winning moment and see the reaction. It was flawlessly executed. Attract goes early, gets down to the small high ground position overlooking the rest of the teams. They know they're still dealing with Unrational, and Flanked stays patient. Rated said it best before the tourney, Tiff. He said the first one to make a move usually is the person making the mistake. You have to stay patient. And that's exactly what Flank did.
Look, I've seen some really big moves out of Attract, whether it's the Call of Duty resurgence that happened with Fortune's Keep. Let's run that winning moment back from Attract.
Baby.
Okay.
How do we win that game?
I don't fucking know.
I've never related to something more. 10 eliminations, 20 points. You hear Smixie, you did so good.
Oh my gosh. How did we win that?
Really jumped out at the perfect time. Huskers,
I know.
Scumming like ran in and I went out.
You literally phased through their body, Alb. I watched that. They are sick to their stomach. They are sick to their stomach.
I'm sick to my stomach, Goj. I'm sick to my stomach. But that was so impressively played. I think back to when sniping was in Fortune's Keep, and Attract was sending people to the Shadow Realm back in the Resurgence League, bringing it forward. Maybe it's the interview with Smixie buff. I don't know, but they're locked in.
Tiff, they were sitting in 4th going into that lobby. It was only a 20-point win, but a map that feels like you can't win it, or you can't do well, or you're in a blender the whole time, and then you drop a 20-point game. That has to feel amazing. Your chalk game becomes a win, fantastically executed by, of course, Flank, Attract, and Smixie. But the question becomes, where's Unrational? Where's Huskers and Scummin at the end of that one? Only time will tell. They got a lot more work to do, albeit a nice map number 4. We'll be back in just a moment.
focus and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow @COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 Regional NA Finals, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandra. What a game that was for game number 4. One of the craziest endings we have seen outside of, at least in my opinion, game 1, right? That elevation difference right outside of Observatory. Smixie gets the job done. A monumental occasion for her and her roster. But let's go through some replays and let's talk specifically about some zone rotation. Village this time around, Dandro, had a big play in how the teams responded.
Yeah, Tiff called it perfectly, right? When you looked at that circle, Village was the spot you wanted to get to. We saw some teams kind of get in there early, set up shop, and kind of hold it. Other teams were kind of stuck on the outside. We saw all of those fights happening at Observatory, where then Sage, Biffle, and the Co, they're able just to kind of make some insane holds before they push into Village themselves. But realistically, it was those teams that were able to get into Village and kind of just find their building and weave their way through all of the different elevation to stay alive are the ones that came out on top. And realistically, that just kind of culminated in this insane end game, like you mentioned.
TBE, by the way, shout out to them. They had some issues throughout their game, still managed to drop double digits. That comes to show you how much of a powerhouse team they are, and they take adversity, they face it head on, and they still manage to make lemonades out of lemons. Love that. So many great fights took place. We see Sage there in his own little engagements. Huskers and Co. And this was kind of getting towards that in-game. Dream, this is where I want you to take over. Talk me through in-game.
Yeah, I feel like Harry Styles is coming in here saying, you know, it's not the same as it was. No, listen, I don't understand because, listen, for Huskers team, right, which was absolutely insane because they were posted up there. It looked like they had the engagements and they had the eliminations on Team Smixie on Attract and Flank, but it felt like they were just lingering there too long. And then what was so beautiful about Attract and Flank is the fact that, yeah, they were down a man, they didn't have Smixie, but they separated, like they put themselves in positions to where they can take these gunfights. And I mean, right there at the end, I think it was Nick Cool who was literally about to take down Attract, and then, or I think it was Flank, and then boom, Attract just came in, swooped into the day, and then like they were just able to help each other with those trades and secure the dub. And I mean, when you're fighting against that rotation plus teams being set up in there in Village already, like it's really hard to take over like that.
It is, and I feel like sometimes in-game is just a blur. You can even hear Smixie's crew saying, how did we win that? You know, how did that even come to be? But yet it did, and well done from them. Speaking of which, we get a special interview. Second time on broadcast today, but the first time live. Smixie, what's going on? Congratulations, a big win in Game 4.
Thank you. No, I was just a spectator like everybody else in that game. That was phenomenal to watch. I'm not going to lie, my teammates are awesome.
They definitely are awesome. You guys are having a standout tournament. Top 15, I think, is well within your grasp, and maybe even first place. Who knows how far you can continue to go. Now, my question is, I've always been a big supporter of women and females when it comes to competitive gaming. I've been doing this for a decade, and that's always been a big talking point for me. You are one of the few females competing in the World Series of Warzone, and today I believe you're the only female competing, at least in the top 50 trios for the Stage 1 finals. What does that mean to you?
Honestly, I'm just super proud of myself, but I do wish that there was more girls here with me, honestly. But yeah, I'm just trying to do my best to represent them.
Well, Smixie, you're doing a wonderful job doing so. I just want to say that, by the way. Dream, what you got?
Smixie, hey, you're here. We had this conversation, right? Like, I mean, it was to the point you're like, well, maybe, but hey, the focus, the confidence is there. What did you do? I'm going to ask a fun question, okay? What did you do this morning to prep and prepare for today?
I just went in and saying, you know what, I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to give it my best, and it is what it is. And I think like that lack of pressure is really what's helping us here.
I agree. Well, pressure can definitely sometimes get to, especially to us ladies, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. I want to talk about the team a little bit because I think this is a great squad. I mean, obviously, you attract and flanked as like one of the OG of OGest, I think, trios like that we have here. You guys have been playing together forever. So when you're here, obviously, like, what is it now that like stuff is starting to click? Because I think you and I both know, like, I think you play more than both of my fingers tournaments together with both of these guys. So I mean, obviously, something is clicking here in stage 2. What is it?
No, I think Warzone 2 like really changed everything for us. I think we're all playing way better than we really ever were on Warzone 1, especially like together as a trio. So yeah, I know this is my best game so far, so I do think it's helping. So
awesome.
I think it's helping quite a bit. You were having a standout tournament, as I said before. I couldn't be more pumped up for you and your roster. And top 15, like I said, I think is well within your grasp. Only 2 more games to go. Hey, before you get out of here, what do you want to tell your fans?
just thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate it. You know, what I wanted to do today was qualify for London, so hopefully we can keep the momentum going and get there. So thank you guys so much for, you know, being there for me throughout all of this.
Well, Smixie, thank you so much for coming out for the interview, and good luck in the next 2 games.
Thank you so much.
Smixie, a great person, a good style, and honestly, just like I said, tearing it up. You know, there are certain teams that come in, we expect a lot from them. Smixie was one of them, and they are delivering in every single way that we expected them to do so. We'll see how far she can continue to go with only 2 more games to go, right? So, Dream, now we're reaching the very end. Let's take a look at our standings and see where the teams are stacking up.
Oh, man. Well, talk about different shifts and jumps around, but I still, where on earth is Team Biffle? Where are they at? Where are they at? That's crazy with these standings here, but still second place Team Smixie. And of course, TBE, despite losing noobs who have that power loss, still in first place with a 96.2. Look at that drop, though, from first to second. That's insane.
It's a big gap. Yeah, it's a big drop, isn't it? When we look at that Dandro, clearly TBE very comfortably going for first place, although that can change depending. We take a look, though, at 11 through 20. I want to see where top 15 is standing at. So that's going to be Nate Dogg and Co at 46.2. Very close spread, though, from 12 to 15. Any teams 20 through 16 looking to catch up to Nate Dogg?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at, you know, maybe 4 and Jace. I called them out at the top of the show. We have Team Omen, who won one of our earlier maps, kind of now struggling a little bit post that. So maybe they got a little bit too aggressive, right? Sometimes that can happen. We've seen that happen with many teams where they win a map early on and they say, we're the best. And you maybe get a little hyper aggro and you get taken out and you're like, okay, maybe we're not the best. Maybe we should go back to what we did to win the game and not, you know, change our game plan after just, you know, getting a little hyped. So I got a lot of faith in them, though. I love the interview that we had with Omen. Hopefully they can kind of lock it in for these last 2 games and jump up and potentially be one of those top 15 squads.
Well, we'll see if they could do so. We're getting towards the end. Game number 5, Spider Tiff goes. Come on in. Let's get this game 5 started because things are starting to get pretty close at that 15th mark.
Let's lock it in. I'm ready. The final 2 maps of our series are always my favorite. I love that they're shouting out the bubble teams. I've got Team Braxton, Team Omen, Team Nate Dogg, who was in 2nd place after map number 1 goes. It's now or never.
Yeah, it's now or never. It's a great call out. Now's the time to make the push. You know game 6 is going to be chaotic. You know game 6, people are going to do some wacky and wild things. If EU repeats itself here in NA, we're going to have like 30 teams after the first circle. Like, it's going to be chaotic. So this is the last map you can play your game in and try to push inside the top 15. If you're Team 4 and Jace, let's get a move on. You're 2 places out of going to London. You don't want to have to battle in that LCQ, Tiff.
Yeah, that's going to be a bloodbath. I'm not going to lie. That'll happen next week, so stay tuned. Excited to see how that goes. The bottom 35 from our Stage 2 finals will advance on to take on 15 invited squads, but we are prepped. We are ready, and may the odds and rotations be ever in our bubble team's favor.
Yeah, even the teams at the top, Tiff, it's close. Besides TBE, which has about a 30-point margin between Team Omen and Smixie, everybody else is right there. Smixie's over Aiden in 2nd by 0.4 points. Aiden's over Jowo by 2 points. Less than that, a 1.5. I mean, this is about as a nail-biter as they can get aside from the team at the top. So can somebody take down TBE early? Maybe. Was last map the map you needed to do it? Yes, absolutely. And somehow they still scraped out with double digit eliminations. There's a lot of opportunity to move up this leaderboard, but first place is going to be hard to catch.
Look, it's easy when you've got a trio to stay at the top, but when you can stay at the top despite unfortunate circumstances, that just goes to show you why they are so dominant here in Warzone. Jumping on board with 10x though. A lot of early game action, and this squad's been known to have it.
Absolutely. They're looking for the bubble teams. This is one that's going to try to make a move, stay inside the top 15 if they can. Let's take a look at that map. You can see where most of the teams favored. We're seeing that kind of southeastern circle, kind of, but still plenty of variability in where it could land. Haven't seen that airport drop like we saw in EU. That's one that could be a bit deadly if you don't get there early, but a lot of opportunity. It's just a matter of capitalizing on it. And some of these teams that have to play hyper aggro early. They have to find a ton of eliminations. They need 20 plus points per game in the next 2 maps. So Super Heaven seems one of those. Swag Squad was inside the 40s, now inside the 30s, I believe, overall. And they need to push the fight, especially against a team like this, who is maybe just ahead of them on the leaderboard.
Swag able to grab a knock. Does get pressured to get off the high ground. Nice moves. Nickel, though, gonna double down and be able to eliminate him. Going for the res. Shadow Wag back up alongside Picnic. Don't have any shield, so prioritizing the loot here, and they don't have any other squads around them. As you can see, Z-Laner making an early exit.
Yeah, that was such a tough fight, but you have to take it. Like your team Swag, you're in 25th right now, 10 spots from the bubble. Those are fights you have to take and you have to win. Unfortunately, they don't. Maybe they can regain. We've seen a little bit more grace somehow in the regain blender. A couple teams were in trouble early, have battled their way back in 1 map, so it's certainly still possible, but look back here at City and see who's going to win some of the fights here early in the game. These are fights that will take a very long time if not done correctly. So if you see a fight that you can take and eliminate quickly, take it and then move on with your day. Don't want to spend 5 minutes on the same team. You're going to look back and say that was not worth our time.
Team Omen on your screen. They were the winners of map number 2. Now on the bubble, 1 place out of the top 15th, and that's not where you want to be in any way, shape, or form. But you're winners of map number 4, Team Smixie, on the left-hand side of this engagement. Smixie looks like she's crawling across the... She may have gotten down. So flanked, though, completely stuffs his face with licks and goes down. Unfortunate. Now tracked all the way on the right. Not going to be able to get the res off on Smixie. Taking that early exit as well, because when you're sandwiched between 2 teams, you've got to proactively take the exit. Because if you're second place overall by 0.4 points, that's a big difference, Goj, right? People think, hey, we're 15 tickets to London, but there's also $150,000 on the line.
Yeah, that's right. I would even argue, as we take a look at our leaderboard right before this game, we're 4 games in. Some of these teams, they haven't assured themselves a ticket to London. Even if you're inside the top 10, you haven't kind of crossed that threshold. The threshold we're looking for is about 70 points. There's not a single team past 70 aside from TBE. Like, even if you're in second, like, you got to score something in the next couple maps. Is it highly improbable that Smixie doesn't make London? Yes, highly improbable, but it is technically still possible. Depending on how these last 2 maps go, anything can happen. It's Warzone, and it's World Series of Warzone Stage 2 NA Finals. Teams are hungry for those spots.
I mean, you're right. 68 points is second place. 15th place is 46 points. About 22 points separating those, if my quick math is correct, but it rarely is. But you know what is correct? Aiden taking any kind of early game engagement. You got Shadow Wag, Picnic, and Nickel on the other side. We're just looking for a good setup here. Aiden and Adrian running together, finding Picnic. Damage going out, not going to be a down or anything. But Shadow Wag get caught off guard. Adrian able to grab 1, gets 2. This is clean.
You remember when Doggy said that they kind of were pushing fights and making teams scramble because they weren't ready for him? That's about as prime of examples you can get. That team, Nickel, Wag, they were not ready for that fight. I don't even know if they shot back during that entire fight. Complete and utter decimation. Still have a chance after a gulag, but Aiden and Raiden and Adrian, you called it, Tiff. They win early encounters and they do it right. I was taking a look back on EU after game 4, by the way, and points are somewhat similar at the top. 94 was Savvy Ultra's team at the top of EU after 4 games, but second was 82, and all the way down to 5th was over 70 at 75 overall. So there's a little bit of a higher spread in EU early. Of course, the scores will likely balance out at the end of this tourney, but that means there are a ton of teams. We're talking like 20 of these teams that can still vie for those kind of bottom 5 positions to go to London. I'm talking 10th through about 15th.
It's crazy. Team Intex in 13th place, just 2 points, kind of keeping them in the mix. And we've seen just how strongly they've been playing here today. Smixie going down, fully eliminated as well in the kill feed. IQ arrays and Rida on your screen. Squad number 5. You said it earlier, you know, they've consistently been at the top when it comes to competitive Warzone, even winning a Twitch Rivals early on, and they're looking to get their tickets to London.
Yeah, I just saw Team Huskers, by the way, get full wipe from the kill feed. Will they have gulags? I don't know. I'll have to check on that, but that was my woe earlier. The full orange Team 3 got 3rd in stage 1, really struggling to finding their footing today. They're going to need something incredible there in the last map if they are out of this one to even have a chance to qualify for London. Of course, there's LCQs, but a tough day in the office for the boys at home that have been working together for a very long time.
Yeah, that's not what you want. That is scary, right? I think they're about 12 points outside the top 15, currently sitting in maybe 24th. Down there with Team Swag. I say down there, but it's like the points, you just need to have one good game. But when it comes to going out early in map number 5, don't leave your one good game to map number 6. But TBE back in full. Welcome back, noobs. Glad to see no power issues here today.
Yeah, word on the street is Noobs actually had to drive to a friend's house is playing on that setup. So I don't know if his friend is an esports pro. Otherwise, he might be ripping about 50 frames per second. We'll see what Noobs can do on this friend's setup. But DBZ, another team that's trying to vie for the top 10. They've been doing well today. A little bit sleepy in terms of main stage presence, but on the leaderboard, not sleepy at all. They're looking very strong up until this last map. And now they're kind of in that jockeying position inside the top 15. So need another big game here to make sure they maintain it. Currently situated in 5th overall at 64 points. So not safe, but a good day in the office playing top 5 right now.
Adrian finding some more consistent success in the kill feed as well. Going to be a big game for Team Aiden. They were in 3rd place coming into this, and I can only imagine they're looking to usurp Team Smixie, who was in 2nd, but has found a lot of early game issues here. Now DBZ on your screen. Speaking of early game issues, we need Z Smith, DJ Moss, and Ebates. They're looking a little split, but that's probably because Ebates is somewhere scouting it out, hitting the Moby, probably going to grab a UAV.
Ebates, they did jump to 6th, by the way, after the last map. They were hanging out in 10th for a while. Now they're in trouble. 6th versus 5th. DBZ versus Ebates. DJ Moss and Z Smith. Both teams feeling very confident about their gameplay today. No breakout performances, but very solid, consistent. Back-to-back trades, everybody falling, everybody in trouble. Looks like DBZ might get the better of this encounter, but it's not over yet.
Dongi falling as well. Clutch Belk down. Z-Laner and Destroy looking to hit that res off. Tappa on your screen. Nate Dogg, that was the team that was in 2nd place after map number 1. Now a bubble team, so they have to pop off, but unfortunately, Fade's going to be the first one to fall here. Tappa. Oh, I think that's a Signal 50 in the hands of JC Baby.
They've been trying to rip it today. Again, need to collect some eliminations here. Signal 50, you need a headshot and maybe an entry frag. Something, drill charge to finish it off. Nate Dogg holding the position well. I did get a confirmed report, by the way. Those are saying my 50 frames was capped. 55 is what Noobs is playing on from his friend's PC. So I'm not saying I told you so, but good luck, Noobs. You got it. I believe in you. You're professional.
55 is better than none, but Nate Dogg dropped by JC Baby. They're a bubble team as well, and bubble team v bubble team. Doesn't matter. You've got to do what it takes. And honestly, taking out one bubble team is the way to solidify yourself in the 15th place. We are on map number 5, guys. If you're just joining us, we have 6 maps for the day. 150K on the line, and 15 teams will be sealing their tickets to the Global LAN Finals. Who will it be? Well, right now, TBE, they're currently at the top of the leaderboard. Noobs is back in. Doesn't matter. 55 frames or not, still better than none. I bet he's still better than me too, and half y'all in chat probably.
More than half, Tiff. More than half. I will say Nate Dogg took that fight way too early. You've got to stay patient. We'll come back to that fringe team here in a moment as we watch our leaders put on a show. Potentially, they have lost Tommy in this fight, but it is a 2v1 close with one peeking over. Clean up Russ, and I think Stellar said, I have no interest in taking this fight. Let's be very clear. Stellar's going to move on. Let's continue to hop around the map and check in with some of our other squads. We take a look. One of our teams has been playing fairly consistent as well. Intex in position to potentially make land. They need a big one here, though, to continue that streak. They were sitting at about 8th, and I think they're inside top 15 still. But they got to win against Autorise. It's not often you catch Autorise out in the open and you win the gunfight. Huge takeout in the open. That was not supposed to happen, but they win it. They'll take those, and I think Prospect's going to move on.
Prospect inside the gas station, making a play. It was a good move by Blast there, and then calling in that PA. You called it. They're in 13th place, currently in the top 15 by less than 3 points. That's 3 eliminations separating them from a Global LAN Finals.
Tiff, I'll call it out now. I didn't want to talk about it earlier, but yesterday during the EU finals, we watched Morpheus's team go for a snipe kill, hit twice, and not get the full elim. And I said out loud that they're going to hate to look back and think if they lose a spot to land by 1 point, how frustrating it'll be to not finish off that kill. They quite literally didn't make land because of 1 point. Every single kill matters. You have to execute your game plan, and you have to push the gunfights to grab the eliminations. You might look back and say, dang, what if we would have grabbed that 1 kill? We could be flying to London in a couple weeks. But Intex is able to find the 1. The question is, where's the second? It looks like the last player on Team 33 is flying away.
Believe was the recon drone operator. Don't sleep on the recon drone, especially in those big rotations when you need to find information. Lockseal caught out of the building, gonna go down. Jerky able to finish it off. Check in with Aiden, Raiden, Adrian. Honestly, trying to say Aiden, Raiden, and Adrian 3 times fast is low-key kind of tough, but Dongi is in their sights.
That's so far away, Tiff.
He's not gonna let him go. He's like, I will empty this entire clip in my Cronin if that's what it takes. But unfortunately, Dongi is gonna get out.
That's the thing. Like, when you can team shot some of those fights, like, you could actually grab eliminations from that far. If you've got a couple people shooting from that range, a couple broken plates, grab them before they can get to cover, you'll take those. Those might add up to 1.6, 1.8 points later down the road if you do well.
Tracked and flanked. Looks like Smixie is down there as well. Just currently a little separated, but they do have that. And Raiden pushing in, able to grab the knock on to flank, done and dusted. And where is the tracked for the trade? Well, he's jumping off the back and parachuting away, but we saw just what happens. Raiden doesn't care. Raiden is in full hot pursuit of what was originally second place. And if Raiden can take out this squad, solidify themselves, they can make a play for first. The track does not have any plates on. He's pure flesh. Raiden even throwing up a little bit of fists in the air and battle cry. Adrian able to get there, and just like that, the chase is over. A track done and dusted.
That was brutal, Tiff. This was first place from stage 1. We've got 42 teams up, and Adrian's on 9. Talk about relentless. Listen, that kill is mine. We are going to hunt down a track and make sure they can't go anywhere. Bye-bye, Rayskis. Adrian is on another level right now. The kid has woken up. They got a little sleepy, started falling down leaderboard, got to 3rd. 0.4 points behind a track squad who they just hunted. Still 30 some odd points behind TBE, but they are making a strong late tourney push.
Here we go. They found Scummin. Scummin's out. Now we're looking for more. This is getting to be actually kind of scary. You got to think about where they are in terms of individual kills. Adrian's on north of 24. Tommy was at 26, and that was the top of the kill leaderboard, and they're not done. Job's not done, Goj.
Still have a whole nother map after this, Chip. This is about to be crazy. Nice team fight here on the train. They're going to clean up another. They're sitting just between Rated and Adrian on 15 already, by the way, with 41 teams still alive. Aiden's team pushing to try to win this thing. They're kind of mimicking Linden from yesterday, who told me we're not here to qual, we're here to win. Aiden's team's doing exactly that. This is the late game push they needed. This is the late tourney push. This could be the biggest tournament of the weekend. They got to continue to make a move, though.
Here we go. Grabs Brolic, fools Desmond. Tommy, they need to solidify their spot at the top of the leaderboard. They've broken triple digits. The thing is, if Team Aiden has a monumental game here, they could make a move for first place.
At least get within striking distance, because they're down 30 some odd points right now, so they've got to close that to like 15 and 20 at the most to even have a chance at TBE. You know TBE is not going to drop a map. It's more so going to be how many points do they actually put up. So if they only put up 10, 15, you can put up a 35-point game. You can catch them. But you got to put yourself in striking distance to do that. Aiden's team's doing exactly that. Another team, the curse of the top seed of the qualifiers. Riaz squads need a breakout game. They've got to secure their spot to London. They have an opportunity. Riaz's team has been playing, I'll call it okay today. They haven't done anything great. They haven't done anything awful. They're within distance to be able to put themselves to London. They still need to maintain the pace that they were setting earlier in this tournament.
Currently in 22nd place overall. Solidify Xenon both in the double digits for eliminations, but Riaz currently on 5. So going to have to step it up a little bit, maybe nerves, maybe not, but these lobbies are more aggressive and the rotations have been kind of scary, to be honest. We've had some really intense zone pools, and if you're not getting those early rotations, like Dongi said, early and setting yourself up for success, we've seen some teams go out earlier than anticipated.
Tiff, Riaz had 28 in 5 games during the qualifiers.
Yeah. After
4, now into the 5th, he has 5? Something catastrophic happened with that team. I don't know if it's a mental or something. There are some issues. Of course, this is kind of Riaz's first major tournament, having just turned 18 right before stage 2. It wasn't even able to compete in stage 1. It wasn't of age. Turned 18, fried out in the quals, and unfortunately having a tough day today. They still have a chance to make London, but they got to make a move this map, or at the very least drop an absolute banger in the next.
DBZ destroying Clutch Belt, both still alive. Bonk Future. Oh, wait, I just cursed. Now destroy last alive for the squad. 2 eliminations. Doing a little bit of dance here on the low ground, trying to rotate in, but you have a stack on the left-hand side. And you're trying to get... Yeah, that's just unfortunate, to be honest. The rotation is just going to be horrible. Even if the gas didn't kill him there, that team would have.
Yeah, DBZ needed a good one, but they're still certainly within distance to go to London. I think they were top 5, sitting in 5th overall. Tommy goes down. Noob's now in trouble. Last alive on his team. Both having been to the gulag already. It's all up to Noobs. Has enough to buy both. And might be full sending the buy. Will he get one off? I think he had enough time to get both. Just barely. Suicide double buys back in. Husker's there to greet him with open arms, but it might be actually T-Nux grabbing the eliminations from the left-hand side. Whew, that was stressful, but TB still in it inside the top 32.
Yo, are we getting another village zone? Because we have a lot of teams here in Observatory, and you can just see kind of the great migration. Squad number 4, that's Team Hisoka, pushing straight down. And okay, look, if you guys didn't catch on early in map number 4 that it was pulling towards village, you can see it's going a little more to the left, which isn't too bad, but this is gonna be disgusting. Unrational coming back in. Alongside Huskers and Scummin, bottom of main, trying to find some kind of weapons to utilize. And yeah, peep that free cam. Peep the mountain goats. Tommy grabbing some loadouts, maybe changing up some perks, making sure you're kitted out for the end game.
Inside the circle with loadout, they've got a good opportunity to still do decent somehow. I counted, by the way, like 12 teams in Observatory still, so this is about to be brutal. Coming out of this POI, having to rotate down. There's a slight bit of cover here on the edge of circle, in dead center or close to center outside of village. You've got Mayapo's locations. It's a great building to hold. A ton of angles you can get shot from those. You got to check your windows. Omen's able to clean up one. Is going to push for this piece of cover. I don't think this is a great fight to take, but where else do you go? Maybe under the bridge? I think that's what Tommy's thinking, is maybe hold this POI or outside of POI. There's just a lot of teams going to be coming from your top, a lot of teams coming from the bottom. You just got to hope you don't get third party, which is exactly what's about to happen.
The thing is, I've seen this end on one of those little buildings outside of Village, just when you're coming down from this hill. The building that actually Hisoka, Mayapo, and Skullface are in. And sure, that's going to be great if you can get that early, so long as you have people that are going to be pushing you. You should be able to pick up a lot of eliminations, because it's going to be really tough to infiltrate. You just got to watch out for precision airstrikes, because they can go rogue. But Breadman on the move. Precision airstrikes galore. Breadman's going to fall. Believe looking to clean up Limax. This is going to be wild.
A great migration indeed. The ducks are starting to fly and leave the nest, headed to the great Wild West. Joe trying to go big for his team in a 2v1, and it's not going to happen. Limax is going to have to peek over and try to save some semblance of a game they have going right now. Joe's squad inside the top 10 sees one up top, is going to force him off, but there are so many teams on the edge. This is a near impossible rotation unless you smoke yourself out for days. Use any piece of resource you have to zone each other off. There's a 1v2 to win. Limax has to do it now. One, cleans it, grabs the kill, but that's all she wrote for squad 7. They're going to be headed to the lobby. Still top 20, though. Decent little multiplier. They should be good to go inside the top 10 still.
Keep that. That house that Hisoka and Skullface are just there on your screen right in front of Blast. The circle is still pulling ever so more into Village. So for the teams that have made their rotation already, such as Raiden, little bit of stealth, prone crawling into a bush right now. If you're a rat, you gotta do rat things.
Top 10 is what you're looking for the next multiplier. Nick Cool's finding one with signal from distance. Team 29 all still alive and inside the top 10. The revenge tour is going well, and they've got an opportunity. Licks Tabify on the rotate. No chance in hell. There's teams already set up here. They've been here for 10 minutes. You're not getting anywhere close to this POI. And look who is in the God spot. Team 29 Picnic, Nick Cool, Wag. They come 26th in stage 1. They go to the qualifiers. They have an okay time, but they're here to enact the revenge. And I said they hadn't got off the bus. They're finally off the bus. They had set up, and they're starting to play their instruments. They're starting to sing, and they're singing well inside the top 10. An opportunity here to go top 5 if the zone continues to pull their way.
Currently in 12th right now. Nickel running this signal 50, able to grab a knock and a full onto another. Skullface finding some success as well. You can see the teams are making their rotations in. Teams Hisoka just outside the ring, have to push in through this broken spot. One, it's gonna be unrated. He's a rat. Team Aiden down and out, and Skullface and Co looking to move up the leaderboard. They were in 8th place prior to map number 5. This could be a big one.
Soka's on 8th. You're right, it is a big one. They got to keep up the pace inside the top 10, so they have a nice 1.6 multiplier, looking for top 5 for 1.8. Wag's team above, holding still God spot. As we get to the final zone pull, not helpful for anybody besides 48. Maybe our 19th team could sneak a win here. They've been in a blender all day today. They're a bubble team. They're sitting at about 20th going into this one. Ahsoka and Skullface are feeling confident. They're taking every fight well, except for this one. Invader gets the better of Ahsoka while he's planning, except Ahsoka grabs the corner angle. Skullface is down. It's all up to Ahsoka inside the gas. It's cleaned up one. Making a huge wrap here. Likely has a durable. Double digits.
Do it to him, Ahsoka. Do it to him. Couple more ticks left on that gas mask. Likely has the medic carrier plate because he passed up on one, or prefers the one he has. On 11, this is how you show out. Also, Picnic, Nickel, duo still up. Team number 48, they're making moves, currently in 35th place. They need a monumental win. You're talking about playing the best game of your life, setting yourself up for success, trying to get in that top 15. If you can go big in map number 5, double down and hit a good game in map number 6, that's how you get your passport stamped. But Nickel able to wrap to high ground. Ultimate high ground.
Jerky's definitely has the player advantage with lanes. Player we've seen several times in the World Series of Warzone stage. Still trying to grab some massive success, though. It's been kind of lingering in the middle of the pack throughout the series. Several different teams. been solid last year. Soka ratting it out, finds lanes on one, but they can body stack this fight. They should be able to win it. A couple grenades might help Soka, though, if he does it correctly. Not enough time, not enough nades. Soka's out of here. Lanes, Jerky, win map number 5. A surprise winner, a surprise map, a crazy last zone, but they grab the kills they need to secure a victory.
The question is, how many kills did they grab in that end game? Because they were relatively far outside the top 15, they needed a big win. Did they go big enough?
Yeah, when you're in the 30s, I mean, we called it out. This was the map you needed to win, and they did it, but you had to do it with a ton of elims. Let's see that victory moment.
We're good. I hear him underneath us. They're like he's on that side.
Stack.
So, yeah.
Stack together here. Yeah. Are we still going here? No, we're not. We gotta go around. Smoke.
Here. The garage. Help.
In here.
Watch out. Finish. Yeah, boy. Shit.
How the fuck did we do that, boys?
It's like, what the fuck? What was that game 1, boys? Like, come on.
Oh man, we got 24 points. Not bad.
Yeah, good shit.
Holy shit. Let's fucking go, bro.
24 points.
Hey.
Not bad indeed, Tiff. And this is now the second or third time we've heard a team go, how did we win that? And hey, look, sometimes things just go your way, luck pulls your direction, and then you realize you're in the advantageous position, and then you take hold of the opportunity, you seize it, and you use it well. And that's exactly what that team was able to do. Congratulations on a 24-point win. Will it put them within striking distance of London, Tiff? I think possibly, but they need another one. Excited to see what map 6 will bring us. If it's anything like the EU, Tiff, it's going to be chaos. You're going to want to buckle in. Hold on. We're going to head to a very short break, but when we come back, we're going to bring you the last map of the North American Stage 2 Finals.
Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. And welcome back, everybody, to World Series of Warzone Stage 2 NA Regional Finals, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Prime Gaming, it's awesome that they're here. We're happy that they are part of World Series of Warzone. And for all of you out there, hey, it doesn't just stop there. You can also get some free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming using the command in chat, !Prime Gaming. Use it in chat now to get involved with Prime Gaming in every single way. Like I said, !Prime Gaming. So let's talk about it. Right, game number 5 is done. Things are getting tense. Top 15 is now within grasp, but who is going to get it? You could say all top 30 could very well still get to that point. And we have a new winner. It's Jerky and Co. who take game number 5, which should catapult them closer to the top 15 spot. But first, let's talk about some rotations. And Observatory, once again, Dandro, starts to come into play.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams thought that Observatory was going to be the play, but then the zone pulls down towards that village yet again. So you have all of these teams that are kind of stuck up near Observatory, right? They're slowly trying to make their way down the mountain and into village, but it's those teams that yet again set up shop early in village. They kind of grab a building, they grab a rooftop. They're able to make some insane holds, and we saw a number of teams who were able to do that, right? I mean, we saw Rated even was able to somehow get in. We saw obviously our winner, Lanes, Jerky, and Val News. They kind of were able to have some strong holds as well. So I think when we kind of move into map 6, people need to maybe play a little bit more, toe the line. Say, okay, if the zone pulls here, we're good. If it pulls here, we're good. Rather than making these hard commits like we've seen in the last 2 maps.
Hard commits, but you got to make them now, especially going into game number 6. I want to kind of fast forward a little bit as we go through the replays. Hisoka making an attempt, right? Oh, last one alive, but still making good on his life, getting 2nd place. What was that end game like for Hisoka, Dream?
Yeah, listen, that was just crazy because it was Goj who called out that it was Nick Cool's team that had like the better height advantage, but Soka and Skullface were on the low ground and had the low advantage. And you know, in these scenarios, sometimes that zone pulls the team on the height advantage off and forces these awkward engagements on everyone down low. So it seemed like right then and there, Soka squad, I was like, okay, either one of the two are gonna take it, but it was a scenario where Soka did lose Skullface. Obviously, Nick and the code, like, they got forced off. And at the end of the day, he's constantly just pushing through all the crazy scenarios. And I mean, he had $13,000 at that point, making a gas play, which he did, that huge wrap around through the building all the way on the other side of the zone. And then, of course, he was inside, got caught, and got pulled out. But what was so big brain about that play is the fact that he was by himself, he picked up the elims, and he still got 2nd place.
2nd place, right? And that's pretty remarkable. I'm never surprised and I'm never not impressed at how well sometimes one player left alive could just take on the entire lobby. Hisoka's a great example of that. Tommy's been a great example of that. Aiden's been a great example of that. And the list goes on and on. And also, shout out to Hisoka, currently our elimination leader, sitting at 30 elims. We saw Vision yesterday being the elim leader. Hisoka's looking to do the same. Now, enough about that. I want to focus on the standings because this is where things start to get serious. Let's pull those up and see who's going to be on the edge, right? That top 15. First, taking a look 1 through 10th. As we know, Omen, Tommy, Noobs, piggybacking off that map 1 win, they have managed to hold on to first. However, I am surprised that Aiden has caught up as much as they have. So that first place spot that I thought was a lock at this point, Dandro, might not be a lock. But let's go ahead and go to the next page because I want to focus in on 11th through 20th. Who are we seeing on the bubble and who might not make top 15?
I mean, we've seen Nate Dogg and Co, right? They've been kind of doing well all day. That game number 1 was really, really great for them. And then they've kind of petered off here. But just look at the scores. That's the number thing I want to think about. Look at 15th, 52.8. And then it's all 52, even down to 20 at 50.6. So, like, this entire grouping is all very well within reach of, you know, kind of a lot of these scores. And as we kind of look down even below 20th, I got to imagine some of those scores are even still there. there. Yeah, I mean, look, like even all the way down to like, I don't know, 25th, like 26, like 42, like a 10-point game is nothing crazy. So I like what you said. Anybody that's kind of between that 15th to 30th, it's still really anyone's game if they have an absolute standout map number 6.
Yeah, because Dream, you even look at Jerky and Co. 32nd place going into this, they jump up, they get a 24-point game. Even if you're in 34, or even if you're in 30th place, I think sitting at 34 points, that might still be enough to catapult you up to top 15. So if I'm in the number 15 spot, top 16 spot, Dream, I'm getting a little bit worried. I'm still feeling good because what I'm doing is working, but nothing is a guarantee.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a couple of squads too. We saw Huskers and Co. 26th place. And of course, from stage 1, where's Team IQ, right? They won that drop number 3. They dropped a banging 21 kill game. And I mean, yeah, they're pretty further down there too than we expected, because I really wanted them to at least get in that top 15 spot. But I mean, it's anyone's game. It can be. Maybe not in that top 5 range, but you got to have just one good game. And we've seen that so many times, especially in the World Series of Warzone.
Angela, let's take a look at our top eliminators for this tournament. I mentioned Hisoka a little bit earlier. He leads the charge at 30, but Tommy, Breadman, Adrian still up there. Tommy is actually incredibly close. It's just a 10 elimination spread, but a lot of those names up there, honestly, expecting to see them. Nice to see Doggy at number 5, right? We saw Doggy winning a game a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they won game number 3 is what they won, and that's obviously off the back of some good work from him. And one thing that's really interesting to me, though, is like, I think this is kind of tells the story, right? We know that this multiplier's in play, so some of the top teams, when we look at the overall leaderboard, it's not a surprise to see a sort of a correlation between our top eliminations. We're looking at a couple different teams here that just, you know, they're able to find a ton of eliminations, and then they're pairing it up, of course, with that good placement. They're taking advantage of it. You know, you get a little math going in there. You get a little 1.5, 1.6 action over the course of 6 games. Makes all the difference.
Makes all the difference in the world. I gave him a shout out yesterday. I'm going to give him a shout out today for our NA boys, and their viewership is killing it. Repulse and his viewing party, or his watch party, excuse me. Hey, they're tearing it up. They've got the vibes going there, and they're pretty funny. I can't even lie. I've been tuning into them. Make sure you check them out. Love our watch parties, and the reason why is because they support the scene as a whole. World Series Warzone is a beautiful thing and gets everybody involved. So once again, shout out to Repulse and his watch party. Hopefully they continue to do that throughout the LCQ as well. Dream, going into game 6, right? This is a big game for a lot of different reasons. First place is now in contention. We had back-to-back winners in EU with Jukies. We could see the same thing with Aiden. What, a 15-point game? They're right back up there in first. Another $30,000 go to them. Also, we know what, 30th place up to 15th? That's in contention as well. So game number 6, a lot of pressure, Dream.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And what's crazy about that is, like, we don't have it. There's no repeat winners, okay?
That's right.
Unless this could very well happen this next drop, there have not been any repeat winners today. But what's scary about that is, like, we've always say, hey, if you're one of those teams that need to catch up and get those elims, just a full send and try to pick up as many as you can along the way, like, it kind of puts that pressure on you, yes. But what's scary about it is the top teams, they're still playing just as confident, and they definitely still are hunting. I mean, we just saw that last game, right? I think Goj said it, like, by circle number 3, Adrian had like 9 kills. That is insane. They are not slowing down.
Not slowing down at all. You can't slow down. All gas, no brakes at this point, right? Dandro, I want to learn a little bit from you. You've watched 5 games. Going into game 6, let's do a little bit of a Dandro deep dive, what we've learned so far and what we can continue to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, you know, with Season 4, we got a number of changes, including that Season 4 patch, as well as Season 4 Reloaded. And we've seen a number of those things be in effect here throughout the entire 5 games. And so we just kind of wanted to highlight some of what was going on here. Obviously, if you're tuning in here from Stage 1, you're still seeing the Cronin Squall in the hands of a lot of our players. But this time, thanks to that time to kill sort of balance patch across all weapons, they're just rocking it full auto. No more single tap, no more single fire. It is just full auto all the way. And the thing I love, some players have kind of paired it up, of course, with that Schlager night vision optic, which lets them be able to get some shots through smoke. We've seen how prevalent smokes are in these games, so being able to have that optic to get shots in through them is super important. Vaznev took a little bit of a hurt, so obviously we got the Lockman sub that's pairing up with it, but the weapons aren't really what I'm too worried about. It's more the perks and of course those brand new plate carriers. Bird's Eye, you're seeing almost everybody rocking Bird's Eye now, and that's because of a change that came in the Season 4 Reloaded patch, and that is of course that now when you pop a UAV, you essentially get an advance. You get to see the bearings of your opponents that are nearby. So when we get to some of these circles are a little bit smaller, you pop a UAV, you're seeing exactly where everyone is going to be sitting, and you can make some smart plays, smart rotations. That's kind of why we've seen the lobbies get a little bit more aggressive here today, because players, they have more information at their disposal. They can make these rotations that they feel more confident in, and they can just full send squads and maybe catch them on the back foot. Now, we obviously have these 3 new plate carriers that were introduced that add a whole new element to the game, right? We have the medic, the stealth, and the comms plate carriers. The medic is super crucial. It allows you to heal and provide revives even faster. So what we're seeing, sometimes players have at least one person rocking the medic. You can throw down a smoke on a down teammate, you run up, you get a really fast revive, and you're able to get out of there before something like a precision airstrike can come on in. Or if that team decides to push you, you get your teammate up and you can kind of flip the cards back on them. You of course have that stealth plate carrier giving you ghosts, taking you off the map, and comms yet again. Maybe if you find a comms plate, it gives you that sort of bird's eye-esque where you pop a UAV, you can see where people are on the map. So it's of course these kind of new additions to the game that keep it fresh, but also add a whole new element to these competitions that we have here today. I've loved everything we've seen so far. It seems like players have definitely really adapted, and I don't know, map number 6, we're going to see even more of that.
Always amazes me at how much both not only you, Dream, but also Dandro, you just know about Warzone. It blows my mind, to say the least. Well done, well said, Dandro. And they were getting lost in that chain, and so was I, bro. You better, hey, when we go London, you better watch out, man, because that chain, I might be taking it. I'm just saying, like, that chain is dope. Hey, let's bring in our cast. Hey, Dandro, you're bigger than me. I'm 5'9", you're 6'8" something. You take me on. Spider Tiff goes, bringing you back in game number 6. It comes down to this: 15 tickets to London. Who's gonna earn it? Let's find out.
Let us do it, guys. Game number 6. Everything must be earned here, and if you want to find yourself in that top 15, lay it all on the line. You have to play your best game of Warzone that you ever have in your entire life, because we saw just how close those points are, Goj. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything could happen. I tried to highlight all of the teams that I think were in a precarious situation. Game number 6 is here. So I'm looking at Smixie at 9th, DBZ at 10th, and Biffle at 11th. They need a good map to make sure they qualify. Have they qualified yet? No. Are they close? Certainly. If they drop out early, there is a chance they get overwhelmed. Who are the teams vying for those positions that I'm looking out for? Team in 21st, 4 and Jace, team in 22nd. Solidify your top team from the qualifiers. Can they break the top quals curse? And then Huskers Unrationals coming in 26th, Swag in 28th. What are we talking about? We got to make a move, and we got to make a move now, Tiff. There's only one map to go.
These are some big names that might be fighting it out in the last chance qualifier next week. But until then, there's one game on the line to give it your all. Smixie was in 2nd place heading into map number 5, finding themselves in 9th. And that just goes to show you how much of a shakeup that can happen. Points that are differentiating these teams, they can be made up in just a banger of a game. As our plane line goes over, Observatory, TBE, checking in with them. I love the way they separate out to go ahead and get some good loot. Your current 1st place team, 111 points, sitting on triple digits. The only team to do so, might I add.
A great shout, Tiff. We talked about it yesterday. I think it's worth re-bringing back up. The 6th map is chaos. Teams go crazy in order to try to claw their way into the top 15 or claw their way into the money to walk away with some cash. There's $150,000 on the line, but map 6, teams are going to do some weird and wacky stuff, and oftentimes, as Scumman's finding a couple on Rational Anthrian kind as well, they should win this gunfight. Oftentimes, this map is what will really mess up some of the top teams, because some of the other teams, they're not going to play traditionally good Warzone. They're going to get weird, and it's going to be tough to battle back.
Cole getting weird, gonna get dropped. Rituals trying to keep it alive. Scumming on your screen. Unrational has that PDSW in hand, trying to find a cheeky angle, but look, they've waited for reinforcements. Boom Kid shows up. Unrational getting dropped. Not the start that you wanted, especially when you are currently sitting in 26th place. It's like, what went wrong there? I don't know, man. Cole's shots towards this squad were looking really strong, and now they're in a little bit of a scuffle, and they've got to move.
Tiff, I can only imagine. I saw some chatter about how DBZ was arguing, how Unrational Scumming and Huskers were arguing, Swag was arguing. This is what happens when things aren't going your way and the chemistry starts breaking down. You have to mentally check in with each other and say, hey, we are the best. We can do this. Foreign Jace gets dropped as well. Every team battling for position. Every team has a chance to make it to London. Dandro said it best. I think top 30, top 26 all have a spot at the top 15. These margins are so razor thin.
The issue is it's passion, right? You're exuding passion. You want to win. The competitive nature is coming out, and you can critique any little thing about your teammates, but it's for the teams that have been there since the beginning. The long-standing duo, Hisoka, Skullface, bringing back in Mayapo for stage 2, finding themselves inside the top 3 before map number 6. Could they go big here and unseat TBE? That would be absolutely insane. We get a good look at the zone. And man, if I'm looking at this, I think Marshlands is going to end up being a key, depending on how this pulls for rotations. You can already see there's 4 squads there duking it out for the early game.
Yeah, I saw Aiden's team around Marshlands. You saw Tommy's team up in Village, or Tariq all by themselves at the top of the map. So they're hanging out, taking it nice and patient in this last map when they've got a little bit of a buffer for a win. DBZ's team certainly not taking it patient. They want eliminations, and they want them now. Trying to push Watch Waldo, squad 18. One of the more underrated squads in the game, did well in World Series of Warzone last year, battled to about 18th this year. Patience is key. Patience is a virtue for a reason, Tiff. They've got to take this patiently. Who's going to take the first jump? Ooh, C4. Down goes a lot of plates.
Not good if your team Colony 2K currently sitting in 34th place. Gonna have to have a banger of a match here in map number 6. Rated on your left. Skullface, Hisoka, Mayapo on the right. But look how spread out Adrian and co are here as they make their way towards Al Sharim Pass.
Team Aiden is only about 14 points behind TBE. So we talked about them. They're on your screen here to the left-hand side. Talked about how dynamic of a game they had in map 5 that put them within striking distance for first place. Certainly possible. 14-point gap. Definitely doable, but you got to make sure TBE doesn't have a banger of a map, or otherwise you're gonna have to outscore them by 14 for like a 34 over a 20 or something like that. But this is one of your other teams. Wow, rated laces with Adrian to help out, or I don't know. Actually, no, wait, I think somebody else got that elimination. Didn't go to rated, and his team's not in a position to make those shots. I don't know what happened, but down goes one from Skullface's squad.
I think it went to Adrian. I think they were both shooting. I don't know what angle Adrian had, but now it's giving the opening for Rated to start climbing up towards that high ground. I doubt Mayapo and Soka are going to try to hit the redeploy drone and make a move. Mayapo has that ultimate high ground, but the gunny on Rated and Adrian is kind of disgusting. I mean, Adrian alone sitting on 27 eliminations prior to this. Your current kill leader is Hisoka with 30.
That's right. It's going to be a tough fight, but they do have player advantage, like you called. Got high ground. This is a battle between 2nd and 3rd place. This is a crucial linchpin fight for a lion's share of the cash here, Tiff. If Raiden can catch an angle and knock Mayapo, they can really push this high ground. He's actually at least providing a bit of a distraction. Adrian's going to be making a move inside this building, potentially with Deddy. Outside has an angle. Parachute's going to give him away, but Mayapo can't really take a look. Soka tried to hold the off angle and try to provide some cover.
All right, let's see how this is going to go. I'm sitting here like biting my lips, like, just how is this going to go? Mayapo looking for a heady.
There it is.
Pushing the issue. Adrian gonna be fooled. Skullface back in the mix. Definitely needed now the numbers advantage in favor of Team Hisoka. Aiden and Rated last alive in the building, shuffling around next to them.
They're out.
Question is, what are they going to do? Yeah, we see the parachutes getting pulled. They're rotating out. They know they're at a disadvantage, and this team is here to play. Now, let's talk about some of the things that we have when our teams are making engagements, especially in the early game. It usually happens when you see kill race style and not necessarily customs, but you have to gauge the level of skill of the team that you're engaged against, right? You have two powerhouses going at it, and once you over peak, or even if you slightly peak, if you get taken down to 1 HP, similar to what we saw with Rated, you can already say, all right, man, this team's twisted.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they quickly knew who it was, they had player advantage, they were going to try, they lose one, it's not worth it, especially because it took so long to take that fight and still lose. Now they're down in numbers. Let's get out of there. We can all eat in this lobby. Let's go eat somewhere else. We are the top of the food chain right now, fighting each other. I'm just going to go eat some of the bottom of the food chain lobby players that maybe I feel more comfortable taking those fights, especially in a more advantageous position for us. So we'll swing over. We'll see Jacko, Little J trying to fight back here against TBE. This is a fairly even 3v3 as well in terms of positioning. Omen playing a little bit of anchor, swinging around from the side. Sorry, Noob's playing anchor, Omen playing entry man, trying to find some sort of an angle. Doesn't have it yet, but they'll patiently try to take this fight.
Big game, big fight for TBE, but even bigger stakes on the line for Team Shero. They're currently in 14th place overall, and you know that mere 0.8 separating them, or no, just only 2.8 for the next team, 2 points separating them outside the top 15. That's a really scary position to be in this early on.
DBZ finding a couple eliminations in the feed. Aiden did get dropped by Nico. A much needed elimination for Nico. Not sure it's going to matter for them. They've had a really tough tournament today. They said they were feeling uncomfortable, but things aren't going their direction, and Adrian catches Nico completely unaware. Free elimination. Adrian hardly lose the plate.
Rotations coming in. Tommy able to get to high ground, overlooking to see where Team Shero has gone. Well, you can see they're rotating out on the left. Dongi, Nofo, and Bonbot in the distance. Dongi is actually going to get a full wipe onto Team Shero. Wow.
Team Vonbot is currently situated in 8th place, looking pretty comfortable at 74.6. Again, the cutoff in stage 1, by the way, in terms of point totals for top 15, was 76.8. No one inside of 7th and below are higher than that number right now. We're likely going to see a top 15. That cutoff is going to be closer to about 66.6, which is what EU was yesterday. So a little bit lower of a threshold. Still a lot of teams vying for that position. Like we said before, I think it's top 26 that probably have a chance at that.
Your 7th place team, Team Ebates, having some difficulty in the kill feed. Smixie popping off as well. Picnic, Nicole, Shadowwag making a rotation just north of Team Aiden. They're likely going to run into each other. This is going to be really detrimental so long as the player that's leading the charge will double down back and peep the zone pool goes. This is disgusting. Squad number 36, though, up in that northern area, the utmost northeast out of Al Mazrah City. There's like a no-name POI up there that has a buy station. It's not a bad place to get to and hold early. It just really depends on where that next pool is going to go. But for the teams that need to show out and get a lot of eliminations, making your way towards city, grabbing some high ground and just basically shooting fish in a barrel is probably your way to go.
Yeah, I was going to say 36 was a great call out, but guess who was hunting them down? It was TBE. Team 2 that was up in the same area is probably going to try to clear out that entire POI so they can hold the position instead. It's kind of the same mantra we had yesterday about the early bird getting the worm. 36 probably the bird, but second mouse gets the cheese. I think they might have been set, a trap has been set on them, and TBE is going to spring that trap and then grab the cheese afterwards. We'll see if they're able to execute on their plan and maintain their first position. A couple of the squads, Dongi squad inside the top 10. Great tournament thus far. Young guns, chip on their shoulders, something to prove. Map 3 winners, doing well thus far in the final map of the day. You can see Super Evan off into the distance. They need a big one. This might be the first time Super Evan doesn't get a free clear walk into the grand finals of a big tournament series in Warzone. One of the most winningest Warzone players in history. Hundreds of thousands of dollars earned. Really having a tough day today with swag and colors.
Yeah, but those tickets to London, everything is earned. You have to grind through the grueling world stage of Warzone qualifiers into the regional finals, into this. Find yourself in the top 15, and if not, go to the bloodbath of LCQ. I love that we were talking about Vonbot, Dongi, and co, because you know, they talked about how much this meant to them. It means the world. The World Series of Warzone is here to change lives. Put respect on players' names that you might not have heard before. TBE, you know, they're part of that old guard. They've been here since the dawn of time, since Verdansk, grinding throughout tournaments, raking up the earnings. But the new names, they're here to make a play. You said it's something to prove.
Well, TBE is going to try to wipe out 36 and 34. They want to hold this area of city. They'll have a complete dominating force as any other team rotates in. Be able to hold their high ground. Look how split they are right now. Tommy's all the way off into the other side. He actually lost noobs. Tommy's likely calling Omen back to heal to grab high ground. We'll see. Just looking for someone. This is going to be a little bit of a more sleepy game for TBE, but sometimes they like it like that. They're going to take the high ground position and take in game. Especially, honestly, I think they're probably thinking, since it's going to be a city final circle, there's going to be a ton of teams left. Albeit it's, yes, map 6. Things are going a little bit crazy and wacky. We're into the third circle. We have 41 teams. This is not a replication of EU, and likely it's because of the circle. Saeed City can support nearly all 50 teams in some of the in circles. There's so many places to hide. So this is going to be a fun final circle, and I think there's going to be a lot of eliminations that will come to some of the teams that get there early.
Getting good overlook. Team Smixie at one point found themselves inside the top 3, now vying for a position inside the top 10. Regardless, so long as they qualify from London, that's all that matters here. You heard from Smixie, I just want to qualify, and Aiden really vying for a spot at the top of the leaderboard. They're looking for that $30,000 first place prize and crushing the hopes of squads in the process.
Smixie squad is a great position to hold Aiden's team as they rotate in. Doesn't look like anyone else is contesting flanked and attract up top either, so it's really just Smixie squad versus Aiden squad on the low ground. They're going to likely just smoke their way into some cover and then rotate out. This is not a fight that's worth taking for them. Yes, this is a team kind of breathing down their necks to some degree. It doesn't matter. Adrian squad, they're trying to get inside the top 10 in this map. They're trying to lay down a ton of points. They're looking for 10 grand each. And Smixie's going to continue to rain hellfire down from distance. A great position for now, but the rest of the teams can just skate around through cover and move on to where they want to go. I don't think they're going to get a lot out of this.
Yeah, this is a cluster of buildings just kind of southeastern of Al Mazrah City, so maybe they'll stay on the outskirts to the eastern side of the highway and rotate north, climbing building to building, because you got little tidbit of high-rise there. All the streaks coming in, coming back to Indrid and co. Huskers on Rational and Scummin on the other side. This is going to be a big one, right? But these two teams are fighting for something completely different. Team Aiden looking for the top spot, and Team Huskers looking for just a spot to qual.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario for Team Huskers. Currently sitting at 26th overall. Top 15 make London. They need a massive game, and Team Aiden is harrying them. At the very least, even if Team Huskers wards off this attack, they're getting slowed down by Aiden's team. It does look like Huskers team's able to vacate the stronghold and move on. They've got everything they need, and they're not going to hang out here for too long. Shots from behind. Aiden's squad doesn't care, smoking it out and pushing to the next fight. E-Bait's team and T-Nex's squad driving straight at them on the train. This is a crucial fight, and Smixie's still getting picks from distance. They're making it difficult for Aiden's squad. Now in trouble. Adrian last life, they all go down. That might be it. I don't know if they have Gulag or not, but Aiden's squad might be out of it.
Why is it always Team Smixie coming in clutch when someone needs to evict Aiden out of the lobby?
Look, it's my fault. I said they were in a tough position. They were going to get a lot of picks, but some of these teams stayed here a bit longer than I thought they would. Aiden's team really wanted to hunt the edge of circle, and because they doubled back, Smixie's team was able to throw down fire from distance and grab a couple picks that allowed an opening for the other teams to finish them off. That was very well done and honestly poorly executed by Aiden's squad. They knew Smixie's team was still up there, and they just didn't have enough smokes or not enough cover to make a move.
Soka on your screen right now, trying to hold out Breadman and co as they are on the lower level. Mayapo, though, wanting to push the issue towards them. Not bad. TBE, Noobs grabbing a vehicle, trying to reunite up with Almond and Tommy. Back over to Hisoka and co. Couple teams here looking to make a play in Said City.
This squad is 24 points behind TBE. Currently situated in third, TBE in first. They have a banger of a map here. They could take first place. They could win stage 2 after winning World Series of Warzone in 2022 with this exact same squad. They had a slow start, and I'm going to be honest, Tiff, this is a little bit reminiscent of Juki's yesterday. A 4-point game from Juki's first map. They come back and win stage 2. Ahsoka's team not in first going into the last map, but within striking distance and a decent start thus far. I think they've got about 6. Trying to hold down this position. They've lost Skullface, but should be a free res.
Bro, I said Said City, but we're in Al Mazrah City. My brain, bro, withstanding the mental of everything that our players are going through. We're on the journey with you guys, and now we got to stand tall here in high rise. Battle for where the Hummer spawns.
And this is the two contrasting areas of the city. Like you've got where Nick Cool Squad is at, where there's 150 teams in that area, and then you've got TBE Squad kind of holding that outside of city zone. They're hedging their bets yet again. This is the position they want. They feel like they can rotate into the core of Al Mazrah City if they need to, but they can hang out on the edge here and wait to see where the zone pulls, because if it pulls to this side of things and they've cleared out their competition, this will be a free win.
All right, TBE, let's see the rotation going up, looking for a little bit of high ground. Good trophy system being down. That'll help against any of the lethals that decide to come their way. Meanwhile, Vonbot and Co. going up against Nickel's team. That's going to be a big one, but Noobs Peaks able to grab some damage. Plating up, you can see Tommy hanging in the back there with Omen as well, ready for the peak. Braxton, they're a bubble squad. They're going to have to go big here.
Braxton needs a win, and they're going to have to get a win against TBE if Omen tries to push. If I'm Braxton, I might just hold high ground. There's really not a reason to push here unless you don't have any LMs, which could be possible. I mean, they took the kind of highest route they could, likely wrapping to the northern side of city, which is where TBE is currently at. And if they don't have more than 5, 6, 7 LMs, they need to get a move on. It looks like Brax might be even sniping, so trying to grab a free pick on the rotation, maybe. We'll see. Zone does pull pretty much dead center of Al Mazrah City, a little bit off kilter, but a great spot for Jowo, Breadman, and Limax currently. A ton of teams can fit inside of high res and the rest of these buildings around. Braxton, TBE, they are going to have to rotate in. You can see Team 34 with UAVs, Magoo. They're going to have to rotate into the majority of the city. Doesn't look like anyone's really holding down the rooftops, though, Tiff, so these rotations, if they go early enough, should be okay.
I'm seeing a lot of bubble teams having some action here in the kill feed with Team Braxton finessing going down. A little bit of Vonbot action. Gonna have to play through this mid-game with ease. 31 squads up at almost 20 minutes in. TBE looking to get a full wipe on 34. They're kind of collapsing around them. Noobs peeking out for the window. I love the fact as he's moved on to the friend setup, relegated towards more of that anchor positioning. Not a bad choice here, but still with anchor for eliminations.
I'm looking at Classic Pain and Eno, Team 28. They're currently situated in 23rd, 8 points, 8 places rather, outside of top 15. And they've got a pretty solid position if they can hold it down. They could even potentially hold TBE depending on where the next zone goes, both technically inside the zone. I don't mind 28's position, but they have to get zone. There's a bit of a wager on the side of Zepti and Co. They need it, and they need it bad. TBE will also benefit from it, and they're dropping Hellfire and Streets on top of T-Nex. Good luck getting out of there, gentlemen. That's going to be a tough one.
Vonbot going down in the distance as well as Nofo. They were inside the top 15, but will they have done enough to solidify that positioning? Attract as well. Smixie squad going under fire. You can see them just on the outskirts of Tommy, Omen, and Noobs as they're picking up everyone rotating in. All the teams that made the play for the outskirts of the city having to rotate in endgame are just getting eaten alive by the teams taking high ground.
Wow.
Distance, Zepti and Co. Smixie's team over there. Now, Tommy, they're going to have to rotate in as well.
Yeah, Tiff, the wager did not pay off. Now, TBE's fine with it. They said, hey, if it doesn't go our way, we're going to rotate and we're going to be okay. But the rest of these teams might have a little bit of a tough path because TBE goes early, smartly, likely will pick up UAVs on the rotate or a couple of these other squads. I shouted out Eno. They made a wager. They lost the wager. We'll see if they can maybe find some sort of a semblance of a pathway into city. We are deep into the central part of downtown. This is reminiscent to some Verdansk final circles. We got stairs. We got layered cupcakes. We've got 25 teams as the 6 circles about to start moving. This is what we want in the final map of Stage 2 NA Finals.
Your number 1 qualifiers, Team Solidify, have been eliminated. Squad 13 going out. That's going to be Team Sebas. Noobs on your screen made a great rotation. We just need to get to the underside of High Rise. Now, this is going to be a little tough, right? Because your likelihood of you running into a team, we already saw Hisoka grab the Hummer and rotate out. There were a couple loadouts there as well. E-Bates just north of this. JC Baby Squad, they're going to be wiped. I don't know if they did enough to get themselves in the top 15, but it'll have to be close.
Team 10, though, look at where they're located. 1 flying. That's Sage, Shifty, and Biffle. They're inside of zone. The question is, are they comfortable inside of that spot? You can see Super Evan still alive and potentially barely breathing. I'd love to swap to that side of the circle and see what they're doing, holding down this next zone rotation. TBE has been on the move the entire time, yet no one has even kind of thwarted their advances. They're getting a free rotation to this next zone by taking the path underneath. This is chaos. There they are. Squad 16, observers on point, fighting for their lives. Swag's on 5, Super Evan on 2. This could be a decent enough game to get them to the top 15, but they've got to either win it or get top 5, Tiff.
Yeah, they were outside the top 25 coming into map number 6, and it's going to have to be massive. We have 32 players, 16 teams as this circle is closing in 16 seconds. Everyone is still making their way in. You can see Squad 11 on that lower, most southeastern side, but still staying on here. They're going to have to move just a little bit, but so far, so good.
Yeah, it looks like Soga Squad was just eliminated, by the way, inside the top 15. Will they make London? Absolutely. Will they make a ton of cash? Probably. Not enough for first place, though. Likely holding on to third. Where are the rest of these teams going to falter? TB certainly securing a victory here, putting everyone's wagers to good. Everyone thought they could win, and they're certainly going to do it. Will they win this gunfight, though? 1. Make it 2. Omen, Tommy working together as a unit. Noob still alive as well. They're staying patient inside this circle. Tiff, this is chaos, but TVE is making it look easy as they win every single 1v1 and 2v2 that they can get their hands on. They are dominating this lobby. But my big question mark is, where are our bubble teams? Where is Swag? Are they still in it? And if they are, what's going on? We've lost Doozy, but we're still in it, and it's about to be Swag versus Biffle.
Team Huskers down and out. Biffle going down as well. Sage doubling back, looking for the res, but Super Evan that has the gas mask, pushing the issue, trying to clean them up. Doesn't matter. They're going to be wiped. They were a bubble team. This was imperative for them, but they've made it into the top 6, top 5. Now we're still fighting forward. Swag knows this needs to be a big game, but unfortunately going to fall. Super Evan has to clutch up here.
Evan goes big in the final moments. We'll find it. Evan's on 7. This could be enough to put them to London. A team inside of the deep 20s is making a run in the final seconds. Biffle might have done enough as well, but only time will tell. Gets the res, and it's Tommy trying to thwart their advances, but no. Colors pushes the equation. Confidence is key, and we're putting it on display. Colors and Super Evan could win it all right here.
Oh, but peep Noobs. He's being a little fish, just hiding underneath the building, kind of where Team Smixie is. Dongi last alive on 10, has no shields, does have a gas mask on the ultimate high ground. It's going to be Team Smixie facing off against Z Colors first. It's going to be a tracked. Super Evan knows. Trying to push the issue. Looking for him. Colors down. We have to res. This needs to be the win. Noobs swimming it out. I love the positioning and playstyle for him. Mind you, they don't know who's up and who's alive, and they're vying to hold on to that first place position.
Tiff, it's a 2v1, TBE versus Color and Super Evan. Color's got a precision kill on Dongi. The final fight, 2v1, Super Evan, Colors take it. Swag, Super Evan, Colors, they needed a big one. We called it out, and they got it. 20-plus kill victory at the final second to click their ticket, grab a plane flight to London. They're getting the Supermax. Get them on a private jet. That was a crazy finish to an already dynamic tournament.
Look, we knew you had to go big, and go big in map 6 they did. This is insane. So well played. Super Evan. We gotta watch the victory moment.
Stay on me, Trey, stay on me. On me, Trey, on me. You're good, we're good. Back up. Careful, airstrike inbound. Broken. I got you. You got the kill. I died. I got killed by that. That's 1v2, man. 1v2. Play up, win this game. Let's go. Play up. Come on. This is our fucking game. Come to the right, moving. gotta find him. We gotta find him.
You guys get smokes if you're a little weak.
He's running outside. He's running outside.
Eddie.
To your right. Close.
Let's fucking go, baby! Come the fuck on! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Turn me the fuck on! Turn me the fuck on! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Come on! Turn me the fuck on! Turn me the fuck on! Turn me the fuck on! Let's fucking go! Come on! Turn me the fuck on!
That right there is the celebration moment we will all remember. Was it for first place? No, but it was for a free ticket to London. The Global LAN Final certainly secured with a massive victory tip. I think that was probably like the biggest game of the entire last couple days. I'm looking for probably close to 40 points.
It was everything they needed to do, and man, they were locked. You see Swag there, just maybe 3 inches away from his computer screen, just like hyped up, ready to see if Super Evan and Z Colors can clutch it, and they did just that. Enjoy. Go get those passport stamps. We'll see you in London.
Hey, I might have heard a little bit of Birdie tell me that might have been a 50 bomb overall. What a way to finish out stage 2 in a finals tip. That's all for us here in the caster's booth. But instead of going to a break, we're going to bring it to the desk. We're going to say hey to the folks at home who have been taking us through every single ounce of the action and breaking it all down incredibly. There they are. Gentlemen, ladies, you all look amazing. Very well done in the booth. How'd you feel about that win?
Incredible win. Are you kidding me? It had a little bit of everything suspense. You had somebody in the water like the Loch Ness Monster ready to come out and pounce on you, right? And then you had a big victory. It's so ironic. I was looking at chat going from Game 5 to Game 6 stream, and people, you know Twitch chat. Twitch chat, look, don't fight me. I know there's like 30,000 of you out there, right? I'll take you all on anyways. But, they're like, oh, it's funny you guys think Swag is going to qual for top 15. I can't believe you guys think Swag is actually going to do this. And then it happens in game number 6. It's like, hey, I love that they put him in the grave for that dream. That's incredible.
Yeah, we see it all the time. We say that's all a team needs is one big game. But how intense was that because of the zone pulls? And I mean, this was a potentially like a fairly slower game, right? Like as the zone pulled towards Al-Mazrah City.
Very slow, and I'm glad you brought that up, Dandro. We've seen game 6s go very fast, and even game 5s, right? Because the teams that are, in the 30th place or even down below, there's 50 trios after all, they start to think, man, it's really do or die. We got to just risk it all. If we have to drop pot, we drop pot. If we got to challenge the biggest team, we challenge the biggest team. This time around, though, I think everybody understood the points were so close, like we set up that narrative right from 30th to 15th, that nobody really wanted to risk it all because they could continue to play their gameplay. If they could just improve a little bit, maybe they break into top 15.
I really think that is like what happened here, right? We had the points that were so close. Normally map 6, everyone's just trying to, get as many eliminations as they can because it's their last chance. But this time we see teams kind of value their life a lot more, right? And then when you pair it up with the kind of zone we have, one that's encroaching in onto Al-Mazrah City, you have a lot more kind of spaces that you can hide out in, that you can kind of really ride it up. We even saw Soka trying to drive the Hummer EV into a corner so he could just kind of like lay down. Like you just can play your life so much more in a zone like that. So I just think it was like both of those, the pressure meets the zone, just had everybody trying to just hold their own and trying to get their picks on rotation. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, it was those couple of teams that understood that and kind of caught people out who were just trying to maneuver around the map that came out on top.
Shout out to Super Evan for being the hero in that moment, or really Colors too, staying alive as long as they did. Swag for fighting the hype. We saw his reaction going crazy. Super Evan, an incredible person. I've had the chance to meet him a couple of different times, and he's always just a wealth of positivity and knowledge on the game. It makes sense, right? So did they break into top 15? We'll see the standings in just a bit, but that was one heck of an effort, to say the least. It's been a long day. We've had 6 great games. Let's go back to game 1 and start recapping, because Dream, when we started off, Tommy, Omen, Noobs, right? They were the team who takes game number 1, which set them up to take first place potentially, right? Who knows if they got dethroned?
Yeah, right. And that was like the question even at the start of map 5, like, can someone take down TBE early? And then it was Aiden's squad, which of course they got taken down by Smixie that last game, but TBE set the bar high with those points, taking home 20 elims and securing a win. Like that's huge, right? And that's in World Series of Warzone, that's what we see a lot of teams do, and like that's like the key. set the pace early, set the tone of the game, and try to just go all out in that first game.
Go all out. That's what you have to do from the start, right? TBE coming back with a vengeance, and what a vengeance it was. They had a high-scoring game. Remember, this was the game that they actually tied, I believe, the top EU score yesterday, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw it yesterday where when you come out with a banger map number 1, you just like set so much pace for yourself. And this is a squad, let's be honest, like they can regain. If this wasn't a banger game for them, they were going to come online. But I just think for them, it's such like a snowball momentum for them, right? We've seen this time and time again where if they can start early, they can start hot. They're able to bring that with them through the rest of their maps. I like to call this team the peanut butter and jelly of Warzone because it's just, they just all fit together so well. And it all just comes together to make a nice little delicious sandwich at the end of the day. And well, this delicious sandwich just happens to be one of the best Warzone teams in the game.
Let's see where your mind's at, right? I know you got some fruit when you were on the break from game 5 to game 6, but now you're like, PB&J, that sounds nice, but that's a great analogy. It makes sense, at least in my book, Dandro. Very well said. This was the final moments when the interview had a chance to ask, why did you decide to push, I believe it was Aiden or whoever was on top so hard, and he said, well, we had to do that. Getting the high ground was imperative. Move forward to game number 2, and this is where we saw Omen end up taking it, and a 20-point game. It wasn't too bad, and the reason why, Dream, is Dandro set the pace early on. He said, if you can average 11 points per game, that'll put you in a good spot to make top 15. So 20-point game for Omen, that was great for them.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we'll see the standings and all that and see where they actually ended up at. But still, to be able to take a win and have a little bit of an RNG on your side, of course, with the zone pulls is definitely beneficial. But this game was just so crazy too. Like, we saw so many regain situations. But I mean, like, I think it was like Douglas Raw picked up a couple of kills and clutched scenarios at pass, and then Z did too, like saved the game from the day from the gulag. Like, it just seemed like this game overall for all teams, and especially those top teams, it was like regaining situations.
Yeah. And Smixie on the screen, right? And that was even Dream you pointed out during the post game for game number 2 that Smixie actually took down Aiden's team a little bit earlier on than that. And this is where we saw Smixie's team really start to elevate themselves, go up to second place. But it was Omen and Co who really started to take off. Mortality, the new addition, Dandro, kind of asked, where did that come about? And they did have some drop-offs, but Mortality seems to be a great pickup for them, and clearly the vibes were correct. We hopped into map number 3, and this is where things got a bit nutty, Dandro. The plane path pulled all the way over towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, the first zone all the way to the right.
Yeah, this was kind of that zone that just had everybody just confused, right? You had some people trying to play the full right side of the map. You had some people trying to play the other side of the river, hold it out. It was TBE making a great play there, just to kind of like straddle the line to be able to get as many kills as possible. But it was a Dongy, Vamba, and Nofo at the end. We saw Almond was up at the top. Tommy was there as well. It kind of just threw his shoulder a little bit too much, gets taken out, and then they just push as a team. They take out Almond on top while the 2 players below go at each other, and they're able to secure the dub. And I love the interview that we got with that squad because they told us how much this tournament meant to them, and to see them just like have pride in competing here and then be able to take home a map in a lobby that is like of this caliber, which is kind of like heartwarming, to be honest with you. And they obviously continue some of that as they continue to do well throughout the rest of the next 3 maps.
And that was a crazy one, not only because of zones, not only because of plane path, but also because of those third-party streams.
Yeah, those third parties definitely were intense. And I almost feel is like after that interview with Dongy, like, I don't know if you guys felt this, but it felt like the lobbies kind of sped up a little bit because that's when we saw Aiden just tearing up everything, Adrian doing everything. It felt like everyone heard him, I felt like, in that interview.
I liked his interview, and I loved his answer because I said, what do you want to say to the fans? I said, well, we really don't have fans, we have supporters. He's kind of newer, and he's wanting to make a name for himself, and I think that game definitely helped him do so. I hope to see him in top 15. He's just a great kid overall. We go now to game number 4, and it was a special one. Team Smixie taking the win in what I thought, Dandro, was one of the most chaotic end games I've seen yet.
super chaotic, but it just kind of goes to show, well, if you can maybe make that read early and grab the spot on the map that you can kind of hold on down, it pays off in the end. Smixie, they were in Village, they were holding some of those rooftops, and we watched kind of towards the end, they're flanked in a track. We're just doing their best to maneuver in and around and take out some of those teams at the very end. It kind of culminates in this hilarious sort of end game where it basically kind of comes down into a heal off, where thankfully there's one last self-revive that's able to come on up. Team Smixie, they take the dub, and they shot up the scoreboard because of that game too.
They definitely did. What I want to say a 20-point game. Not bad at all, especially where they were. They were in second place. I think that was the highest they ever got, but for Smixie Dream, it was one heck of a run.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially too, like going into this, just having the pleasure to be able to talk with her this morning. And I mean, it's amazing because that is just, the goal was just to play focused, not worry about anything else, and just play your game. And just the fact that, well, they were able to take a win, it's just amazing to see.
Amazing to see indeed. Now, fun fact from that map number 4, Noobs actually didn't play there because his power went out, but he returns in map number 5. And Dandro, he's playing on 55 FPS. Now, I don't even know how you get 55 FPS, to tell you the truth. What kind of monitor even rates at that? But regardless, though, it was better than nothing, and they played at least well as far as I'm concerned. But the big story was Jerky, Lanes, and Val Noobs getting their first victory. First time seeing them on screen.
Yeah, I loved when they kind of ended the game. They're like, how did we just win that? They were, I think, just as confused as we were, right? Of kind of how that sort of broke down at the end of the game. But, you know, sometimes it's all about just like having the best positioning. And even if you don't think that it is, it can be. We saw just there were a lot of solos at the end here. It sort of, yet again, pulls back to Village. They're able just to kind of play together and fly at a couple different teams. And I think that's really what it was, right? We saw Soka and Skullface, and they were able just to kind of like body stack. They took down Skullface. Soka kind of is able to rat it up, but then this team is just able to kind of sniff out the rest of the players. This was actually my favorite play of the entire map, was Noobs going, of course, for that double revive there on both of the teammates. It just goes to show that everybody is doing everything they can to try and stay alive and rack up as many points as possible.
There was Ahsoka, you mentioned his name. Dream also covered it after the recap from game 5, just on a tear, really tearing it up and just not quitting until the very end. Despite the 1v2, he still, or it should be 1v3 at that point, he still went for it. That was Jerky's and his team getting the victory. Our squad standing stream, it is Omen, Tommy, and Noobs with a massive 38-point lead over that of Aiden, Adrian, and Rated. A big victory. We don't see the repeat from Aiden, but second place still great. First place from the last qualifier, second now, but we go down the list. A lot of heavy hitters, and look at team number 10.
Team number 10 in the mix, securing that, and my goodness, man, I had goosebumps just watching the way that Z Colors clutched that, because, man, that was just insane stuff, almost not making it, and really just coming down to a streak, taking down team 7th place team. It was Dongi, I believe, that right out. Dongi or Nofo up top. It's just crazy. Just it came down to just like one play to secure that spot.
That's it, but let's cut the suspense. Let's go to our second page. Who was the 15th team? And it was Shiro, Jackal, and Scripta. They barely make it by 0.2, locking in the 15th over Bach and Co. We look down the list. Strixie, Chocolate, we saw them a couple times. Almighty, 17th and 18th are there, but regardless though, Biffle, Destroy, Elo, as well as Brax and Shiro will round out 11th through 15th, Dandro.
Dude, these are some banger squads to go to LAN, let me just say. I cannot wait to see some of these teams that are going to be here all in the same building, but I do want to show some respect to some of these other teams that were just missed out on qualifying, because look how close this was. Like you said, I mean, it was 0.2 between 15th and 16th, but even looking down to 20th, that was only a 2.4 difference?
That's a great point.
3.4 difference?
That's
like,
right.
It still was so close that was here. And all that just tells me is that LCQ is going to be even more competitive than I think we saw.
LCQ is going to be wild, especially with the wild card game number 6. Like, that's the big thing. I can't wait to get it started, but it's also gonna be bittersweet because that's gonna be the last qualifier, right? The last chance to truly make it. And these teams have been working hard. This World Series of Warzone run has not been easy, But that's good because that means we're getting the best of the best going to the global finals. Let's bring in Tommy, the winner of today, winning $30,000 in a dominant fashion by 30 points. Tommy, my guy, it wasn't an easy day for your team, but you got the job done.
Nah, yeah, it's good to be here as well. But nah, it was, we started off hot, luckily. So we had the little hiccup in the middle, but it doesn't matter now anyway. It is what it is. And yeah, no, feels good to win. We came close last time. And we really wanted to just put out and show out in stage 2 so we can get that London spot and then win this one.
I think you guys did. Not only did you show out, you get the $30,000. Heck of a job from you. You dethroned that of Aiden, who gets second. They won the last time. And speaking of last time, right, what was different from the stage 1 regional finals to now the stage 2 regional finals? What was the improvement and how did you get there?
Honestly, in stage 1, we finished second. We were still the highest fraggers in that tournament too, but we just didn't get the multis. Like the zone pools were a little bit unlucky. Some misplays from ourselves, so we missed out on a little bit. But this time, we just really wanted to focus on get the early kills and just fully lock in the multiplier before we go for the next set, you know. And we've played together and worked together for a long time, so it was just a minor adjustment, and it showed.
Yeah, glad you brought that up because that was my biggest talking point is like, you know, your placements. If you guys could at least get some solid placements, you're already fragging out. There's nothing stopping you. And today you got the frags and the placements, and clearly it sets you above the rest. Dream, what do you got?
Tommy, congratulations. Of course, I've known you for a while. We met once before, years ago. I feel like it's been, gosh, an eternity. You know, I want to talk to you a little bit about your role. Just simply for the fact that I think that some of these players, they get called out like, you know, I'm an IGL, but kind of like I actually heard you say this, like it's more so like you're not just an IGL, you do a little bit of it all. Has your team dynamic like changed at all from like the beginning? I know it's gotten progressively better, but like you specifically, would you say like you bounce in and out more of that role, like so to speak?
I'd say coming from like the competitive side, I sort of have an understanding that it's not just one IGL per team, you know. There's like someone who takes the main front of everything and tries to work on it and takes away from their game. But then you also have to understand that if someone else is in a position to call better and understands the situation better than you, that you let them take that lead at that point. And that's why we work so well as a 3, because all 3 of us can do all 3 roles that we do currently. So like if I'm not in a good spot, Ben will take the lead easily. If Ed needs to, he will. If Ed needs to pop a 3 or Ben does, like all of us can do it. So that's why like the IGL role is a bit like, you don't want to just be branded just as that because you bring a lot more, but either way, it's still a bit of a compliment.
Yeah, I love that because flex players really like if you can have the ability to do it all, you can literally do it all. So I love that.
Exactly, yeah.
Awesome. Tom, I got a little bit of a history lesson for those of these other people here. It's been a minute since we've seen you competing across the pond in Call of Duty. So for you and the boys to be able to go to London, be competing yet again, like that's got to feel amazing to you.
Nah, it does. I mean, one of my favorite events I've ever attended was when I used to compete back in London in front of that crowd, home crowd, meeting everyone that has been supporting throughout the streams and stuff. And I haven't been home in, I'd say, 5 years. So it's going to be a good time. Get to meet my family again. Feels like I haven't seen them forever. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm really excited for it. And I'm glad that my team are just as good as we are. So there was no stress throughout today that we weren't going to make London. We were just fighting for that top spot.
I love that. That's such like a cool thing to hear. I can't wait to be there and be able to see all of you guys compete because it's going to be absolutely electric. Maybe we'll get a couple of chants started while we're there too. Maybe we can get some rumors started.
I'm not going to do any of my old ones. That gets brought up a lot, but I'm not doing that again. But yeah.
Actually, so that's the biggest thing because I've actually never done a LAN event overseas yet. You know, I have the blessing to do that at Copper Box, but that I still hear stories about those chants coming from you. So I really do hope we get that because hey, it would just be a lot of fun seeing the family going over there competing once again. Seems like there's a lot of positives to go into London. Tommy, congratulations, man, and I'm excited to see you battle against Jukies because Jukies, he's confident, he's feeling good. He's only had one LAN before though. Clearly, you've got more LAN experience. That'll be a talking point later on. But before we get out of here, what are your final words and what do you want to say to the fans?
Just thank you once again for everyone that supports, not just myself, my teammates, and the Warzone community in general. And obviously, all of the people behind World Series of Warzone, yourselves putting the stream on and working hours and tirelessly. So yeah, everyone just behind the scenes putting all this on for us to be able to play and compete. appreciate it all. Hopefully it continues into the future.
All right, brother Tommy, once again, thank you so much for coming in, and congratulations, $30,000. You're going to London. That's awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, take care, brother. Always good to see you, man, Tommy. He's just an OG. A lot of people don't realize that. Now they just associate, Warzone with him, right? But like CDL, everything, like he's been competing in COD forever. So that LAN experience going there, it's going to hit a lot differently. Again, that's a discussion when we get to that point, but I'm going to weigh very heavily on that storyline. Dream, you would know, right? Competing at LAN is very different than competing online, but that's just the nature of how competitive gaming's kind of always been. Great day. Wonderful day, so many good moments. Top 15 has been earned not only from NA, EU. The next step now is the LCQ. Before we get out of here, though, I got to go to you, Dandro, first for your final words, man. What do you say before we get out of here?
Oh, man, what is there to say? We had 6 incredible maps. Every map was just full of just amazing moments, right? I think, me, Tiff, and Goj, we've kind of been here as part of NA Warzone since the very beginning, since all the way back in Verdansk when we were running timed kill races. And to think that in those last 3 years, I've been able to watch a lot of our competitors that were here today kind of grow up. And now that we're here in the most competitive Warzone event possible, it's a little bit of a heartwarming event for me. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy that we had some insane moments, and I'm glad that I was able to be here alongside the two of you.
Hey, it's always great to be with you, man. Gold Chain rocking it up. Let's see what you rock next up for the LCQ next Wednesday and Thursday. Seriously, your insight is great. Your knowledge is incredible. Dream, same thing to you. Always a blessing having you on the desk, not only for EU, but also NA. Great to get your insight. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Congratulations, of course. I always say that to the teams that made it. It's just going to be, London's going to be magical. Just everyone being reunited and just the fact that this is like the biggest Warzone event ever is just insane on LAN. And a lot of these players are going to get a lot of experience from it. So I'm just super excited to see that, to see the experiences and just feel the energy in the air. I just cannot wait for the LCQs and moving forward to see who makes it into that final.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, that's going to be next Wednesday and Thursday for the LCQ. Same start time, 1 Eastern. Please be here whether you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube. Hit that follow button or subscribe button so you can stay up to date. And also COD_esports for all your COD Warzone updates. Hey, for myself, Taylor Reflection, Snowball, Dream Crazy, Dandro, Spider, Tiff, Goj, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here for the World Series of Warzone Stage 2 NA Regional Finals. And make sure to be back Wednesday and Thursday for the LCQ.